Being an orphan sucks. My parents died when I was 5, too young to remember much of them. They've been only children, both orphans themselves, so when they died, there wasn't a soul left to take me in. Off to the system I went. The orphanage wasn't some warm, hopeful place like the movies. It was cold, underfunded, and as soon as I could hold a broom, I was working for every bite I ate. No chores, no food. Simple as that. Sometimes couples came by looking to adopt, not for love, but for convenience. I was never the cute toddler they wanted to cradle. I was cheap labor and a government check. They gave me a bed, fed me just enough, and expected blind obedience in return. No warmth, no gratitude, just commands. I bounced from house to house like a tool being passed around. By the time I hit 15, the adoption slowed. Nobody wanted a half-grown teenager with scars behind his eyes. I didn't mind. I'd stopped expecting anything from anyone by then. So I worked. Minimum wage. Washing dishes, mopping floors, whatever kept me fed. What kept me sane, though? Stories. Books. Manga. Anime. Those were my escape. The only places where orphans became heroes. At 18, I was officially out. The orphanage handed me a garbage bag with my clothes and slammed the door behind me. Good riddance. Luckily, I'd save enough to rent a shoebox apartment. Not glamorous, but it was mine. I kept working at the restaurant. Years of effort finally paid off when I got promoted to kitchen staff. My boss handed me a raise that day, and for the first time in forever, I felt like maybe, just maybe, life was turning around. I walked home that night grinning, raise notice in hand. Then I heard it. A scream. Female. Then a gruff voice, laced with threat and cruelty. Quiet, woman. No one's coming. Just make the right sounds, and we'll both enjoy this. I didn't hesitate. I turned the corner into a dim alley and saw him. A bald guy covered in tattoos, pinning a girl in a school uniform to the wall, knifed her neck. Oi, I called out, voice colder than I intended. What the hell do you think you're doing? He turned to me, sneering. Who the hell are you? You got a death wish or something? Ignoring the tremble in my legs, I crouched and picked up a rock. She's a bit young for you, don't you think? He didn't answer. So I smirked and added, let me guess, your dick's so small, you think middle schoolers make it look bigger? That got his attention. Face twisted in rage, he shoved the girl aside and came at me, blade flashing. I hurled a rock, lucky shot, nailed him right in the face. Blood poured from his nose. Run, I shouted. The girl bolted. I turned and ran too, adrenaline surging. Holy hell, I laughed breathlessly. That was insane. Bang. White-hot pain exploded in my back. I stumbled and collapsed to the pavement. I twisted my head just enough to see him standing there, bloodied and furious, now with a gun in his hand. Of course he had a gun. Just my luck. He walked toward me, slow and steady, like he had all the time in the world. Any last words before I put you down? Blood filled my mouth. My limbs were cold. I knew I was done. But if I was going out, I wasn't going out quiet. Just 6 words, I croaked. Congratulations on becoming a big brother. He blinked, confused. What? I smirked, bloody teeth flashing. After how hard I pounded your mom last night, I'm pretty sure she's pregnant. He snapped. The last thing I heard was the repeated thunder of his gun, over and over, until everything went black. They're called the 3 Fates. Ancient, powerful, unknowable. 3 women who weave the tapestry of destiny itself. Their origin is a mystery debated across pantheons. Some whisper they were born from the primordial night, Nyx herself. Others claim they're the daughters of Zeus and the Titaness Themis, so fearsome that even the king of Olympus dared not sire more children, lest he be overthrown by his own blood. Clotho, the spinner, she weaves the threads of life, deciding when a soul begins its journey. Lachesis, the measurer, she determines the length of the thread, the span of a life. Atropis, the cutter, her shears sever the thread, choosing the moment of death. And today, Clotho was weaving. She sat before the loom, entering a deep trance as her fingers danced across the threads of fate. Hours passed, or perhaps moments. It was hard to tell in the realm where time bowed to their will. When her hands finally stilled, Clotho blinked, gazing at the thread she'd just spun. It shimmered, not the usual soft blue of mortal life, nor the steel gray of immortals. This one was golden, radiant, pulsing with power. Lachesis, Atropos, come quickly. Clotho's voice rang out, filled with uncharacteristic excitement. Two women appeared in a flash of divine energy. What is it? Atropos asked, her voice sharp with annoyance. I was measuring 3 kings and a murderer. She stopped mid-sentence, eyes widening. Lachesis, usually serene, gasped softly. It's beautiful, she whispered, stepping closer. I don't think I can cut this one, Atropos admitted, dazed. It's too perfect. I feel like I was breaking a divine law. All 3 stared in silence. Then, without a word, they nodded in unison and changed. Gone were the forms of old women draped in shawls of time. In their place stood their true selves. Clotho, radiant and youthful, her long white hair cascading like moonlight down her back. She wore a flowing white gown, pure and divine. Lachesis stood tall and serene, with silver hair and a toga that shimmered like starlight. A quiet smile played at her lips. Atropos, cold and breathtaking, had hair as black as a raven's wing and eyes like twin night skies, unblinking and eternal. Together, they spoke as one. He has been born, our husband. He shall live a long and prosperous life, bathed in fortune. They vanished from the looming hall and reappeared before a wooden cradle, inside which a baby boy slept peacefully, unaware of the world he had entered or the ancient forces already in motion. Each fate reached out to touch him, one the crown of his head, one his right cheek, and one his left. Happy birthday, dear husband, they whispered, their voices a lullaby. Sleep well. And with that, they were gone. Hours earlier, in a lonely cabin deep within a forest under a moonless sky, a woman labored. She was striking, raven-black hair, eyes dark as obsidian, and a powerful presence that pulsed with magic. Alone, she bore the pain of childbirth, sweat dripping from her brow. Huff, huff, I foresaw this moment, but that doesn't make it any easier. She hissed, gripping the edge of the bed. Arg, stop fighting me and come out already. She cried out as waves of pain crashed through her. No midwives, no potions, just willpower and magic. Minutes stretched into nearly an hour until, finally, one last push, arg-ch-ch-ch. The child emerged, suspended in the air by her magic. The umbilical cord detached with a soft pop, and the baby gently floated into his mother's arms. He was silent. Panic flared in her chest. Why isn't he crying? No, I saw him. He was alive in the vision. He has to be. Quickly, she scanned him with her magic. A moment later, she exhaled in relief. He's awake. Just calm. With gentle magic, she cleaned him and held him to her chest. As her nipple brushed his lips, he latched and began nursing. The woman laughed softly. Aren't you a hungry one? She looked at the nearby clock. 12 a.m. sharp. Of course. She wouldn't expect anything less from his son. Meanwhile, the baby had thoughts of his own. I'm free. Yippee. After being shot to death, the last thing he'd expected was to wake up in a womb. At first, he thought it was the fanfic cliché, soul floating in a void, waiting for a new life. Turns out it was just the womb. Cold, wet, and boring. If not for the comforting hum of his mother's voice, he might have gone completely insane. Still, months trapped and there wasn't fun. Now he was here, born, reborn, sucking on his mother's breast like a champ and soaking in the warmth of her arms. Then he felt a soft touch on his head, gentle, yet impossibly ancient. The voice he'd heard from the womb whispered above him. Lucian Blackheart. Yes, that shall be your name. The name echoed through his soul. Lucian smiled, drifting into sleep, unaware that 3 divine beings had already claimed him as their fated husband, and that his destiny was no longer just his own.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Seeing her son fast asleep and resting, she let out a small smile, which contained a lot of affection. She carefully put him to the cradle next to her. She kissed him good night and quickly fell asleep due to the exhausting labor she went through. While they slept, the three fates appeared and quickly left as they came. While the two slept peacefully, the sun came rising through like every morning, but this time something strange happened. As the sun crept through the window, rising higher and higher, it soon hit the sleeping Lucian. As it did, the rays of the sun faltered slightly before it continued rising. Luckily, no one saw it. If someone did, they would have thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. Location: the Underworld, Hades' castle. Hades was seen at a dining table with his queen Persephone. Even though they don't need to eat, they still do it to enjoy their time together with each other. While Hades was about to take a bite of his food, he faltered and stopped. He scrunched up his eyebrows as he said, "That's weird." Persephone looked up from her plate and tilted her head. "What's wrong?" "It's Apollo. He's here in the Underworld heading towards our direction." Persephone then looked confused. "What is he doing here? The Underworld is the very last place I would expect the sun god to visit." "I don't know, but it seems urgent." "And he's already at the front door. Great. What better way to start your morning than an unexpected visit from your nephew?" Hades said sarcastically before dapping up his mouth with a napkin and standing up. "Come on, let's go see what he wants," Hades said while flicking his hand and dissolving all the food on the table. Persephone sighed as well and repeated Hades' actions and followed him to their throne room. When they both arrived, they sat on their respective throne and awaited for Apollo. Hades' image. Persephone image. Apollo burst through the door of the throne room with a serious expression, and without waiting for Hades to address him, Apollo spoke. "Uncle, what the hell have you created?" Apollo image. Hades looked down on Apollo, irritated. "Watch your tone, boy. You don't have the right to come down here and start making demands." Apollo sighed. "You're right, but still, this need to he address. Just get on with it." Persephone said, equally irritated due to having her time together with Hades interrupted. "A son has been born, and it's your son. As soon as my sun rays laid upon him, I received a prophecy. Just what have you created?" Apollo couldn't help ask again. Both Hades and Persephone's eyes widened in shock. Persephone snapped her head towards Hades. "You had another child. I allowed those two from that woman, but there's another one." Hades placed a hand on his face as he sighed the oath shit he thought. He then raised a hand towards Persephone to calm her down. "Since he was just born, it means whatever happened 9 months ago. Do you remember what we did around that time?" Persephone, hearing this, became embarrassed as her face grew red. "It's not my fault, okay? I wanted to get out of here and experience what a drunk night out together was like." Hades, hearing this, sighed once again and turned towards her. "Yeah, except that when you actually got drunk, you wanted to also experience what a threesome with another woman was like." Okay, I get it. I'm starting to remember bits and pieces. When we got to the bar and got wasted with the mortals, we approached a woman who looked like she was drinking her sorrows away." Hades nodded his head. "I was drunk as well, but I remember you saying you wanted to make her feel better, so you invited her to the threesome. That thing about her is that she looked really familiar, but I was too drunk to care about it. And we did the deed the next morning. She was just gone." Apollo, hearing this, cleared his throat to get their attention, which worked. Both Hades and Persephone stopped reminiscing about their crazy night out and turned their attention back to Apollo. Seeing him, Hades scowled. "Right, you're here? So what was this prophecy that has got you so worked up? There's no way you would have come all the way here. Just so say, I have another kid out there somewhere." Apollo then said what he prophesied, in the realm where shadows dance and fate's threads entwine. A scion born of Hades and betrayal's line. The prince of the underworld and treacherous seed, whose might would make immortal beings bleed, with power to end the undying's reign. He'd sever their existence, breaking immortal chains, beloved by the fates in their tender embrace. He'd bring honor eternal to Hades' sacred place, born to bring glory to the house of the Dark Lord. His deeds resounding, their legacy assured. Through shadows he'd stride in eternal might, granting honor and strength, casting immortal plight. In the cosmic tapestry, his destiny thrives, bringing eternal honor to Hades' lives. Both Persephone and Hades sat there in their thrones, slack-jawed, before Hades started chuckling before turning into mad laughter. Hades laughed as a palm on his face as he threw his head back as his laughter turned crazier. A son of mine, bringing me glory and honor, and with the power to one day kill immortals permanently. Father is not going to like this, Persephone said with a hint of worry in her voice, feeling somewhat responsible for whatever fate becomes of the child. Hades then stopped laughing and started exerting a large amount of pressure and power on Apollo. He will hear none of this. If I find out, I will plunge this world into an eternal darkness, and it will start with your destruction. Yes, Uncle, Apollo said while gritting his teeth in fear. Maybe coming here wasn't a good idea, he thought to himself. But as he turned around to leave, Hades called out to him. Swear it, Apollo, Hades demanded coldly. What? He asked, turning back around. Swear it on the Styx River that you will keep this information to yourself. I swear on the Styx River that I will not spread out this information to anyone. Thunder echoed through the underworld as Hades nodded his head. I'm still curious, Uncle. Just what would you be planning with him? Apollo asked, unable to contain his curiosity. First, I would have to find the mother. And I already have a feeling I know who it is based on the prophecy you brought. That's all you need to know, Hades said indifferently. Apollo just shook his head and started exiting the castle, leaving Hades and Persephone alone to discuss what to do next. When Apollo left, Persephone turned to Hades and asked, You said you knew who the mother was. Who is it? Thanks to the prophecy, I know why that woman looked so familiar. I was too drunk to remember at the time, but thanks to the line, scion born of Hades and betrayal's line, I finally remembered. She's been escaping death for thousands of years. I've been looking for her everywhere. It's almost like she had help escaping Mayan Thanatos, that alongside the betrayal's line, there could only be one answer. Persephone grew impatient. Well, spit it out already. Stop leaving me hanging. Who did we sleep with last night? Hades smirks. She's a powerful witch from ancient times. One of the Argonauts, a princess of Colchis, was a priestess of Hecate. She is Medea, the witch of betrayal. I stir awake as a ray of sunshine hits me in the face. Don't they have curtains in this world, Jesus? I thought as I opened my eyes, I then started to notice something strange. I can actually see pretty well. Babies who were just born shouldn't be able to do that. Either it's a special case for me, since I'm a reincarnator, but this is normal for people of this world. What is this world anyways? Is this like a world I know, or is it a brand new world? So much to think about and so much to discover. I guess that's part of my life. I'm getting quite excited, but before my thoughts to dwell further, a beautiful woman came into view. And when I mean beautiful, I mean simply divine. She's the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Flowing dark hair, beautiful black eyes, while wearing a beautiful long black dress, with red painted nails and jewelry enhancing her beauty. She reached out and picked me up from where I was laying, and looked at me with a smile full of motherly love. Yep, that's it. This is the moment. I have officially became a mama's boy. There's no denying it. She then started humming a strange tone while softly swaying me in her arms. She then plopped out her boobs and started to breastfeed me, which is such a weird experience. And just like that, a month quickly passes with my new mother following a routine. She would pick me up and breastfeed me and walk around the sound humming. She would sometimes bring the cradle next to her as she would start reading stories about different heroes and their tragic lives. But thanks to that, I was able to confirm that this is Earth indeed, or something similar, due to the familiar stories that Mother would tell. She would talk about gods such as Zeus and the likes. Although she wouldn't say their name for some reason, it was heavily implied that that's who she was talking about, as she mostly used their titles as reference. Did I mention she could magic? Because apparently she could do freaking magic. When she would need something, she would just motion it with her hand, and it would start levitating toward her hand. When it was finally a month since I was born, my mother, who I still didn't know the name of, finally took me out of a wooden cavern. Once outside, I noticed that the entire area is surrounded by woods and trees. We were completely isolated. Weird. I thought while looking at the surroundings. Oh, why aren't you always just a curious little thing? My mother said, looking at me, turning my head everywhere to get a better view. She then walked around the perimeter of the house with me in her arms. There was a large, empty field, and in that empty field our little cabin stood right in the direct center of it. It was pretty big. Mother then pointed at a tree and started following along with her finger going in a circle. Although you can't understand me, I feel like I owe it to your curiosity to explain. The trees in front act as a ward to keep monsters from ever detecting your scent, my little demigod. What I shouted in my own thoughts, a fucking demigod. I'm a demigod. Talk about an upgrade. Now I'm curious who my father is. Are the gods like the ones told from different mythologies? I mean, they have to be, right? After all the stories my mother has told, some of them I know from my past life, and she did sound like she was speaking of events that actually happened and not just some heroic story. After that shocking revelation, time went by smoothly. The months went by. By the time I was 5-month-old, I was already crawling and grabbing onto things to stand up on my own. By the time I was 6 months along, I was walking smoothly by myself. By the time 7 months, I said my first words. Mama. I called out to my mother while stretching out my arms to hold me, which I strangely came to really enjoy. Oh, it seems I forgot to mention, my mother just so happened to be Medea, the witch of betrayal. I was so scared when I heard that I almost pooped myself. Now, the reason I was so scared, she didn't hesitate to kill her 2 children by stabbing them in the heart, just to be petty. I mean, slay queen, but I don't want it to happen to me. I just got here. By the time I was 8 months along, I started trying to learn how to read and learn different languages, since most of the books my mother owned were mostly in Greek and in other languages that weren't English due to how old they were. Keyword trying, it was easy to learn Greek, so not so much the other languages. It would seem I have dyslexia in this life. Even reading English has become a task. It was actually thanks to that I was able to learn that my father probably belongs to Greek mythology, which is not good. My mother wouldn't tell me who my father is even when I try my ultimate weapon, called puppy dog eyes. In all honesty, I really hope it's not Zeus. I really don't want to rape his father and a vengeful stepmother. Now who I want it to be most likely, it has to go to my favorite god Hades, the most unbothered and underappreciated of the gods. While I was sitting down on my mother's bed with a book lying flat in front of me, my mother lay on her side while resting her head on her palm. She was playing with my hair while smiling at me, watching how much I was struggling to read. I could feel my face scrunch up trying to read. After a while, I started to unconsciously pout as I muttered, "This is difficult," in a tiny, cute baby voice. My mother, hearing me, broke down into giggles while ruffling my hair. Ah, is my little genius having a bit of trouble reading? It's not funny. I pouted some more, which just caused her to laugh even louder. Watching me look at her with a pout made her stop laughing for a bit, but her smile that was filled with amusement never left her face. She then held my face and gave it a kiss. "Wait here a sec. I made something just for you." She then got up and looked around the house while muttering, "Now where was it I put them?" After a few seconds, she then exclaimed, "Aha, here they are." She came back into the bed while carrying a small rectangular black box that looks like the one you would get when getting glasses. She lay back in bed and opened the box, and it was just that a pair of black frame glasses. I looked at her with confusion. "Glasses?" "I'm dyslexic, not blind," I said. "No, silly. It took a while, but I was able to make them just for you with a little bit of magic. These glasses will help you with your dyslexia. Here, put them on." As she put them on my face, she started laughing again. I would be laughing too if I saw a baby with large glasses covering his face. I just sighed and turned back towards the book. The letters which were once floating around my head slowly moved back to where they belonged. They shook for a brief moment before stopping and staying in place. "So how is it?" she asked with a smile. "Whoa, these are awesome." "Thank you, Mama," I said. She just continued smiling while giving me a loving look which never fails to make me blush. She went and kissed my cheek once again as she says, "I'm glad." I then went back to trying to read about different languages. After everything that happened, Lucian is now officially 1 year old. It's been exactly 1 year since he was born on June 20th. His mother, Medea, was seen baking a birthday cake with Lucian sitting on top of the kitchen counter helping. "Remember, my little Foss, in order for you to become a good husband, you must learn how to cook." Only a man that knows how to care of a woman can really call themselves a man. Medea lectured as she playfully pointed a whisk at him. 1, 2. Yes, ma'am, Lucian said in a cute voice while doing a military salute. She then nodded and grabbed an egg, handing it to him. Here, just like how I taught you. Lucian nodded and tapped an egg the edge of where he was sitting. He then held it over the bowl she was stirring and pulled the shell apart, letting the egg drop inside it as Medea started whisking away. The two spent the day together, making small sweets, and when they were done, Med put a candle on a small cake as she said, "Come on, blow on the candle. I heard this is the part where you make a wish." Lucian nodded his head and thought about it and blew out the candle. Medea clapped and kissed Lucian on the cheeks. "Congratulations, my little Fosh," she said with a smile. They then started to eat the cake they made together. When they were finished, Medea went and got him a wrap present. "Here, I spent months writing this, since I knew how one day you would be interested in learning magic." Lucian then opened and in his hands laid a book with the words, "Introductory to Magic for Beginners." Lucian, seeing this, grew excited. "Really? You're going to start teaching magic now? Is it finally time?" This is something Lucian has been desperately trying to learn for months, since he knew he was in a magical world. Coming from a world devoid of magical energies, he was quickly able to identify something that felt different about him. About his body, he was able to detect a distinct type of magical energy within himself. When he discovered it, he was about to make contact with it and make it do his bidding, but something stopped him. Something within himself told him that if he makes contact with it, that early on it would cause him great pain and leave him crippled. Seeing the book that his mother was gifting him, Lucian closed his eyes and tried to make contact with his magical energy. This time he didn't feel the warning, so that gave him to go ahead. "Yes!" Lucian shouted in a high-pitched voice while throwing both fists in the air, startling his mother. "What did you do?" Medea wondered why he was so excited. "I'm finally able to use the weird energy thing inside me without telling me it's going to hurt me." Lucian, clearly happy. Medea scrounged her eyes and looked at him in confusion and very seriously asked, "What are you talking out, Lucy, and be honest with me. I'll know if you're lying." Oh, she has gotten into the habit of giving me a girly nickname when she's extremely serious about something," Lucian thought nervously. Well, I've always been able to know something is inside of me, if that makes sense, like a type of energy. I thought it was what you would always use to move things around. So when I went and tried to do what you do, something told me it wasn't a good idea. When I say something, I don't mean like a voice. I mean like I knew something bad would happen to me if I did that. If that makes sense. Lucian finishes, tilting his head, unsure if he wasn't just rambling nonsense. "I see," Medea said, deep in thought. After thinking about it for a few seconds, she patted Lucian's head. "Wait here for a few minutes. I have to get everything prepared." Lucian nodded his head and started reading his birthday present. So there's 9 chapters in total, each for a specific field of magic and their introduction into it. Chapter 1. Introduction to Ancient Spells. Basic explanations of ancient spells and incantations, accompanied by their historical significance and potential uses. These could range from simple charms to protective wards. Chapter 2. Understanding Elemental Manipulation. A section detailing the basics of elemental control, such as harnessing the power of fire, water, earth, and air. This includes exercises or instructions for practicing elemental manipulation. Chapter 3. Alchemy and Potion Making. Instructions on the creation of potions, elixirs, and herbal remedies, emphasizing their various effects and applications. This section provides easy-to-make recipes and methods for brewing magical concoctions. Chapter 4. Rituals and Ceremonies. Insights into conducting mystical rituals or ceremonies, their purposes, and the precautions to be taken. It could cover rituals for divination, invocation, or channeling magical energies. Chapter 5. Mystical Artifacts and Relics. Explanations about powerful mystical artifacts, their histories, and potential uses. It might include information about relics, known for their unique abilities or connections to ancient gods. Chapter 6. Understanding Mythological Beings. An overview of various mythical creatures, their traits, and how to interact with or defend against them. This section offers advice on dealing with some creatures from Greek mythology. Chapter 7. Ethical Use of Magic. Guidance on the responsible and ethical use of magic, emphasizing the importance of balance and caution while wielding mystical powers. Chapter 8. Navigating the Modern World. Practical tips for using magic in the modern world, discreetly and responsibly, to avoid attracting unwanted attention or causing harm inadvertently. Chapter 9. Ancient Texts and Hidden Knowledge. References to ancient texts or hidden sources of mystical knowledge, giving guidance on where to find deeper insights into magic. The book was pretty large with multiple pages. While looking at all the chapters and their descriptions, Lucian thought about what he wanted to do. Since there's a section of teaching me on how to make magical artifacts and things of the sort, why don't I later on turn this book into a magical grimoire, tracking down all types of magic I learned? Okay, I'm done, Medea said. When Lucian looked up from his new book, he saw his mother with lighted candles on top of the table, with a scroll in the middle and what looks like a pentagram underneath it. She went towards Lucian with a feather in hand. When she got close, she said, "I'm sorry. It's only going to sting a little." She grabbed Lucian's hand and pricked his finger with the pointy part of the feather and went back towards the scroll that was laid on the table. "Ouchie," Lucian said as he put his pricked finger in his mouth to make it feel better. Medea hovered over the scroll with the blood-tainted feather and looked ahead with cloudy eyes as she mumbled something in Greek. Delta epsilon xi epsilon mu omicron upsilon tau eta nu kappa lambda eta rho omicron delta tau eta sigma eta sigma omicron upsilon. 3. Her hands then started moving, writing down on the scroll in a fast and quick manner. When she was done, she just shook her head as to get her thoughts straight and looked down on the scroll. "I see. That makes sense," Medea muttered while reading what she wrote down. Legacy, sun affinity, and magical insight. A strong connection to the sun with occasional insights or intuitions, along with access to magical foresight. Lucian looked at his mother in confusion. "What are you doing?" Medea just turned to him and went and showed him the scroll, and as he looked at it, he thought about what it says, legacy. Like in the Percy Jackson Universe, that legacy? My mother is Medea, who is a Greek hero. My father is most probably a Greek god. Most stories my mother has told are from Greek. And now I have a supposed legacy. My sin apparently attracts monsters that my mother had to set up a ward. I'm either in a universe very similar to the Percy Jackson books, or I'm in the Percy Jackson's books themselves. What's a legacy? Lucian asked, wanting to make sure if what he knows is right or wrong in this universe. Medea smiled as she answered, "A legacy is a mortal who is a second or further generation descendant of a deity, namely the children, grandchild, or descendant of a demigod. They may or may not possess similar abilities to their godly ancestors. As I'm the granddaughter of Helios, I possess a legacy from his abilities, something that you have as well." "It's the same, all right," Lucian thought as he nodded at his mother's explaining. Lucian then put on a pondering expression. He was debating whether it was the right time to ask this or not. "It seems you want to ask me something, sweetie. What is it?" "You don't have to be scared to ask me anything." Lucian nodded once again as he thought, to hell with it. Lucian's expression then got serious, well as serious as a 1-year-old baby's face can get, and asked, "I want to know who my father." Medea's expression then turned awkward, which then shifted to nervousness. "I guess this is as good of a time as any to tell you. Will you see your father?" "Your father is the god of the underworld, Hades." Lucian's eyes along with his mouth opened wide with shock. "That's weird, dreadful, disgusting, worrisome. That's amazing." "Huh." Medea looked at her son with a hint of surprise evident on her face. "You're not disgusted or bothered by the fact that your father is the king of the dead?" "Bothered? Are you kidding? Out of all the gods you've told me stories about, he was mostly my favorite. So hearing he's now my father is so cool." Medea just looks at Lucian a bit weirdly, to each their own, I guess. "That's definitely not the expression I was expecting, if I'm being honest." Lucian then started yawning. "Damn it. Stupid baby body still needing sleep." Medea just smiled at him softly before picking him up. "Come on now, it's time for you to go to sleep. You must be tired," she said as she put Lucian's head to rest on her shoulder and started swaying him to sleep. Lucian, yawning once again, just says, "Tired? Who's tired? I'm not tired. I'm the definition of woke. Z. Medea started giggling to herself while listening to him. After laying Lucian to sleep, Medea sat down at the head of the table. After sighing, she said, I know you're out there. Please stop hiding. Who says I was hiding? I was just silently observing, Hades said, appearing out of nowhere while taking off a warrior's helmet, while also already sitting down at the opposite seat of where Medea was sitting. How did you know I was here? Hades asked curiously. He knew she wasn't actually able to detect him, so her calling him out was mostly a guess. I knew you would appear if I said your name. Medea explained. Hades raised a brow at that. You willingly let your location be known after hiding and running after all this time? What? Medea, sighing, just explained her reasoning. My time is slowly coming to an end. I already served my purpose. The magic and help I used and received could only help so much. You know this is a dangerous gamble, right? What's stopping me from claiming your soul right here and now? You being so knowledgeable should know I hate it when people escape death, Hades said with a cold expression on his face. 'Cause then you would have angered Lucian, and that would have soured any kind of relationship you would have had with him, and even I know that's something you wouldn't have liked. Hades clicked his tongue. His expression then turned into a smirk. Well, I wouldn't want his favorite god to disappoint him. Now, would I? The most amount of leeway I can give is 6 more years. After that, it's out of my control, and I would have to get violent in order to claim your soul. No matter how much my relation with him is affect. Medea nodded her head. That's perfect. I only have 6 years left anyways. The atmosphere between the two of them then got a little awkward as none of them knew what to say next. Hades turned his head and just continued looking at his son. Medea, seeing this, smirked. It's his birthday, you know. After you're going to at least give him something? Hades just scoffs at that. He's 1 year old, none of what I would give him would be useful to him. I'll give him something when he turns 5. Maybe then he'll make use of it. Medea scoffed. Yes, so? It's the thought that counts. Even with a title like the rich one, you sure a cheapskate. Hades narrowed his eyes. Watch it, woman. I'll give him something on his 5th that'll make up for the rest I miss, happy? Medea just shrugged her shoulders. It's not me who decides if I would be happy with that. I'm pretty sure Persephone would give him something as well. Hades said, looking at Lucian with a smile. Huh, she isn't mad about this? Medea asked in surprise. Hades shook his no. Quite the opposite, actually. She feels responsible for him. Medea was once again surprised by this revelation. And why is that? Do I need to reiterate what happened that night into details? Medea blushed thinking about the night. Is it because she initiated it? Medea guessed. While Hades nodded his head, he then turned towards Lucian one last time and turned to Medea. Remember 6 years. He reminded her as he picked up his helm of darkness and disappeared from all of her senses. Medea shook her head and let out a sigh of relief. He's just as scary as they described. Luckily, he was holding back his aura of fear, or I think I would have gone insane. Medea then yawned and realized that she was also tired. That meeting the king of the underworld was more exhausting than she was expecting. She lay down on her bed and went to rest, and just like that, 2 years has passed, making Lucian officially 3 years old. Lucian, who was now 3 years old, stood at the backyard of the house, facing targets made out of wood in the shape of human figures, looking almost like a scarecrow. Lucian waved his hand as his shadow moved at his command, taking the shape of a large tentacle. The tentacle acted like a whip as it smashed itself onto the scarecrow in front of him, breaking it into pieces. Lucian then controlled the whip shadow tentacle to pierce through the scarecrow on the left, leaving a rather large hole right in the middle of it. Lucian then proceeded to split the tentacle into small tendrils and made it wrap around the last remaining scarecrow on the right. Lucian made a fist closing motion towards it, which caused the tendrils to start shaking, trying to squish it into pieces, but was having difficulty. Lucian started to shake as well as he let out a yell, while tightening his fist even tighter. Yeah! The wood that was holding the scarecrow in place started to crack due to the pressure, sending splinters flying off it slightly. Lucian then let out one big final yell, Eric, which caused the wood to break and compact onto each with a loud snap, sending pieces of wood flying about. Lucian was brought down to one knee, breathing heavily, with sweat rolling down his forehead. He let out a sigh and decided to sit down on the floor to catch his breath. Phew, that was tough. I guess now I can get my black belt in karate. He joked. After resting for a few minutes, he stood up and went towards a barrel that was next to the house filled with multiple wooden weapons, even though they were slightly big for him. Lucian picked his favorite weapon to practice with the scythe. He put the scythe over his shoulder and rested his arm on the handle. He smirked as soon as he got it on his shoulder and started walking arrogantly with it. As he walked, he put a sway in his steps, making a big show out of it. He then grabbed the handle of the scythe and swung it, stopping it right in front of him. He proceeded to then ask nobody around, "Any last words?" He waited for a few seconds and raised an eyebrow no. He asked once again to nobody, which was followed by him continuing his swing of the scythe, then considered your soul reaped. He then dropped the scythe and got on his hands and knee as his face grew red with shame. "I can't believe I just did that. What the hell's wrong with me? I'm so embarrassed. Just kill me now." What he didn't notice was his mother on the second floor of the house, recording everything of which he just did with a teasing expression on her face. Lucian stood up, grabbing his scythe, shook his head. He made the scythe stand up straight while making it lean on him to free up his hands, which he used to smack himself in the face. "It's time to get serious now," Lucian said to himself, gaining a serious expression. He took a hold of the scythe with both hands and started swinging it multiple times. He would start spinning it and swing it all in on action. He started swinging in large arcs with one hand and switched it by swinging past his back onto the other hand, continuing the sequence of his moves. Sweat kept rolling down his face and chin, but he didn't stop. He started imagining how he would take down his enemies with the scythe. He positioned the scythe downward, holding the handle with two hands with the pointy part of the blade pointed upwards. He swung his scythe, imagining skewering monsters and the likes with blood flowing everywhere. Just thinking about it was getting him excited. He could barely keep still. I was perfectly okay in my last life. Now, all of a sudden, I have two disabilities put onto me, he thought as his body didn't stop moving, until his muscle ached with pain. After suffering after a while, Lucian heard his mother calling him. "Lucian, that's enough already. The sun is about to set." "Coming," he replied, picking up everything and putting it all away. As he entered the house, his mother handed him a green potion, which Lucian looked at with disgust. She chuckled at his expression. "I know you don't like it, sweetie, but it's good for you, especially after exercising. It heals all those aches and give your body all the nutrients it needs." Lucian grumbles and takes the concoction and downs it with his eyes shut close. After he was done, he stuck out his tongue in disgust. "Blurg. It tastes like horse manure and dirt and grass blended together to make this. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate it. Thanks, Mom. I just hate the flavor. Aren't you like one of the greatest witches to ever live? I'm 1,000,000% sure you know a secret magic spell that you're keeping hidden and looked away as an heirloom which enriches flavor," Lucian said, while looking at his mom with narrowed eyes. "Although I appreciate the compliment, I'm still not changing the flavor. Good things sometimes come out of things that are unpleasant. Like although the drink tastes bad, it takes your pain away and keeps you healthy. We're gatekeeping spells now, are we?" Lucian thought as his eyes started to twitch hearing that. "This is child abuse. You would rather watch and laugh at your son. Your favorite son, by the way, if I must add, suffer injustice on his taste buds just to teach him a lesson on life. If that's not child abuse, I don't know what is." Medea lifted an unimpressed brow at Lucian. "You're seriously talking to me about child abuse?" Medea incredulously asked. "How about this? If you don't go and take a bath, get dressed, and come down to your magic lessons in the next 5 seconds, I'll show you what real child abuse looks like." 5, 4, 3-inch. Medea didn't even have to count much as Lucian was already running away doing what he needed to do. Medea is the very, 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 very last person Lucian wanted to know the interpretation of child abuse from. Medea, watching Lucian run away, scoffed. "Cheeky brat," she muttered with a soft smile. After a few minutes, Lucian came out as fresh as a daisy. He sat down at the table where his mother prepared him something to eat. When he was 1, they started their magic lessons. All right, repeat what we previously discussed about magic, Medea said in a serious tone. One thing Lucian learned the hard way: when it comes to magic, mama, don't play. Magic is the power to rewrite reality as we please, but it comes at a cost, and that cost is energy. For most people, that energy is magically energy. In order to rewrite reality, or in other terms, use magic, you need four things: a great imagination, intent, enough energy to pull it off, and a strong willpower believing anything is possible. And since magic requires energy, and it takes it from anywhere it can get it, including the user's own magical energy. If a user overexerts their magical capabilities too much, it physically takes a toll on their body, causing them fatigue, exhaustion, dizziness, or fainting. It could also cause their magical energy to be drained or depleted, leaving them unable to use their magic until it recharges, leaving them defenseless. If the user isn't powerful enough and doesn't know how to cast them effectively, they will be unable to cast incredibly powerful spells. Medea nodded her head. Good. Now we will continue where we left off yesterday. You said you have made a discovery. What is it? Lucian smirked as he looked at her and brought what he wrote. It's easier to grow your magic reverse as a kid compared to an adult. When one turns into an adult, one may never be able to grow their reserve unless with extreme measures. The pages then went on to explain his hypothesis on the matter, leaving Medea shocked. Medea looked at the papers in her hands in shock. She shook her head to get her thoughts straight. Wait, let me rephrase what you just wrote to see if I get what you're saying. So, basically you believe your magical reserve/energy is like a metaphysical muscle. The more you strain it, the stronger and larger your magic and reserve will get once it recovers. It's easier on a child because they're still growing, so if you strain your reserve while growing, it will grow alongside you. And it's difficult for adults to do this since they stop growing, so their reserves wouldn't really grow, and it's stuck like that. Unless a god intervenes or something drastic like that. Those are the main points, right? Medea asked, shocked, since what she was reading actually made sense to her. Lucian's expression then turned smug. I know. I'm a genius. That's why, as I'm sure you could detect, I'm releasing a small amount of my magic energy constantly. It's also helped in my control over it, so it's honestly a win-win scenario for me, Lucian said while shrugging his shoulders. Medea, hearing him, shook her head and released in exasperation. Just be careful, and if you feel like something is wrong, come to me immediately. Now your next lesson, potion making, which would be followed by enchanting. And that's how Lucian spent most of his days. In the morning, he would practice his demigod abilities, the ability to control shadows, the ground, and valuable metal. His control over the dead was still something he wasn't allowed to touch, prohibited by his mother. He wasn't planning on it either. By the afternoon, he would be practicing with different weapons, whether they were a scythe, a spear, a sword, a bow staff, or a bow itself. Mostly anything he could have gotten his hands on, slowly but surely getting better with each practice. Then by the time it was getting dark, it would be time for him to be studying magic, whether it was reading ancient text about it, experimenting with different potions, enchanting different items, or controlling different elements. Controlling the different elements was something hard for Lucian to do. He had an easier time controlling elements that were somehow linked towards his demigod heritage, but had a really difficult time controlling the ones where it was the total opposite. From the four main affinities, fire and earth were the easiest for him, with air and water being the most difficult. And when he was done with his studies, it was off to bed. This has become a routine for Lucian, with each day becoming better at his craft. He continued this until it was June 20th once again, and he turned 5 years old. After having their little celebration, Medea first started by saying, "There's something you need to know." Lucian looked at her in confusion and a bit of apprehension. Yes? Well, your father sent you a little something as a birthday gift, Medea said with a weary smile. Lucian's eyes widened in shock. Really? Medea nodded her head. Yes, he said, since the gift was special, it would count for all the birthdays be missed and will miss. Medea then stood up and went to her room for a few seconds and came out with a long scythe in her hands. The scythe was as black as the night, with a slightly purple glow. It had a figure of a skull by the section where the blade and pole meet. Pick. Well, Lucian said, looking at it. As soon as Medea handed him, she said, "Believe or not, it's actually a gift from both Hades and Persephone. Hades gather all the talented blacksmiths in the underworld that are dead in order to make it, while Persephone gather all the powerful witches and enchanters to, well, enchant it." Lucian looked up at her in surprise. What? Why would she do that? I understand my dad, since, well, he's my dad, but shouldn't she, I don't know, hate me or something? Medea's face then grew slightly red and patted his head. That's not something you should worry about. Just know she doesn't hate you or dislike you in any sort of way. Lucian nodded his head and looked at the large scythe in his hands. So, you said it was enchanted. What does it have? First, you're supposed to drop a drop of your blood on it, since it's a blood-bonded weapon. Medea explained. Lucian nodded. He bit his thumb, causing blood to drip out, which he put on the handle of the large scythe. As his blood made contact with the scythe, it glowed a slightly more purple color before shrinking, fitting perfectly on his hands. So cool, he muttered while examining the weapon. While examining it, he noticed 6 buttons on it, which was weird. 5 were by the bottom of the pole of the scythe, while the other one was close to the section where the pole and blade intercept. Each button had a specific design to it. Each design glowed a slightly purple color except one. The designs were a stick, a bow, a sword, a spear, and scythe, with the scythe design grayed out, which were the 4 on the bottom. As for the button on the top, it was a design of a link chain. Lucian grew even more excited seeing them. Is this what I think it caused if it is this Emma freak out? Lucian pressed the button with the image of a stick. As he pressed it, the side of the pole opened up and the blade retracted inside and closed up, leaving Lucian with a bow staff in his hands. Lucian didn't sit still when it happened. He immediately went running outside as Medea rolled her eyes, boys and their weapons. As soon as Lucian ran outside, he started laughing while spinning the bow staff in his hands. He started swinging his bow staff, imagining hitting someone with it and the amount of blunt force damage he would do. He then pressed the side button, once again causing the blade to come out. He started swinging it, imagining cutting a monster's head off. Lucian proceeded to then press the spear button, causing the long blade to retract in itself again, as a spear head appeared at the tip of the pole. Lucian started thrusting the spear. He thrust, stab, slash, and hit someone with the pole side of the spear before following it up slash from the spearhead. Lucian then pressed the sword button. The spearhead grew and elongated with the pole grew shorted and turned into a sword handle. With a black blade in his hands, Lucian started moving around like he was surrounded by an army. He swung his sword and maneuvered his feet and legs into a rhythm, using footwork to swing his sword and attack his imaginary enemies that kept trying to attack him. Lucian nodded his head, satisfied with the sword, and pressed the bow option. The sword turned back into a pole, and the entire back of it, opposite from the scythe's blade, opened up, and out came a purple string. The 2 ends of the pole then started to come together almost as if they were magnet attracted to each other, but only slightly, forming the perfect bow. Lucian pulled back on the string while placing his other hand on the middle of the bow. Lucian imagined having an arrow between his fingers as he pulled the string and released it. The string snapped back into place perfectly. Lucian started plucking at the bowstring as if playing an instrument and nodded his head. Perfect, he said, once again satisfied. Now for the grand finale, he said as he pressed the link chain button, and as he was about to press it, he noticed something. Wait, that's weird. I'm pretty sure I accidentally pressed some of the buttons while practicing. Why didn't it switch? That's because it's a blood-bonded weapon, Medea said, while leaning on the doorway watching Lucian try out his gift. What's it got to do with anything? Since it's connected to you through your blood, it responds to your feelings and intent. So when you were practicing and your hand would shift towards one of the buttons, it didn't switch since you had no intention of switching. I see now. That makes sense. Lucian nodded. Lucian then pressed the link chain symbol on it and waited. The weapon shifted back onto a scythe, and as it did, the top part of the scythe alongside the blade fell to the ground, while the rest of the pole started turning into a long chain. Lucian wrapped his hand with the end of the chain. Lucian, seeing this, smirked, the gift that just keeps on giving. He took a hold of the chain that was connected closer to the blade and started spinning it around, causing the scythe blade to turn into a saw. A long cut started appearing on the ground where the saw was spinning due to how fast it was spinning. Lucian then flicked his wrist, sending the saw blade flying. Once it reached all it could, Lucian yanked it back with his hand that was wrapped with his chain. Lucian then used his free hand and took a hold of the extended chain and started to guide it around him, causing dirt to go flying everywhere. The ground appeared wounded with how big the cuts look and how long and large the cuts are. "You better clean that," Medea said, looking at the mess Lucian made. Lucian looked at his mother apologetically. "Sorry." Medea just smiled while shaking her head and went back inside. "Just come inside once you're done. It's my turn to give you a gift next." Lucian grew excited at that. His mother never disappointed when it came to birthdays, but first he needed to clean up everything. Lucian then looked at the chain scythe and thought, "It responds to my feelings, right?" Lucian then proceeded to close his eyes and willed his new weapon to change back into a scythe. When he reopened his eyes, he saw the scythe was back on his hands and smirked. He then noticed another button he missed due to his excitement. This button was at the back of the other buttons, and it had the image of a circle. Curious, Lucian pressed it, and the scythe quickly turned into a skull ring. "Sick," Lucian thought and put it on. He then willed it to turn into a scythe, and back into a ring, and back into a scythe, and back into a ring, and put the ring on his middle finger with a satisfied smirk. He then turned toward the mess he made and sighs. "Maybe if I do the Barney cleanup song, there'll be a short time skip," Lucian said to himself as he got a cleaning. Thankfully, Lucian was able to clean everything up rather quickly thanks to his demigod abilities. When he went inside, he found his mother sitting by the table and motioned him to sit. As he did, Medea explained what she wanted to give him. "I actually have two gifts to give you. One is something that you personally asked for before, but I told you no since you were too little at the time, and the other is something personal to me that only belongs to me. First, I'm going to give you the personal gift, and that is a skill of mine, a skill I personally developed throughout my long life. Now that you mentioned it, you're pretty old, aren't you?" As soon as those words came out of Lucian, he covered his mouth with both hands and looked at Medea, terrified. Medea looked at Lucian with a deadpan expression, but one could see her eye twitching. "I'm going to just ignore what you just said." Medea sighed. Medea then stood up and went around towards Lucian. "I will now teach you the skill known as high-speed divine words, which would allow you to cast spells and magic without incantations." Medea began, her voice composed and authoritative. "To cast spells without incantations, you must first understand the essence of magic lies beyond mere words. Focus on the intent behind the spell." She continued, "Feel the flow of magical energy within and around you. Watch closely." Medea extended her hand, fingers tracing intricate patterns through the air. "It's about precise control, melding your will with the arcane forces. Repeat after me, but without uttering a sound," she instructed, demonstrating the gestures slowly. "Mimic the movements exactly as I show you." Lucian attempted to replicate Medea's movements. Medea corrected and guided, emphasizing the importance of accuracy and fluidity in the gestures. "Concentrate on channeling your intent into the motion," she encouraged. "It's a blend of knowledge and instinct." Again, Medea prompted, observing Lucian's progress with a discerning eye. "Practice until the gestures become second nature, a seamless extension of your will. Remember, mastery of high-speed divine words requires unwavering focus and dedication," she concluded, imparting the wisdom of her millennia-long expertise onto her son. Lucian kept trying for a few minutes until he ran out of magic. Medea ruffled and patted Lucian's long hair when she saw his downcast expression when he didn't get it right. "You do know it's going to take a while until you get it right," Medea chuckled. "I would have been surprised if you actually got it on the first try." Lucian sighed and nodded his head, to which Medea just continued messing with his hair. "Don't be so down. Remember, I still have your other gift. Come on, I'll show you." Lucian smiled and nodded his head. He started following his mother up to the point where she stood before a door. "Wait, since when was there a door there? I'm pretty sure there wasn't a door there before. It must be the nasty juices and potions you keep giving me. It's messing with my head," Lucian said before seeing his opportunity and looking at his mother expectantly for the flavor spell. Medea just scoffed before playfully slapping him on the back of the head. The reason you couldn't see it before was because I hidden it under a spell so you wouldn't notice. Medea then opened the door, which showed stairs going downwards into what appeared to be the basement. "Yea, a basement. I always wanted one," Lucian said in a monotone voice. Medea slapped him on the back of the head again. "Don't be ungrateful. And no, I didn't get you a basement, just follow along. I was just joking, you know. Even if you did get me a basement, I would have loved it." Medea just scoffed at that and started going downstairs, which Lucian started following. When they reached the bottom, Lucian's eyes widened. "You made me a blacksmith workshop under our house. How the hell didn't I notice?" Medea just shrugged her shoulders. "It's your fault for not noticing. You mostly spend your time outside training, and when you come inside, you mostly spend it reading or training your magic. You do know I'm sometimes gone for hours on end and don't appear until the next day, right?" "You do." Medea sighed as she put a hand on her face. She shook her head and just started explaining, "Well, I didn't do it alone. I had to ask your father for help, much to my dismay. He got some blacksmith spirit of the dead to arrange everything and name every tool you'll ever need, which I went and got. Even Persephone went out of her way to ask those blacksmiths to write down any useful tips and lessons. Look, the book is there by the table." Lucian looked to where Medea was pointing to and saw a table full of tools of all shapes and sizes. Lucian nodded his head and turned around and started walking upstairs. Medea looked at this with a raised brow. "What? You don't like it?" "No, I really like it actually," Lucian's voice croaked with his back turned. Medea widened her eyes in shock. She doesn't even remember hearing Lucian cry before or get so emotional. So hearing his voice like that came as a big surprise. "I love it, in fact," Lucian continued before continuing up the stairs. "Where are you going?" Medea asked softly. "I'm going to bake them something as an offering to express my thanks," Lucian Voiker once again croaked while he continued walking. Due to being an orphan in his last life, he stopped celebrating his birthday since there was no point. He doesn't remember ever getting a birthday present in his past life. So after unexpectedly receiving so much love and kindness, moved Lucian to the point he doesn't even know how to express his thanks, except make them a small offering. And as Lucian disappeared up the stairs, Medea just stood there with a soft smile. What a kid boy, she thought. After a few hours, Lucian was done, much to Medea's amusement, as she was watching him the whole time to make sure nothing bad happened. Lucian presented Medea with a batch of freshly baked chocolate chip cookies and a few muffins. Lucian looks at Medea with a grateful and soft smile as, "Even if you are not a god, this is my offering to you as a thank you for everything you've done for me." Medea grew teary-eyed and put a hand on her mouth to stop herself from crying. She went and pulled Lucian into a tight hug and started kissing Lucian all over his face, much to his embarrassment. "Mom!" Lucian called out, pulling away with a beet red face. Medea chuckled, seeing his expression. "Thank you, baby," Medea said with a large smile. Lucian just turned his face away to hide his blush as he mumbled, "Well, I got an offering to make," and grabbed a box with a lot of baked goods inside of them. He walked with the box outside and put it in front of him. He then made the ground swallow it up completely. He then sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and put his hands together. "Hey, Dad. First off, I want to thank you and Annie, stepmom, for the weapon you made for me. It's so sick, so thanks. And thanks for helping Mom build me the underground smith. It looks awesome. As a thank you, I'm making you this offering. I honestly didn't know what to make you, so I made you mostly chocolatey things. As for stepmom/Annie, I hope I'm not being rude for assuming she likes things made out of fruits since she's the spring goddess, so I made her a fruit cake. Well, that's enough of me talking. Just make sure to enjoy. After all, they are to die for. Get it?" Lucian let out a sigh of relief when he was done. Due to being an atheist in his past life, it's a weird experience suddenly praying to a god, especially when one of those gods is his father. After praying to his father, Lucian closed his eyes and checked underneath to earth. To Lucian's relief, there was nothing there, which means his father must have gotten his offering. After checking, he went back inside and found his mother happily eating the cookies he made. "These are fantastic, Lucian. Good job." Lucian smirked and gained a smug expression. "Well, I learned from the best, after all. Medea just shook her head with a proud smirk and continued to eat cookies happily. As they say, time doesn't wait for no one. Lucian is already 6 years old. He was seen down in his smith hammering away on a small dagger that was glowing with a golden light. Lucian was currently using his demigod abilities of sensing precious metals to sense exactly where he needs to strike his hammer. When he was done, he grabbed tweezers and picked up the hot dagger and plunged it into water next to him, which caused it to release large amounts of steam. When he was done, he grabbed the now cold blade and hammered it into the handle of a small dagger, completing it. When he finished, he let out a sigh of relief and wiped his forehead that was dripping with sweat. He then grabbed the finished dagger, put it in its sheath, and put it next to its completed partner, making a beautiful pair of twin daggers. Image of the daggers. When he paired them up, he looked up to his mom, who was watching and supervising everything, and asked, "Can I get your opinion on them and test it out?" Medea nodded her head and went and grabbed the daggers, pulling them from their sheath. She then started swinging them around. She started stabbing and slashing the air for a few seconds and nodded her head. Lucian looked at her expectantly and asked, "So, what do you think?" Medea looked at him, raised an eyebrow, looked down on the daggers, and looked back at him and asked, "Do you really want to know what I'm thinking right now?" Lucian nodded his head, expecting harsh criticism. Medea just smirked as she said, "You got me thinking whether I fucked the god of the dead or the god of blacksmithing." "Mother!" Lucian shouted as his ears turned red from embarrassment. "Why would you say something like that?" Medea just chuckled and shrugged her shoulders because they're really well made. "Good job. Although it took you almost 2 years, you finally made something praiseworthy." Lucian then grew embarrassed and rubbed the back of his head. "Aw shucks. You're only saying that 'cause you're my mother." Medea rolled her eyes at his silliness and put the dagger inside their sheath and asked, "So what are you going to enchant them with? This is your biggest project, yet isn't it? Before you only enchanted small, regular, ordinary items. This time it's celestial bronze." Lucian put a hand on his chin as he started to ponder on the question. "I'll enchant the sheath first and foremost. They will be enchanted with the recall enchant. So, if a dagger goes missing, it will just reappear inside the sheath. Now on the daggers themselves, the most I could do is 3 enchantments without making them clash with each other and damaging the integrity of the daggers. In order for me to be able to add more, I would need more control of my magic and have more experience with high-speed divine words. So I'll go with the following 3 enchantments. Paralysis temporarily immobilizes enemies upon successful strikes, leaving them vulnerable for a short duration. Silent movement reduces the noise generated by your movements, enabling you to perform stealth attacks more effectively. Fortify one-handed/dual wielding increases the damage dealt when wielding the daggers, amplifying your offensive capabilities. As Medea listened, she nodded her head. "Those are good enchantments for a pair of daggers. Good thinking." Lucian nodded and started to work with a serious expression on his face, forgetting the world around him. Medea sighed, seeing this. "Looks like he'll be gone in his own world for a little while. I guess I should start preparing him something to eat." After a few hours, Medea went down to see Lucian's process and saw him leaning against the table while breathing heavily, which caused Medea to sigh. She went towards him and patted him in the back. "That's enough for today, honey. Go and take a shower. The food is about to be done." Lucian nodded and sluggishly started exiting his workshop, looking like he was going to drop from exhaustion any minute. Medea shook her head and looked toward the pair of twin daggers. She started to examine them, and after a while she let out a proud smile. "Although it's not perfect, it's still pretty good." Medea nodded appreciatively. When she was done, she went upstairs and started serving the food, but after a while, by the time Lucian was usually done taking a shower, he didn't come. Medea grew worried and went towards the shower and heard the shower running. She knocked on the door as she asked, "Honey, are you okay in there?" After not hearing him answer, after a few seconds, Medea quickly opened the door and entered, and as she did, she stopped what she was doing and looked at the scene in front of her with a weary smile, with her eyes and corner of her mouth twitching. Lucian was seen, but ass naked, leaning against the wall with his face pressed against, as hot water from the shower was hitting him. Medea didn't know if it was drool or just the water that was by the corners of his mouth. Medea's lip couldn't help but twitch at such a scene. She then smirked and went to grab something to record it with. When she was done preserving the memory, she went toward the shower and turned the handle towards the cold water. Lucian screamed, waking up and scrambling around feeling the sudden coldness. After a few seconds, Medea turned it off and looked at Lucian with her arms crossed. Lucian stood there still naked, shivering from the cold. What's the matter with YYU? He stuttered as his lips quiver from the coldness. What's the matter is that you're supposed to be downstairs, already eating before going to bed, not wasting water. Lucian grew embarrassed and started covering his privates. I swear it's just small because I'm cold. It's usually bigger. Medea just smacked him upside the head. Just get ready to eat and go to bed, she said as she turned around and left. And Lucian did just that. He got dried, he changed, went downstairs, ate with his mother, and went off to bed onto his next day. The next day, Lucian was seen standing in front of the campfire he made in front of his home, while being surrounded by batches of baked cookies he made. Seriously, Lucian, what are you doing? Yesterday, before you started working on the dagger, you spent the entire day baking cookies, which is unlike you. You have never missed a single day of your training until yesterday. Just what is so important? Medea asked with a bit of worry in her voice. I'm going to be 7 in a few days, so I want to do it before then. I've been working on this magic since I was 1 year old. As soon as I learned I could do magic, I've been studying every chance I could get to do it. The idea was just there, like I knew what I had to do, if that makes sense, Lucian attempted to explain. I really hope she's buying it. I'm trying to replicate a magic I've seen in my last life. So I really, really, really hope this works. If it does, I'm sure I'll be extremely powerful, Lucian thought. He then turned toward his mother and said in an unexpected serious tone, Mother, what I'm about to do is extremely dangerous. And as I'm doing this, I want you to promise me that you won't interfere or interrupt me, as it can mess up what I'm doing. Medea was taken aback by Lucian's tone. This is the first time Medea has heard Lucian sound so serious before. She has heard him sound serious before, but it wasn't anything close to what he sounds like right now. Medea and Lucian had a staring contest for a while before Medea broke it and sighed. You're really serious about this, huh? Lucian nodded, sighing once again. Medea nodded her head. All right. I promise I won't interfere. Lucian nodded his head and turned towards the campfire. He first took out the twin daggers he made and laid them in front of him on the ground. He went and took 5 batches of cookies and sweets he made, which he put his heart and soul into making, putting his hopes and dreams on every ingredient and cookie. He released one final sigh and threw the batch of cookies into the fire. He then started praying out loud, as if he was reciting something he wrote down. Oh, Hecate, goddess of enchantments and mysteries profound, whose ethereal light guides the arcane paths unwound. In reverence, I beseech thee, hear this earnest plea. Grant me thy wisdom, thy grace, that I may see, mistress of crossroads, whose triune essence reigns, thrice-formed deity, keeper of cosmic chains. In this realm of spells, where mysteries entwine, I kneel before thee, seeking divine guidance. Illuminate my spirit, O Hecate revered. With thy sacred knowledge, let my vision be cleared. Grant me insight into the weavings of magic's art. Teach me to wield spells with a steadfast heart. Great Hecate, wielder of the enchanted flame, whose wisdom transcends and bears no earthly name, grant me the prowess to harness power untold. Through incantations and symbols, let thy secrets unfold. As I tread the paths of incantations and rites, guide my hand, empower my spells with mystical lights. Infuse my workings with the essence of thy grace, so my sorcery may weave through time and space. May my intentions be pure, aligned with thy will, as I seek to bend the forces, yet be mindful still. Grant me mastery over the arcane's subtle call, to honor thy realm and never let my spirit fall. Oh, venerable Hecate, hear my fervent plea. Enshroud me in thy presence. Make thy teachings free, as I dedicate myself to the mysteries that bind. Grant me thy favor and wisdom unconfined. In thy name, I beseech thee, O goddess of magic's lore. Lead me through the labyrinthine paths to explore. In thy guidance, let my spells thrive and persist. In reverence, I honor thee, Hecate, the ever-mystic. Thus, I pray and offer homage at this homemade shrine. May thy brilliance within me forever brightly shine. Hail to thee, Hecate, goddess of the arcane art. Guide me through the workings of spells, never to depart. Medea's eyes looked like they were about to pop out of her head when he heard him mention that goddess. Many may not know, but Medea was once a divine priestess to Hecate herself, so hearing Lucian pray towards her was a shock. After she was hearing Lucian's prayer, she started to shake in fright. She wanted to scream out loud, go there and stop him and smack some sense into him. What the hell is he doing? She thought to herself. Just as she was about to do something about it, she remembers his serious expression and the confidence he had, and the promise she made. Meanwhile, as Lucian finishes his prayers, he hears the sweet voice of a woman inside his head. Now, this is quite a surprise. I don't think I remember the last time a mortal has prayed to me that wasn't even my descendant. All right, little demigod, you got my attention. Lucian nodded his head and started speaking to her in his head. I've mostly said what I wanted in my prayer. Please offer me your guidance in the magic I'm about to perform. And why should I do that? Hecate asked, genuinely curious. I'm willing to go on a quest for you, Lucian said seriously. There was a short pause before the sound of laughter, like bells chiming, could be heard inside his head. Lucian stood there still, wearing his serious expression, expressing the seriousness in his offer. This is simple, hilarious. You, a tiny demigod, are willing to go on a quest, just so I could guide you in a small spell you want to do. I don't even know what to call you, brave? Ignorant? A fool? I'll go with brave, please. Hecate just scoffed when he heard him. You're a funny one, aren't you? Lucian just shrugged his shoulders. That's not for me to decide. You sure are an amusing demigod. Now I'm curious who your father is. I detect a hint of death within you, but it's not too overpowering, like it normally is for the sons and daughters of Hades, but everyone knows of their pact between them, so it can't be them. Is it Thanatos? No, that can't be. It's too small to be his. Hey, I'm still growing, Lucian jokes, before quickly covering his mouth. There was a loud silence between them, which just made Lucian more scared the longer the silence prevailed, which was thankfully broken by Hecate laughing, much to Lucian's relief. Hee hee, what a cute little demigod. Is your father the god of jokes or something? Lucian shook his head. You were right the first time. This left Hecate quite shocked. So Hades was the one to break the pact first of the big three. What pact? Lucian asked, playing the clueless child act. Since you've entertained me so, I guess I wouldn't mind sharing. The big three, which are Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, made a pact together that they wouldn't father any more children, fearing their potential. I still can't believe it was Hades who broke it. Doubt it. Lucian scoffed. Oh, you sound confident of yourself. Why is that? Hecate asked curiously. Look who we're comparing. Asterisk scoffs. You have a point, but still no child of Zeus has been reported, Hecate added. And never have I, Lucian added. Another good point. Hey, want to make a bet? Lucian asked. How did this go from a prayer to help you do your little magic to you being so foolish as to making a bet with a god? Are you already tired of living, boy? 1. My magic isn't little, just my height. And 2. Isn't that a no then? Now, I never said that, did I? But what could you possibly offer or want for you to make such a bet? I'm willing to become your slave for all my life. Seriously? If you're willing to bet something like that, it makes me believe you're certain of your chance of winning. Now, why would I agree to something like that? And pre-tell, what do you want in return? I want to become your student. If I win, I want you to take me in as your disciple of sorts. Interesting offer, but you still haven't told me why I should agree to such a thing when you sound so certain of your chances of winning. Lucian just shook his head. I'm not, though. So you are willing to sacrifice what you mortals value most, which is your supposed freedom, if it means you at least have a chance to become my student? Absolutely, Lucian said, emitting an aura of confidence. You're the most interesting mortal I have met, and being at such a young age at that. I just can't help but ask why. Why are you willing to throw such a thing away? Lucian just looked confused. Isn't it obvious? It's because you're worth it, he said, sounding even more confident than before. Even Hecate could feel how sure he was of himself. Fortunately, Hecate wasn't in front of Lucian, or he would have seen how much his words had affected her, as she became a blushing mess that even her furry little friends were looking at her with confusion and concern. After not hearing from her for a few minutes, he tilts his head and calls out to her hello. Before Hecate could respond, Lucian grabbed another batch of cookies and threw them at the fire. Sorry, the offering must have burned out, Lucian apologizes. Luckily, they gave Hecate time to recollect her as she said, "You know what, sure we can make the bet." Lucian silently pumped his fist. "Okay, then let's swear it on the river." "Why? You don't trust me to keep my word." "It would be foolish of me if I did." "Good, you were taught well." "I was taught by one of the best after all," Lucian said with pride in his voice. "Oh, and who is that?" "My mother," Lucian nodded proudly. "I'm going to need a name, kid," Hecate said, while scoffing. "Oh, well, some people know her as Medea, the Witch of Betrayal." There was another short pause before Hecate started laughing once again. "Ha ha ha! That little lassie is still alive? Ha ha ha! And she's your mother? I'm surprised you made it to reach this many years in age then." Hecate then unexpectedly stopped laughing and asked, "Wait a minute, child. So you mean to tell me your dad is Hades and your mother is Medea?" "Yes." Lucian asked, confused as to why she would ask that. "Whoa, kid, talk about heritage. If you live a long life, you could potentially become one of the strongest demigods out there, but you're going to have to suffer an equal amount of pain to make it." Lucian nodded. "I know that's the whole point of all of this. I'm preparing myself. The magic I'm trying to perform would perhaps make it easier, and that's why I'm doing everything I can to at least be your student and learn from you." "You sure are honest." Lucian just shrugged his shoulders. "I have no reason to lie." "Very well, then let's first start by the bet. I, Hecate, goddess of magic, swear on the river Styx to take you in as a disciple if I lose the bet against you." Lucian nodded and said out loud, much to his mother's horror, "I, Lucian Blackheart, swear on the river Styx to give up my free will to you should I lose the bet." "Lucian, what the hell did you just do?" Medea couldn't help and scream out to Lucian as the sky rumbled, signifying their agreement being made. After Medea's scream, Lucian held out his hand in a stopping motion and held out a finger, saying to wait a minute. Medea, seeing this, wanted to go and wrangle his neck, but she held herself back. She knew how dangerous it was to interrupt someone when doing something like this. So all she could do was grit her teeth and hope for a good outcome. Once Lucian said his piece, although he couldn't see it, Hecate raised her brow in astonishment. He actually went and did it. Does he even understand the implications of such actions? No, he does. I don't know why, but I have a feeling he does. Furthermore, he's the son of Medea. And for as long as I know Medea, I know she would teach her son everything she knows, even if she was a little unhinged. So still knowing the implications, he went and did it. What a crazy child. Image of Hecate. Hecate then continued with what they were discussing earlier. Now that that is done, let's discuss the reason for your prayers. Lucian nodded his head. This is a magic I've been researching for years. I already have the incantations ready. Now, I just need your help. Oh, goddess. Very well. But in order for me to do this, you must accept a quest of mine later on. Do we have an agreement? Lucian nodded his head. We do. You may begin. Lucian nodded his head once again and aimed his hands toward the daggers on the floor. He then closed his eyes and started to remember the incantation he came up with for this specific spell. In shadows deep, where mysteries swell, with whispered words my power I tell. Trace on, through arcane design. In fiery forge, my strength shall shine. Earth's embrace, foundation firm. Metal's edge, the blades affirm. Ignite the flames, let power surge. Trace on, the elements converge. As soon as he finished his words, information started appearing in his head about the weapon in front of all information on how it was made. An excited expression soon came across Lucian's face. FFFFFUCCKK, YYYYHHH. Hecate made a sound of clearing her tone, making Lucian realize what happened. His ears grew red in embarrassment. Sorry, he squeaked out. Now is that all? Hecate inquired. Lucian shook his head. No, this is a two-parted spell. I will now begin the second part. Lucian then closed his eyes and started saying another incantation from mind to reality, a conjuring art in the void where creation start. Project the essence of my desire. Bring forth the image. Set the world on fire. No limits bind. No chains restrain. In the realm of projection, I shall reign, manifest my will to be. A reality born from the void, set free. As soon as Lucian finished saying it, daggers started appearing. Lucian was using his control of precious metal to make them float next to him. The daggers were exactly the same as the ones on the floor. They were an exact replica. Lucian nodded proudly with a large smile on his face. Lucian bowed his head. Thank you, O goddess, for your help. I would be forever grateful. Hecate just scoffed at that. Yeah, sure, don't worry about it. Now if that is all, I'll take my leave. Wait before you go, Lucian said, stopping her. What is it? Hecate asked. Lucian went and grabbed all the remaining baked sweets he made for this occasion and threw them all in the fire as an offering. Here for you as a thank you gift. Although Lucian couldn't see it, Hecate smiled slightly as she went away. When he felt her leave, Lucian let out a sigh of relief. He turned toward his mother and gave her a thumbs up. Medea, once she saw it, nodded her head and looked at Lucian with a bright smile. When Lucian blinked, she disappeared from Lucian's view and where she was standing. Slap! Lucian was then thrown to the ground as Medea reappeared in front of him. She slapped him so hard across the face, a large bright handprint was seen on his cheek. Lucian was on the floor with a shocked expression, holding his burning cheek, and looked up to his mother in surprise. When he looked up at her with a shocked expression and watery eyes due to the pain, he saw Medea looking down at him with tears in her eyes. She then crouched down and enveloped Lucian in a tight hug. How can you be so smart and so stupid at the same time? Do we not discuss this? The gods are not something to be messing with. It could lead to serious problems. And the hell was that about a bet on losing your free? Well, are you crazy? Oh, you just make me want to wrangle your neck, young man. Medea screamed as she held his face with both of her hands. Medea then sighed while looking at his face and brought him in for another tight hug. Oh, I can't stay mad at you. But don't think I'm forgiving you that easily, young man. You will tell me what bet you made that you willing made that bet. Medea screamed once again as she broke the hug and held his face. To which Medea sighed once again and brought him in for another tight hug. I'm sorry for hitting you, but what you just did was very idiotic, so I don't regret doing it. And I will do it again if you're thinking of doing anything remotely similar. The only one which is okay is your father. So started talking, Mr. What is that you were willing to risk your freedom for? And it better be good. If it's something stupid, I swear to the gods, Lucian, I will hit you again. Lucian sighs. He couldn't be mad at his mother for hitting him, as she was mostly concerned for his safety, so he started explaining. Basically, the goddess couldn't believe my father would be the first one to break the oath of the big three, so I made a bet with her that if my father was really the first one, I would give up my freedom to her, and if I was right, she would take me as her student. Now, before you get mad at me, just look at who my dad is up against, so I'm willing to say my chances are really, really high. And my intuitions told me I was right, and as you would always say, trust your intuition, for they shall never fail you. If anything, I was just following your advice. Oh, so you're saying it's my fault now? Medea said with a hand on her hips, as she was now standing up looking down on Lucian as he was explaining. No, ma'am, Lucian said sheepishly, kneeling in front of her with his head down. Medea scoffed as she said, very well, you said your intuition was telling you. You were right, so I guess you're right on taking this gamble, so I won't stay mad for long. Lucian let out a sigh of relief and stood up. He then turned towards his mother and bowed his head, sorry for worrying you. Now, if you don't mind, I need to work in the smith. Thanks to my new magic, a lot of ideas have opened up. Medea sighed again and nodded her head. You are forgiven. You can go ahead. Lucian nodded his head and went back inside, but not before picking up his 2 daggers and dispelling the ones he made. Lucian was seen once again inside his smith, polishing the tip of an arrowhead. His concentration was then interrupted by the sound of his mother knocking on the door. When he looked up, he saw her looking at him with concern and a hidden sadness in her eyes. Lucian tilted his head when he saw her expression. "What? What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Honey, why are you rushing?" Now Lucian was confused. "What are you talking about?" "First, it was the daggers. You did all of it at once to the paint. You couldn't even stand up straight from exhaustion. Then it was the thing with your magic and the bet you made. And now this. You were always someone who took their time when doing something, but all of a sudden you're acting like there's a time limit upon you and are rushing to meet the deadline. Why?" Lucian stopped what he was doing and looked even more confused, but it wasn't about what Medea said, it was about himself. "She's right. Why am I rushing?" Lucian thought to himself. "I don't know. I just feel like I have to do everything very quickly. That I should get ready for something, but I just don't know what. So that's what I'm doing," Lucian said while shrugging his shoulders. Medea just sighed, and shaking her head, she looked at Lucian as she said, "Just try to relax." As she was leaving, all Medea thought was as expected of the son of the Lord of the Underworld. He can feel it. My time is slowly coming to an end, and he can feel it. Lucian, seeing her leave, just went back to what he was doing and finished the arrow he was making. When he was done, he looked at it all over and examined every inch of it. He nodded his head, but decided to enchant it later as his magic hasn't recovered from trying on his magic earlier with Hecate. With nothing else left to do, Lucian went out and started practicing with his scythe. He would start practicing on how to transition between weapons. He would start with a scythe and switch to his sword, or start with the chain scythe and switch into a bow. He trained to the point he felt both his arms were about to come off, and slowly made his way inside and found his mother waiting like always with another one of her conjectures. Lucian went and down the entire thing in one go, and shook his head when he was done to shake off the nasty feeling. "Thanks, Mom," he said as he went up and got showered and dressed, which he then proceeded to sleep until the next day. The next day, Lucian was in his smith enchanting a singular arrow. As it's an arrow, it should have enchantment of piercing, ignores a percentage of the target's armor, making the arrow more effective against heavily armored foes. Lightning speed increases the arrow's velocity, allowing for faster travel and minimizing the chance for enemies to dodge. Explosive causes a small explosion upon impact, dealing area of effect damage to nearby foes. Lucian then got to work and started concentrating on doing everything right. After a few hours, he was done. It was quicker and easier than the daggers, Lucian said to himself. "Well, I mean, of course it's easier. I only had to do one set of enchantments." He took a hold of the arrow with on hand on the head of it and the arrow by the bottom. He tilted it slightly upwards and started examining it. He nodded his head. "This is perfect." He then closed his eyes and said, "Trace on," gaining information on the arrow and storing the arrow away. When he was done, he went outside into the yard and set up target practices, each a little further away from one another. He stood in front of his house and turned his skull ring into a bow. As he held the bow in one hand, he used his new acquired magic to make a new arrow. He placed the arrow on the string of the bow and pulled it back and started taking aim. He took a deep breath and kept his hand steady. After a while, Lucian released the arrow, causing it to fly and hit the closest target right in the center. As the arrowhead hit the center target, it soon exploded, sending wood fragments flying everywhere. Seeing this, Lucian smirked. "Oh yeah, this is awesome." He conjured another arrow and drew back on the string of the bow and took aim at the target that was a bit farther away. But as he did, he grew a little more daring. He conjured one more arrow and placed it on top of the first arrow and continued to draw on the string. Lucian then released them, but instead of hitting the center, it hit the place right on top and bottom of the center target. After a few seconds, the target exploded with a bigger reaction, causing the wood pieces to come close to hitting him, even though he was farther away from the target. Lucian gained an awkward expression when he saw the arrow not hit the center like he wanted. "It looks like I still need practice." Lucian then continued to conjure more arrows until he was almost out of magic, and continued practicing until his arms felt heavy and couldn't draw his bow. As he was relaxing and catching his breath, he saw a couple of birds flying about. One of them was seen flying a little too close to the ward that Medea has set up. When the bird got in between the two trees that were part of the ward, it started getting electrocuted. It started spazzing about in the air before it flopped down on the ground with smoke coming off its body. Lucian looked at the bird on the ground weirdly. This was the first time he has seen something die in front of him as the son of Hades. Maybe that was the reason he was drawn to it. Lucian got up from where he was standing and started walking toward the dead bird, as if he was in a trance. When he got in front of it, just a few steps away from exiting the ward, he stopped. As he stopped, he kept looking at the dead body of the bird with an ounce of an expression on his face. He then felt something deep within, his mouth open on its own, and the words just seemed to pour out, and in a deep, subtle voice he said, "Arise." As those words came out of Lucian's mouth, the shadow of the dead bird started to expand slightly. Out came a completely black bird that started flapping his wings slightly, but before Lucian had any chance to say anything or express his surprise, his eyes rolled back to the back of his head and plopped to the ground. As Lucian lost consciousness, the shadowy bird went and sank into Lucian's shadow, becoming one with it. When Lucian started opening his eyes, he saw the ceiling of his room. He then quickly sat up and looked around. He saw to his side his mother landing her head in the bed asleep. Lucian gave a warm smile when he saw this. She must have found me knocked out in the field. Speaking of the field, what the hell was that? It felt like I was pulling something from the bird's shadow, Lucian thought, with a pondering expression. Due to his previous movement, Medea woke and looked at Lucian with an annoyed expression. "What did you do now? Didn't I saw that it was dangerous to be knocked out by magic exhaustion?" Lucian put his hands up in a surrendering position. "Before you can to reprimand me, just know that it wasn't my fault." Medea looked at Lucian with an accusatory look and raised an eyebrow at him. "If it isn't your fault, then who is?" My demigod abilities?" "What?" Medea asked while looking at him in confusion. Lucian then started explaining what occurred and what he last witnessed before losing consciousness. "So you didn't willingly do it?" Medea asked, to which Lucian shook his head. Lucian then felt something on him and said, "Wait a minute." He closed his eyes and made that thing he fell on him to get off of him. As he did, the shadow bird came out from underneath him and started flying around before landing on his shoulder. "Are you controlling it?" Medea asked, bewildered, to which Lucian shook his head once again. "I see," Medea said while examining it. "It's a pure shadow construct with intelligence now that is fascinating. And you got from the dead body of a bird. I can see why you said it's from your demigod abilities. It's most definitely an aspect of your father's multiple abilities combined." Medea then wrapped her hands around it and closed her eyes. She started examining it with her magic, trying to figure out how it works. After a few minutes, he released it, which caused the bird to fly and perch itself back on Lucian's shoulders. "I see. It's a combination of everything," Medea said in wonder. "Your affinity with the sun has made your abilities to interact with shadows at a much higher level. I'll try and explain what I learned just now of your abilities. This unique ability enables them to extract shadows from the deceased or defeated. It capitalizes on the concept that shadows are symbolic imprints of life and manifestations of a being's essence. The power operates independently of the soul, emphasizing the ephemeral nature of shadows and their detached connection to the true self. It's like controlling a ghostly echo of the person without requiring their soul. Shadows, in essence, are mere reflections, not the real deal. This power taps into that residual imprint to command the shadow, like a spectral sidekick, if that made sense. Lucian then began to ponder on his mother's words. "Okay, I'll try to really simplify what you just said to make myself understand. In layman's terms, a shadow is a reflection created when light hits an object, such as the sun. I've got a strong connection to the sun because of my legacy. Now, with my inherited abilities from my dad, who can control shadows and command the dead, it takes things to a whole new level. What I pull out isn't exactly the soul. It's more like the reflection of that being. And once I extract it, that shadowy reflection becomes loyal to me." After he was done, Lucian looked at Medea for confirmation of what he said, to which Medea nodded her head. Before Lucian let out a sigh of relief, Medea interrupted, Don't get ahead of yourself. We don't know how dangerous this power could be or its limitations. So I want you to promise me that you will be careful when using it. Do I make myself clear? Lucian nodded his head. Yes, ma'am. Medea nodded and patted his long hair. Now, then, come eat. You've been unconscious for a whole day, so you must be hungry. Lucian nodded and got up. As he got his feet back on the floor, he looked at the bird on his shoulder and noticed its species. It was a raven. Wait, a raven? I heard they're bad omen. This can't be good, Lucian thought before putting it at the back of his head. He'll worry about it later once his stomach stops rumbling due to his hunger. As he kept thinking about the raven resting on his shoulder, he said, "You know what, I'll give you a name. Bartholomew. Perfect." After Lucian went down and ate, he went back onto the forge and started making other arrows. But this time he changed the explosion enchantments and made 3 different arrows with 3 different effects. Flame, frost, shock damage. Adds elemental damage to the arrow, causing additional fire, frost, or shock damage upon impact. As he made each individual arrow, he whispered the right words in order for them to work each in Latin, as to try and broaden his horizon in magic and gain experience. Exardesco, which is an enchantment related to fire, meaning flame, take fire, become heated, burst out into a blaze, light up, kindle. Jealous, which is an enchantment related to frost, meaning frost, cold, coldness, chill, chillness, ice. Impulsa, which is a state of being shocked and has no other translation, but with the right intent behind his words, it gets the enchantment working like how it's supposed to. As he was finishing everything, he failed to notice Medea looking at him with a melancholy expression. Watching Lucian work so hard, all she could do was watch him with a proud smile how much he's grown and how strong he's become in such a short time. She doesn't have a single doubt that Lucian would continue to grow stronger and become one of the strongest demigods to ever live. But she knows she won't be alive to see it. She won't be there to watch her son grow up and become the handsome man he will become. That would be her punishment for escaping death for so long. That's a punishment so harsh that not even the judges of the Underworld would have thought of it. She won't be there when he kills his first monster. She won't be there when he goes to his day of school, which she didn't allow him to go due to certain reasons. She won't be there when he gets his heart broken by a girl. She won't be there when he finds a girl he falls in love with. She won't be there to watch him do many of his firsts. With a look back, she looks at Lucian, still concentrating on his arrows, and retreats back to her room to prepare. After checking the time, I realized it's 11 p.m., meaning I only have an hour left. I have to break the news to Lucian. If I had done this earlier, it would have been extremely difficult to say goodbye. I don't know if it would have been on him or on me. With a heavy heart, I sat up from my bed and made my way towards Lucian's room that was right next to mine. As I sneaked my way inside, I couldn't help but smile looking at his position. He's all spread out with his limbs everywhere. He's always been a messy sleeper. I sat on his bed and watched his steady breathing, and I couldn't help but let out a tiny chuckle hearing him snore so peacefully. I moved his long black hair out of his face softly as I whispered him awake. "Lucy, honey, we need to talk. It's important." Lucian's eyes snapped wide open. "Lucy?" he asked, his voice sounding deep as he just woke up. His expression then got serious. He tried to get up and look at me. "You only call me girly names when it's something serious. What's wrong? It's best if you put on your sandals and meet me outside. I'll wait, but don't take too long," I said, trying to not make him nervous or expressing my anxiousness. It was quick as Lucian started following close behind me as I got outside in the middle of the night. As soon as we got outside, Lucian wrapped his arms around himself due to the sudden coldness, as he was just wearing black shorts and a white t-shirt. My lips couldn't help but soften when I saw him. "I know you're cold, honey, but bear with me on this. It's really important. Aren't you now acting weird? What happened?" "You're starting to worry me," Lucian said, his expression staying serious. He just looked so adorable, it was hard to actually take him seriously for most of the time. I took my little Lucy by surprise when I sat down on the ground and patted the grass next to me. "Come and sit." After looking at me weirdly, he nodded and sat down. We looked at the sky for a few seconds as I then spoke. "Lucian, how old do you think I am?" Lucian looked a bit bewildered and asked nervously, "Is this a trick question? 'Cause if it is, you don't look a day over 20. Anyone who saw us would think we were brother and sister. Chuckling, I shook my head. No, silly, I meant seriously, how old do you think I truly am? Lucian then got into a position he always does when he goes deep into his thoughts. He puts a hand on his chin and goes into deep thought, forgetting the world around him for a few seconds. All I truly know is that it's more than 3,000 years old. Lucian said after thinking about it for a while. 3,200, I correct. Damn, he said in a low-pitched voice. I responded with an unamused look which just turned into a sigh. Sorry, he said, sounding nervous and looking at me for a reaction. He let out a sigh of relief when he just saw me shake my head at his antics. Anyways, as you can tell, I'm pretty old. That's an understatement, he muttered under his breath. What? I asked while narrowing my eyes in his direction, which causes him to flinch. Sorry, he squeaked out. Rolling my eyes, I just continued. As I was saying, as you can tell, I'm pretty old, which shouldn't be possible. I looked in his direction to see his reaction, and he just stared at me, studying my face, trying to see where I was going with this. No mortal has lived as long as I have. Some tried to, but your father and the god of death would always be able to find them, and they would be punished heavily for it. It is something your father seriously hates, such instances like Sisyphus, as I told you his story before. I explained, to which he nodded, remembering the lessons I taught him about the gods and heroes. Seeing him nodding, I continued. You see, I had help. The only reason I'm still alive is thanks to the fates. They came to me one day back in the old days when the gods were more active. They held a string which I guess represented my life, and said almost mockingly, "We have decided to let you live for a couple of years. We decided to intervene just this once in someone's fate. As for the reason, you will meet a god and give birth to a demigod who will be important to us. That's all you are allowed to know." Stupid hags, they said a couple of years, but they kept me alive for 3 millennia. Lucian was now looking at me with his mouth wide open, which caused me to chuckle. I wrapped my arm around his head and kissed the top of it. I then leaned my head downwards towards his and said, "And I couldn't have been more happy. You are and will always be the greatest gift those gods have given me. Anyways, after you were born, they stopped helping, which at the time meant my time and usefulness to them was done. You see, when you turned 1 year old and asked me who your father was, he came and visited me when I told you his name. He was able to find me thanks to it. You don't have to feel guilty or anything for asking. I was going to get in contact with him anyways. During our talk, we came to an agreement. He would allow me to stay with you for only 6 more years, which was a perfect time frame. When I let go of him, although he tried to hide it, it was obvious what I said made him emotional due to his eyes getting watery. Lucian then wrapped his arms around his knee, and his lips started trembling slightly. "So how many?" he managed to say with a bit of pain behind his voice. I tilted my head in confusion. "What? How many days do you have to live?" he asked with tears streaming down his face, which I don't think he noticed. "So you figured it out, huh?" I said with a sigh. "You couldn't have been more obvious. The dates line up to now, and it's all making sense. The reason I was rushing all my work recently, the random raven that suddenly popped out of nowhere. And now you're talking about your life, which I doubt you're just telling me about since you feel nostalgic," Lucian said while biting his lips. "So how many?" he asked me once again. With a sigh, I told him, "A few minutes." As soon as I said this, he snapped his head toward my direction. "What? And you're only telling me this now?" He stood up with his fist clenched and stood in front of me and continued yelling and pouring out his grievances. "Why are you only telling me this now? We could have spent so much time together. Instead, I spent the rest of our time together in that stupid forge. It truly pains me to see him like this. He always acts and sounds so mature that I sometimes forget he's just a child." I could already feel my eyes brimming with tears as I stood up and wrapped my arms around him. "I couldn't," I said, choking on my words. "I wanted to let you know sooner, but it would have made our goodbyes so much harder." Our tears wouldn't stop flowing as we stayed hugging each other. With each sob, other hugs got tighter and tighter. I then felt it. It was my time. Wiping away my tears, I knelt down to Lucian's eye level and held his face. "Okay, Lucy, listen well, cause I don't have much time. I left you some money under the floorboard in my room next to my bed. It should last you a few years if you spend it wisely. It has both mortal money and drachma. I know it's irresponsible of me, but I want you to make a long journey to Long Island. There you'll find a camp that's filled with demigods. It's called Camp Half-Blood. It's a place your father wants you to go to. And during your journey, I want you to gain experience fighting monsters and how to survive. I know you, Lucian. I know your strength, I know your abilities, and I know your skills. Heck, I taught you most of them, so I also know you will survive. Will you be injured and experience pain? Undoubtedly. But I have no doubt in my mind you will emerge victorious. I then felt my legs start turning into dust, making its way toward my torso. Hades has taken a hold of me, which means Lucian has officially turned 7 years old. I kissed Lucian's forehead and pressed my forehead against his as I look into his black eyes filled with tears. Lucian, I love you, sweetie, and happy birthday. And with that, I closed my eyes, accepting my fate. Tears streamed down Lucian's cheeks as his mother turned into golden dust. He dropped to his knees as tears kept on falling. He knew he would get to see if went towards the underworld and speak to his father, but that doesn't change the fact that she's dead, and he will miss her greatly. And who even knows when he would get the chance to go to the underworld. Lucian spent minutes mourning the loss of his mother, to the point he popped a blood vessel in his eyes. Lucian kept on crying until he ran out of tears. After catching his breath from his heavy, crying, Lucian grabbed a handful of the golden dust and carried it inside without an ounce of an expression on his face. The only thing discernible about him was his puffy red eyes and red lining on his face, showing the trails of which his tears took. While inside, Lucian started looking around the house for a small bag. Once he found a small leather bag inside his mother's, he emptied what was inside and put the golden dust inside of it and closed it. When he finished, he turned to what was in the leather bag. It appears to just be a shiny jewel, which Lucian picked up. After looking at it for a few seconds, he just put it on the nightstand next to her bed. He picked the leather bag and tied a small string to it and turned it into a little necklace which Lucian put on. He took a hold of the little bag that was on his neck and closed his eyes as his lip trembled slightly. He knew he had to do one more thing before his strength left him, and he collapses and falls asleep, hoping this would all be a nightmare. He went into the kitchen and started making a meal. As he was making it, tears started forming in his eyes. He started to feel alone once again, a feeling he was really starting to hate. After a couple of minutes of cooking his offering, he was done and started cleaning the kitchen and everything he used. When he was done with that, he went with the food outside and set up a fire. He threw the entire meal into the fire and prayed like he never prayed before. Dad, please, I beg of you, take care of my mother. Lucian then heard a grunt inside his head, causing his eyes to widen. She's just going to be put to work for her crimes of escaping death, but don't worry, I'll make sure she's treated fairly. Lucian just stared at the fire in shock. That's the first time his dad has ever talked to him, which was something he didn't expect. Lucian's expression gained a small, soft smile, feeling thankful. Thank you was all he said to that. Hades didn't respond to that. After putting out the fire, Lucian reluctantly turned around and headed inside. When he closed the door, he took a few quick breaths to calm his breathing and went towards his room. When he got into bed, he wrapped himself in his blankets, closed his eyes tightly, and took a hold of the small bag. Happy birthday to me, Lucian whispered to himself before falling into a deep sleep, feeling tired after his stressful day. 1 month later, Bartholomew flew around Lucian's room before he started peeking Lucian in the face, waking him up from his slumber. He swatted Bartholomew out of his face while muttering, Okay, I get it already, you stupid bird, you can leave me alone now, I'm awake now. Lucian then slowly sat up on his bed and sighs. It has been a month since Medea's departure from this world, and the pain doesn't get easier. It's not a pain that simply goes away or lessens. Lucian has simply started getting used to the feeling. He wakes up and does his daily routines. When he is done, he starts eating breakfast by himself. After he was finished, he cleaned his plate and sighed to himself while doing it. When he put the plate away, he looked around and realized how dirty the house was becoming. I should just get this over with. Mom would have definitely yelled at me if she realized how dirty I let the place become, Lucian said to himself with a small smile. And he went and started cleaning the entire house, going room by room, making sure everything was spotless until he stood in front of his mother's room, the only place he hasn't entered throughout the entire month. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before entering the room. It looked the same as when he last left it. He then started to clean it. As he was cleaning, he took a step which caused the floor to make a creaking noise. Hearing this, Lucian intentionally stepped on it again, causing the floor to creak again. Lucian put down the broom he had in his hands and knelt on the floor on one knee. He then started examining the floor and noticed an empty space to the side of a floorboard. The space was only wide enough where one could fit their finger inside. Curious, he fit his finger inside and lifted the floorboard and moved it to the side. What he saw inside left him somewhat speechless. That's right. She did say she left me money so I can make my way towards Camp Half-Blood, didn't she? Lucian said after looking at the multiple bags of gold, which were drachma. As Lucian picked one of the bags to examine them, he saw that underneath the drachmas laid stacks of dollars all neatly arranged. Lucian couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle at his mother choices. Why didn't she just buy a safe or something? Why are they on the floor, haha? As he held the bag of coins in his hands, he sighed once again. I guess this is a sign. It's time I made my way to camp. But how in the underworld am I supposed to carry all this? Bartholomew then came flying and perched himself on Lucian's shoulders. Not now, Bartholomew, I'm thinking here. Why don't you go and rest at my sha? Lucian snapped his fingers. That's right. My shadow. Lucian looked down onto his shadow and dropped the bag he was holding. The bag just fell and made some noise before just staying there. Lucian just looked at the bag with an awkward expression. Right, I'm supposed to activate it. Lucian controlled his shadow, making it take a hold on the bag of money and pull it inside his shadow. Lucian let out a sigh of relief when he realized he could feel it in his shadows. He made more tendrils of shadows appear and wrapped themselves around the other bags of coin and pulled them inside. Lucian nodded his head when he felt all 20 bags of gold drachma. He then willed his shadow to consume the dollar bills, leaving the floor bare without anything inside. Lucian made the shadow tendrils wrap themselves around the floorboard and move it back in place. When he was done, he resumed cleaning, leaving the place spotless, then went to pack what he would need. Lucian went to his room and grabbed a bag and started filling it up with clothes and all utilities he would need. When he was done with that, he went and took a shower. When he was done, he got dressed and stood in front of the mirror in his room. He was wearing long black saga pants, a white shirt underneath with a black hooded overhit. He tied his long black hair into a messy bun and smiled at himself in the mirror. Looking good. Must be another power of being a demigod, he said to himself, while looking at his 4 canine-like teeth, giving him a tiny bit of a savage look. When he was done admiring himself, he slowly exited the house, looking at everything on more time to remember it. Lucian stood in front of his childhood home and looked at it for a bit before sighing and looking ahead. He slowly walked towards the edge of the war Medea, made to keep them safe, and stood in front of the boundary line. He took a deep breath and took a step outside, finally leaving the safety of his home. Lucian was seen running for his life as he was being chased by a group of 5 Laestrygonians. I literally only took a step outside, and I'm already being chased. This world sucks ass. Come back here, yummy demigod. One of the Laestrygonians shouted at Lucian. Yeah, come here, we promise to season you well. Another one called out. You guys are cannibals, aren't you? Why don't you just eat each other? Lucian yelled while running through the forest and in between trees. But due to their size, the giants were slowly catching up to him as they were covering more ground. Lucian turned his head and looked behind and saw one of the giants running quickly and stretching out his hand, ready to grab him. Lucian clicked his tongue and decided to get creative. He turned his ring into a chain scythe and spun it a few times and threw it to the side, wrapping itself around a tree. And as it did, Lucian jumped to the side. As he did, the giant that was gaining on him tripped on the chain, causing him to fall and faceplant on the ground. Seeing his opportunity, Lucian quickly got up as he fell and willed his chain scythe to turn into its default form of scythe. When he arrived before the cannibal, it already put his hands in a position to get up, but Lucian didn't let him. He swung his scythe from underneath him, decapitating it, causing it to slowly turn into dust. Lucian turned his head and saw that the other Laestrygonians were already before him, but he wasn't as scared as he previously was. In fact, he had a large smile on his face, showing his canines. The reason why he was smiling and wasn't as scared as he was before isn't because there's one less enemy to worry about. Well, maybe that, but no, the main reason is because he just gained a useful ally. Arise! Lucian yelled, causing the shadow of the previous slain Laestrygonians to manifest itself right where it turned into dust. It appeared at the perfect moment, as the other Laestrygonians soon arrived surrounding Lucian. Lucian willed the shadow Laestrygonian to pick him up as the other Laestrygonians rushed towards him in a timely manner. "Throw me," Lucian commanded, and the Laestrygonian did just that. As it threw him towards one of the giants in front of him, he willed his scythe to turn into a spear and impale the spear right on the giant's forehead, causing it to also turn into dust. But what Lucian didn't consider, however, was how hard his Laestrygonian threw him. As Lucian went right through its forehead, he didn't slow down and ended up crashing against a tree, causing air to escape his lungs, which gave the other giants the perfect opportunity to come running towards him. Dash asterisk gasp asterisk rise. Lucian yelled out while trying to catch his breath. I'm such a dumbass, Lucian thought. Another shadow giant appears, turning the previous 5 cannibalistic giants into a 3. Lucian willed the 2 giants to hold off 2 out of the 3 remaining giants, leaving 1 for him to deal with. The 2 shadow giants started throwing punches at their opponents, angering them. Where did they come from? One of them yelled and threw a punch to his shadow counterpart. Maybe if we eat the yummy demigod, they will go away. Another one responded while trying to grapple his opponent. Get in my stomach, the third one yelled while bending down to grab Lucian. Lucian, who was still trying to catch his breath, slowly lifted himself and pushed his leg, rolling underneath the giant that was trying to grab him. As he rolled, he willed his spear to turn into a sword. He got out of the roll, spun around, and slid slightly on his knees. He swung his sword at its Achilles' heels, causing it to roar in pain. Arg! Noticing it couldn't get up, it used its hand to turn himself around and backhand Lucian. Lucian managed to block most of it by turning his sword to the side, but he was still sent flying. Lucian ended up going through some trees, causing him to vomit blood. He slowly stood on one knee and pushed himself to get up while shaking slightly due to the pain. He coughed some blood, but he still held on and stood up. He willed his sword to turn into a bow and whispered projection, conjuring an explosion arrow. The giant that was on his knees turned towards Lucian's direction and started using his arms and hands to propel him with an angry expression on its face. Seeing the giant fast approaching almost freaked Lucian out, but surprisingly the pain kept him sane. He took a deep breath and held it to stop his shaking and drew on the bow string with the arrow in the middle of it. He released his breath as he released his grip on the string, causing the arrow to fly and lodge itself on the giant's forehead. It stopped moving, and the arrow exploded, causing the head of the giant to explode as a consequence, turning it dust. Lucian felt his magic start to deplete and looked over to the other giants. Lucian saw one of them beating one of his shadows with a boulder. The shadow attempted to reconstruct himself, but the giant would smash the boulder on the shadow's head again and again. It would slam the boulder down and pick it back up again and slam it again. Lucian clicked his tongue and said, "Arise," while running through his pain towards the giant. Lucian willed the newly constructed shadow to help the other shadow that was having a fist fight and also depleting his magic. When Lucian arrived before the giant welding a boulder, he willed his bow to turn into a bow staff and slammed it on the giant's knee, causing a popping sound to be heard. It roared in pain, releasing the boulder holding its knee. It gave the shadow giant time to construct itself and pick up the boulder it was previously being hit with, and get revenge by slamming the Laestrygonian with its own boulder, squashing its head, making it pop. "Arise," Lucian demanded, causing a 4th shadow giant to appear. Lucian pointed to the 2 shadow giants fighting the last remaining Laestrygonians, and with a crazed smile showing his bloody teeth and fangs said, "Jump him," causing the other 2 shadow giants to run towards their direction. All 4 shadows started punching and kicking the remaining living giant, causing it to cry in unwillingness and unfairness of the situation. Lucian rested the bow staff by both his shoulders and put his arms over them, resting them. He continued to watch everything with a smile. And with a kick and punch from everyone at the same time, the last Laestrygonians turned into dust, slowly walked towards where the giants surrounded the area, and said, "Arise," causing the fifth and last shadow giant to appear. As he did, he dropped to his knees and slightly coughed up blood. He used the staff as support and slowly stood and adjusted his position. He sat down on the floor and laid his staff on his lap. Lucian started to hold his side in pain. "I think I broke a couple of ribs," he groaned. With a sigh, he summoned the bag from his shadow, where he packed up everything and started rummaging through everything he packed, such as his clothes, the arrows he made, the 2 golden daggers, and finally some potions his mother made. He picked up a blood-red potion from his bag and uncapped it. He slowly drank it, which made his eyes start getting heavy. He turned towards the 5 giants and said, "Protect me while I rest," to which, surprisingly, they nodded their heads and stood in a circular formation. Lucian was too hurt and tired to think about it, so he just laid his back by a tree and closed his eyes, falling asleep. When Lucian opened his eyes, he could barely make out his surroundings. It seems he was in some sort of underground cave. "What? I was just sleeping in the woods. How the hell did I end up underground?" he thought before hearing a hissing noise behind him. He quickly turned around and found a large woman with 8 eyes, mandible, sharp teeth, and from the waist down the bottom half of a spider. Lucian looked at this in shock. He tried to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. "Arachne? Is this one of those demigods' dream things where they can view the events of the past, present, and our future? Asterisk, hiss, asterisk, my little darlings, I have a job for you," Arachne said with a wicked smile on her face, addressing the little spiders around her. "Why the hell am I even seeing this? I'm not a child of Athena. Why should this be any of my concern? I've become aware of another spawn of Athena," she said with hate in her voice. "Go to Virginia, where the spawn of Athena lays, and eat her alive for she." Before Lucian could hear anything else, his body began to shake back and forth, prompting him to wake up. When Lucian woke up, he noticed his shadow giant shaking him awake. He pinched the bridge of his nose as he asked, "What is it?" The shadow giant just pointed his finger upwards. When Lucian followed the direction of its finger with his gaze, he saw a swarm of pigeon birds start to circle the area where he was previously sleeping. Lucian narrowed his eyes, trying to get a better view, when he suddenly noticed the birds started tucking in their wings and diving towards his direction. Lucian got up and jumped out the way as a bird with its metallic beak, dove beak first where he was sitting. Lucian remembers seeing them in the book his mother gifted him, Stymphalian birds. As he dove out the way, Lucian still winced in pain. "It looks like I'm not entirely healed." Lucian pointed his palm towards the bird's direction and tightened it into a fist, causing the ground to move and take a hold of the bird's beak, holding in place. But as he did, more and more birds started diving towards his direction, trying to injure him. Lucian willed the giants not to do anything as he wanted to try out something. As the birds kept getting closer, Lucian narrowed his eyes, waiting for them to get closer. "Now," he thought as he willed his shadow to turn into tendrils and skewer themselves into the birds. One by one, the tendrils started penetrating the birds, causing them to fall out of the sky, laying there dead. Seeing that some of them were still in the air and not coming down, Lucian used his tracing and projection magic abilities and conjured 6 daggers, the same amount as birds in the sky. He waved his arms and controlled them to start following the birds that were trying to escape, killing them when he got up with them. Lucian then looked at the bird that still had his beak on the ground and willed the earth to swallow it whole, burying it underground. Lucian tightened his fist again, causing blood to make the dirt around it moisten. But Lucian didn't pay any attention to that anymore. He sat on the ground and made the giants start collecting the bodies of the birds and bring them to him alongside any sticks and small rocks they find. Before anything else, Lucian said, "Arise," causing a total of 20 bird shadows to appear and sink into his own shadow. When the shadow giants finished, Lucian started building a campfire. Once he was done, he held out his palm towards it and said, "Ignis fatui," meaning will-o-wisp or small fire, shooting a small flame towards the campfire, turning it on. Lucian basically made his shadow giants pluck, skin, gut, and bleed out the birds and put them on a stick where he proceeded to cook some of them, storing the rest for later. Lucian went into his bag and started looking through its different pockets. Now where did I put it? This was something I told myself to never leave home without. Uh-huh, Lucian exclaimed, pulling out a salt and pepper shaker. After seasoning his food and eating his lunch, Lucian put everything away and left just one giant available. Lucian proceeds to then make that giant pick him up and put him on its shoulder and start walking through the forest. While being carried through the forest, Lucian kept thinking about the dream he previously had. Was that a sign for me to go to Virginia? But why? I literally have nothing to do with Athena or her children. I know I should just ignore it, but the curiosity is now killing me. Luckily for Lucian, after a couple hours of walking through the forest, he didn't find any monsters. He soon found the exit, much to his excitement. Finally, although I wasn't walking, it was boring. Lucian complained. When he exited the forest, he saw a sign that said, Hoffman Forest, North Carolina. Now, I just need a fucking map, and I'll know just where to go. He patted the shadow giant on the shoulder and pointed towards a random direction down a highway. Onward, my friendly giant, to the nearest gas station, to infinity and beyond. After almost an hour of walking down Jacksonville, a street of North Carolina, Lucian saw a gas station and let out a sigh of relief. None of the people there batted an eye when they saw Lucian riding the shoulder of shadowy giant, probably because of the mist that separates the mortal world from the supernatural. To everyone else, it probably just looks like a dad carrying his son on his shoulder going to walk. When Lucian entered the gas station, he let out another sigh of relief when he saw a bunch of large paper maps on a shelf. He willed the shadow giant, who after all this time Lucian decided to name Larry the Laestrygonian. Anyways, he willed Larry to pick up a paper map and take it to the front, where he proceeded to pay for it. After he was done paying, Lucian willed Larry to pass him the map and to go outside. When Lucian took the paper map, he unfolded it and looked at it for a few seconds. He flipped it around, turned it sideways and closed, and opened it again before closing it again with a sigh. I forgot I have fucking dyslexia. Lucian willed Larry to go to an alleyway and put him down. He summoned his bag from his shadow and started rummaging through it once again. I should really organize this. I just picked everything I would find useful and shoved it inside. Books. No, I don't need that at the moment. Underwear. EW. Next, more books. Is this paprika? I forgot I packed that, but not what I was looking for. Ah, here it is. Lucian said as he took out the enchanted glasses his mother gifted him and put them on. Okay, here we go now. Where was I? Lucian grabbed the map and started reading it. Okay, so I'm here in North California, and the Spider Woman said Virginia, which is here the next state over. Wait, let's think this logically. This is the Percy Jackson Universe. I knew that for a fact when Hecate mentioned the pact between the big three and Mother explained the mist that separated the two realities, which was why I made the bet with Hecate in the first place. Now looking at Richmond in Virginia and Arachne talking about the spawn of Athena in Virginia, it's definitely talking about Annabeth Chase. Cool, I guess. But the thing about it is that she doesn't get attacked by the spiders for 3 nights until after Thanksgiving and meeting Magnus Chase, her cousin who is also a demigod of the Norse pantheon. So the whole thing about Arachne doesn't happen until a couple of months from now, and it's freaking July. The thing with Arachne couldn't have happened now or in the past. It must have been the future. So there's no point in me rushing over there. Cool. That just means I can absolutely take my time and train my abilities with monsters and the likes. I especially need to practice my abilities controlling the mist Lucian pondered looking at everything on the map. Ruawayer. Lucian snapped his neck towards the direction of the roar and saw an automaton, a lion automaton to be more specific. Most of them were machines brought to life by Hephaestus, which later on went haywire and started attacking mostly anything in sight due to damage to their circuitry. Lucian, seeing this, smirked. This is going to be fun. He pulled everything back into his shadow, including his glasses, and turned his skull ring into a bow staff. Lucian started twisting and twirling the bow staff in his hands before putting it by his armpits and getting into a fighting stance. He taunted the metal lion with hand, "Come here, little kitty cat," which caused the lion to make another roar and rush towards him. Seeing it running towards him, Lucian also ran towards it. Lucian swung his bow staff, hitting it right on the side of its face, making it turn its head. It just turned its head right back and slashed its metallic claws, which Lucian tried to block by putting the staff in front of him. Lucian was brought to his knees with a grunt, making him realize the physical difference between them. He rolled to the side when he realized he couldn't keep it up much longer, causing the lion to slash its claws against the pavement, leaving a large claw mark imprinted on it. Lucian positioned his staff upwards on the ground. He made the earth surround the bottom of it, holding in place, and in that same action used the staff to vault himself towards the lion, kicking it on its metal face with both his feet, pushing it back slightly. The lion roared once more and opened its mouth. From its mouth it started releasing fire like a flamethrower. Lucian took the staff off the ground once he landed and started spinning it in front of himself, turning it into a fan, stopping the flames from approaching him. Sweat started dripping down from his face due to the intensity of the heat. When the lion closed its mouth and the flames stopped coming out, Lucian dropped his staff. "OWWWW!" he screamed while shaking and blowing on his hands. The lion, seeing this as the perfect opportunity, jumped with a roar ready to sink its teeth into him. Lucian gritted his teeth and picked up the staff. He lodged the staff right in its mouth, leaving it wide open, unable to close it. Lucian touched the ground and made it surrounded and grabbed onto the lion's legs and paws, making it unable to escape. The lion tried to burn the pole with its mouth flamethrower, but was unable. Lucian willed his shadow to turn into a tentacle and shot it towards the lion's open mouth and penetrate the core of its being. Lucian, using his shadow tentacle, took a hold of the staff and brought it to a shadow before he proceeded to infuse his legs with his shadow power and leap into the air, jumping to the roof of a building while doing a roll to land safely, leaving behind a black wispy trail. BOM. Lucian heard the automaton below him explode due to its core being destroyed, making him smirk. Lucian 1, automaton 0. Now I better leave. Setting off an explosion near a gas station is likely to attract unwanted attention. Now all I have to do is learn how the hell I freaking jumped and landed on top of here, cause that was freaking awesome, and I can't get down without any help. But before anything else, Lucian sighed and summoned Larry and made him carry him down again where the lion exploded. "Arise," he said with a smirk, waiting for the lion to answer his call, but nothing appeared. The smirk on his face faltered. "I said arise," Lucian demanded in a louder voice. But just like previously, nothing happened. Lucian stood there looking at the busted metal and scorched ground for a few seconds. "Are you kidding me? I can't make automatons into my shadow soldiers. What type of bullshit is this? Is it cause it's not organic or some shit?" Lucian grew irritated and made Larry jump into the top buildings again before making him jump buildings to try and get away until there were any more buildings to jump onto. Lucian made Larry land on the ground and summoned his bag once again from his shadows once he realized no one was around. TCH, although I can't make automatons my soldiers, I did learn some things, so it wasn't that bad, Lucian thought while he opened his bag and started looking for something inside. Clothes, clothes, more clothes. "I hear it here is," Lucian said as he pulled out a book, the first book his mother gave him alongside his glasses. He stored the bag away and started flipping through the book in his hands with a pen he stored in the middle of it. Lucian flipped the book all the way towards a page that said Shadow Powers. "Okay," he said while tapping his pen on the page. "I forgot to update this now. I gotta add shadow storage with Shadow Leap, or do I call it Shadow Jump, and that I can't summon automatons to do my bidding?" Lucian started pacing back and forth while walking in circles. What more could I do with my shadow? Lucian thought while continuously clicking his pen. When I was with Mom, I was focusing on too many things to properly focus on different ways to use my shadow. I had to focus on my weapon wielding, my magic lessons, potion lessons, mythology lessons, and the magic ones had multiple parts to it too. I could use this time to try out different things like how I could shape it and into what I could shape it into. How strong does it fare against monsters and how I could use it in battle. Lucian, while was pacing around, he noticed that it was getting darker, causing him to sigh. What a hectic day it has been, and it's only my first day out. But I'm liking this. I can feel myself getting better. It's a slow process, but I can feel it, and I'm getting excited for it. But for now it's time I find a hotel to stay at if I don't want to spend the night outside. Lucian got on top of Larry once again and started down Jacksonville. After a few minutes of walking, Lucian saw a sign that said Pumpkin Center and just continued walking downwards. A/N, real places by the way. I had to us Google Maps for this shit. So respect the dedication I'm putting into this face with steam from nose. It was soon the middle of the night, just as Lucian was about to give up and just sleep outside. Lucian saw an inn, which upon closer inspection was a 2-star in that red roadway in Suite Jacksonville near Camp Lejeune. Freaking finally, Lucian sighed. He willed Larry to enter. As he entered, he decided to really start practicing using the mist. He remembered one of the lessons his mother used to teach him. When using the mist against mortals and regular people, remember, make them see and hear what they want to see and hear. Lucian closed his eyes and started concentrating on the mist surrounding them. What they want to see and hear, Lucian repeated in his head. They want to see a family renting a room. Lucian started expressing his intent towards the mist, and it soon followed his will. The innkeeper at the front desk looked up from his desk and saw a regular buff man with a little boy on his shoulder looking stern. "What can I do for you today, sir?" And the man then started speaking in a gruff voice matching his appearance. "My son and I are looking for a room to rent to spend the night." "Just for one night, sir?" the innkeeper asked with a smile. The man with the little boy on his shoulder nodded his head. The innkeeper nodded his head as well and told him the price, which made the man reach into his pocket and pull the amount he needed. The innkeeper then turned around and grabbed a key from the wall and handed it to the man. "Your key, sir. Room 302. I hope you enjoy your stay," he said with a smile. The man nodded his head and started walking to the stairs. As Lucian willed Larry to walk up the stairs, he let out a sigh of relief. "Oh my God, that worked. I'm so freaking thankful." And with that, Lucian arrived at his room and willed Larry to return to his shadow and jumped into bed. Lucian fell asleep as quickly as he laid his head on the pillow due to being tired of his constant fighting. Lucian woke up the next morning feeling more energized and in less pain. Luckily, his hotel room had a bathroom, so he did his usual morning routine and got ready. He then sat back onto the bed and took out his book and went towards the page where he kept a list of his powers and his different ideas for them. "I used the shadows and enveloped my legs to jump that high, but what else could I do with it? Can I lower my presence by enveloping myself in it? But I would need to do it by someone to see if they can't deck me." Lucian started writing his ideas and thoughts on the matter related to his demigod powers. "But I can't just completely focus on them. I also have to continue training with my weapons and magic." Lucian sighed as he realized he had a lot to do. "Well, I'm not going to get it done by just sitting down," he thought as he put away the book. Lucian stood up from the bed, and just as he was about to exit, he suddenly had a thought. "I haven't actually tried shadow travel yet. I should do it." Lucian closed his eyes and willed himself inside his shadow. Lucian then started moving inside his shadow, which he then realized was a mistake as he didn't have a destination set. Lucian felt himself moving so fast he didn't know which way was up or down, left or right. It all felt like he was running at super speed without any way of stopping. Lucian felt himself shot out from his shadow and ended up crashing into a wall. Groaning, he slowly got up and looked around. He looked at what appeared to be crime scene investigation, and when he looked around some more, he realized he was back where he fought the lion automaton. "Great, just when I needed to retrace my steps," Lucian groaned some more. "I'm too young to be having back problems. And my God, did that take a lot of me. I know it's supposed to be tiring to shadow travel, but I didn't think it would be this much." As Lucian leaned against the wall to get his bearings, he heard multiple footsteps coming towards his direction. He silently cursed to himself as he tried to use shadow travel once again. He closed his eyes and pictured the hotel room he was just at and sank back into his shadow. Lucian felt the same sensation as previously and tried to get the hang of it. He reappeared back onto the room and wobbled forward, tripping on his own 2 feet and landing back on the bed. "Definitely need more practice. Who knows where I would end up if I don't perfect it." Lucian decided to just walk out after his failed attempts and summon Larry to carry him on his shoulder. Lucian started focusing on the mist once again, changing their appearance to what they were previously when he walked in and exited the hotel. No one was none the wiser. And so Lucian decided to walk and explore while very slowly making his way towards Virginia, making the months pass until it was late November. By the beginning of August, Lucian would have traveled to Richland, North Carolina. During his time there, Lucian started practicing his shadow travel and mostly practiced with the bow staff fighting automaton he would meet along the way, even though he didn't gain any shadow soldiers. By then, middle of it, Lucian would have arrived at Kingston, where he mostly started fighting using a bow. For practice, Lucian would summon his 20 shadow birds and make them fly around him, and he would try to shoot them down. Surprisingly, Lucian ended up encountering kins of lamias during his walk. They were monsters/spirits that would feast on small children, often regarded as demons. Unluckily for Lucian, they weren't the good-looking kind often depicted in his previous life and were quite grotesque. After a battle with his bow and arrow, Lucian ended up killing about 30 during his stay there, expanding his shadow army. By the beginning of September, Lucian arrived at Goldsboro and switched to the chain scythe for his main use and practice. During this time, Lucian started practicing other applications towards his shadow abilities. He figured out how to blend his presence, making him hard to detect. He named that technique Shadow Cloak and used it to explore the city without anyone paying him any attention. As he walked by a park, he encountered a large boar. It was so large that you just know it belongs to the supernatural world. Lucian ended up fighting it, but got injured when one of its tusks made a large cut to the side of his stomach. Lucian had to lay low so he could recover for a few days. A scar is all that remains of their encounter, alongside a new shadow soldier. Switching to a spear, Lucian made it to a city called Rocky Mount by October. As the month progressed, Lucian became more and more proficient in his ability to shadow travel. It was to the point Lucian made a new move thanks to it. He called it Shadow Blink. He would encase just his feet with his powers of shadow and quickly appear by the shadows that were close by. Basically, a short-distance, fast teleportation technique. Due to being in the city, Lucian didn't encounter monsters. Most of his opponents were mostly, once again, automatons of different animals. Lucian decided to spend most of this month exploring and enjoying him more than fighting and gaining experience. But that doesn't mean he slacked off. And it was finally November. Lucian turned his spear into a sword and took a step in front of him. Once he made his way forward, he took a deep breath. Virginia! I finally made it. What a painful journey that was. Lucian arrived at Emporia, Virginia. Lucian then thought of something funny to do. He went and looked around the city and found a grocery store. When he found it, he did his usual routine with Larry and made him carry a shopping cart inside. Lucian started buying ingredients for a large dinner. When he was done, he paid and exited the store, storing his bags inside his shadow. Lucian went and found an inn that allowed the use of a kitchen. It was quite a walk away, but with a bit of shadow travel, Lucian arrived in no time. One of the things Lucian became aware of the mist, which he had forgotten due to how simple it was that he could disguise himself perfectly as an adult. So Lucian went in and paid for a room, settled in, and went straight for the kitchen. After a few hours of Joyce cooking, Lucian stored everything in his shadow. He went back to his room. Lucian set up a small protective fire and started offering most of the food he made, leaving a little bit for himself. He then started to pray with a smirk. "Hey, Dad. It's me, Lucian, though you probably already know that. It's been a while since we last talked, after Mom's fiasco. Anyway, the reason for this offering is because it's November 2nd, the Day of the Dead, and so I wanted to say happy birthday." Lucian knows that the Day of the Dead is mostly a Mexican holiday, but he still did it for two reasons: trying to be funny and having someone to talk to. It has been a couple of months since he had any real interaction with anyone, and the loneliness was slowly getting to him. But surprisingly enough, Hades answered. "I should punish you for such disrespect." "Holy Hades, you actually answered? I wasn't expecting that." Lucian's eyes widened in surprise. "Oomph, why wouldn't I answer when my son is being an idiot? Why have you offered this much food?" Hades scoffed at first before sounding angry. "Persephone is going to make me eat it all. I can already guess what she's going to say. She's going to say something along the lines of not wasting your hard work and efforts and let it go to waste." Lucian smiled lightly at that. He still didn't know why Persephone was nice to him, but he didn't discourage it. "You can share it with stepmother, you stepmother," Lucian said, still smiling. I barely have contact with you, and you're already being a nuisance. Should I be worried for what the future has in store? Hades grumbled. Absolutely, Lucian said in pure confidence. There was a long silence before Lucian felt Hades leave his head. Did I just get hung up on by my own dad? Lucian asked himself with an awkward smile. It was now close to the end of November, when suddenly I was woken up by a feeling in my guts. I sat up from the bed in the hotel room I was staying in and looked out the window. It was the middle of the night. I tried looking in a different direction, but my gut feeling was pointing me to the side. So whatever is going on is in that direction. I got up from bed and changed what I was wearing and opened the window. I jumped out from the second-story window and landed with a roll to stop my momentum. I used my shadow blink ability and started making my way towards where the feeling was strongest. Jump after jump, I started making my way down from Emporia towards Petersburg. When I arrived, I had to catch my breath due to the long distance I just traveled. I summoned my trusty old pal Larry and had him carry me on his shoulder, where I started to direct him to where my gut feelings were pointing to. I soon arrived near a two-story house where I just knew this was the place. As I got closer, I could hear the voice of a little girl. Please believe me, there's spiders everywhere. Annabeth, stop trying to scare your little brothers. It's doing more harm than good. The voice of an older woman replied, which was followed by the sound of the door closing. I made Larry lift me up toward the second-story window, where I heard the voices and saw a little girl covering herself with a blanket trying to hide. From the corner, numerous little spiders started appearing from around the corner of her room. Seeing this, I decided to take action and make an impact for the first impression. I willed my shadow to slip through underneath the window and open the lock. Once it was open, I sat on the frame of the window and summoned my scythe, making it lean on me. Pick, I see you could use some help, I said with a leg swaying side to side. Annabeth quickly took off the cover and looked in my direction in shock. The shock on her face further increased when she saw me for some reason. She then noticed the spiders in the room about to attack her once again. She looked towards me and in a pleading voice asked, You can see them too, right? Please help me. I just nodded my head and willed my shadow to turn into tendrils and start skewering them, wrapping around them, just killing them all together. Arise, I said as about 156 small spiders came out from the shadows and got pulled into my own shadow. Just who are you? Annabeth asked in awe as she saw me dispose of them so quickly. I decided to play a prank on her as I let out a deep dramatic sigh. You see, Annabeth, whenever a little kid dies, and that little kid just so happens to be a demigod, they're assigned a Grim Reaper to escort them towards the Underworld. Annabeth then looked frightened. How do you know my name? I put on a confused look and tilted my head. It would be weird if I didn't know the one I was assigned, wouldn't it? It looked like she almost believed me before she put on a pondering expression. She grabbed her pillow and threw it in my direction. Don't joke about that. I almost believed you, she said with a hint of relief in her voice. It looked like she figured it out. I still want to see how far I can take this. I grabbed the pillow as it got close to me and started shaking my head. How do you know I'm not telling the truth? I asked this in a challenging tone. For one, I don't remember dying, Annabeth angrily. Still in character, I just shook my head. Of course you don't remember. The state of being dead is so shocking you sometimes don't even remember how it happened. Annabeth looked scared slightly before shaking her head and composing herself. She looked at me unamused, which just made me sigh, as expected of the daughter of Athena, I suppose. She then looked at me nervous as she asked, But seriously, who are you, and how do you know my name? Name's Lucian, Lucian Blackheart. As for how, I heard the woman here earlier call you. A look of realization and relief came over Annabeth. She then took the sheets away from her body and came over towards me. Please get me out of here. I can't stand it anymore, said Annabeth, sounding angry. I looked at her with a raised brow as I asked, And why would I do that? Nobody wants me here. They think I'm just a burden. They didn't even believe me when I told them about the spiders, and it's been 3 days already, she said as tears started forming in her eyes. My hands naturally went towards her sandy blonde hair, petting her head. Fine, I'll take you with me. But no, it will be dangerous. We will likely encounter a lot of monsters on the way. Are you sure you're up for it? Annabeth's expression turned serious and nodded her head. I'll still be in danger if I just stay here, so it's better if I just leave. So take me away. Okay, Rapunzel, relax a bit. You want to leave empty-handed. Annabeth pouted slightly at the name-calling, but shook her head. Get your bag ready then. I doubt you want to stay in the same clothes you're wearing all the time. Annabeth went into her closet and took out a small suitcase. She turned towards Lucian and gave him a thumbs up. I'm ready, let's go. Seriously? You had a suitcase ready? I asked, a bit shocked at how ready she was. She nodded her head as she said, I was planning on escaping later on tonight, but you appeared. I already have everything I will need. Annabeth picked up her suitcase and was about to throw it out the window, but I stopped her. Wait, give me that. She looked confused, but still handed it to me. I just shook my head, and I willed my shadow to swallow it whole. Whoa, how are you doing that? Where did it go? She asked in amazement and great wonder. I'm a son of Hades. The shadows and darkness are what I'm most good at. I store them inside my own shadow, I explained. I see. So that's the creepy feeling I was getting from you. Rude, I said, giving her side eyes. Sorry, she said with an awkward expression. I didn't mean a bad creepy, like a mysterious, creepy vibe. It's hard to describe. It's like the darkness, like it's creepy, but you can't help but want to know more about it. I started looking at her weirdly. What are you on? She just sighed. Just get me out of here already. I offered my hand to her, which she took with a smile. But as I did, the door to her room opened. Annabeth's stepmother was looking at us in shock. What are you doing? I pulled Annabeth close and jumped out the window, much to the stepmother's shock. Sorry, I'm kidnapping her now. I grabbed Annabeth in a princess carry and started shadow blinking away. Wait, stop. The stepmother's voice quickly faded behind us. Once Lucian made it a bit further away, he appeared on top of a rooftop. He let out a sigh of relief and put Annabeth down. Well, Rapunzel, it looks like we got you out the your tower. Annabeth looked at Lucian in annoyance. Stop calling me that I have name. Lucian gave her a teasing smirk. Really? Well, I wouldn't have known since you haven't introduced yourself. We already know each other's name. What's the point? She said, rolling her eyes. For one, it would be good manners, and two, we now have a chance to probably introduce ourselves, don't you think? I guess you do have a point. Annabeth sighed. /in. I tried looking up if she knew who her mother was during this time, and I couldn't find anything. So I'm going with the narrative that she does. She stood in front of Lucian and stretched out her hand. My name is Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena. Nice to meet you. Lucian shook Annabeth's hand as he introduced himself once again. Lucian Blackheart, son of Hades, pleasure. Wait, Lucian said after thinking about it and looking in her gray-colored eyes. He asked, You know who your godly parent is? Annabeth nodded her head as her expression turned a bit downcast. You see, I have this ability that once I hear something I can't unhear, and I would remember it forever. I heard my dad talking to my mother when I was a baby, and that's how I came to know who she was. Lucian just started patting her head as Annabeth smiled to herself for a bit before swatting his hands away and looking at him, a fake annoyance. Don't do that. Don't mess up my hair, she said as she started rearranging her hair. Now what? She asked once she was done, looking at Lucian for what to do next. Now we find a nice place to sleep since it's still the middle of the night. How are we going to do that if we don't have any money? I just have a couple of dollars I stole from my dad, which I didn't take much since I would feel bad, Annabeth asked, her expression never changing. Lucian just looked at her with an amused grin on his face. I'll give you some advice for the future. When you're dealing with the son of Hades, never assume he's poor. Lucian summoned a wad of cash from his shadow and started fanning himself with it. Annabeth snickered at that. Well, rich boy, what are you waiting for? Let's go find some place to sleep. Lucian just scoffed at the nickname she gave him before summoning Larry, which frightened Annabeth when she first saw him appear, which he then had to explain a bit of his powers. The next day, Lucian woke up in a hotel room. He had to rent a room with 2 beds due to Annabeth's fear of spiders coming. It took them a while, but they managed to find it. They even found one where they would be able to clean themselves. Lucian and Annabeth sat on their respective beds and started discussing their next course of action. You've been doing this for a while, so it's better if you call the shots, Annabeth said, sitting on her respective bed. Lucian didn't say anything and just pulled his bag from his shadow and started looking through it. "What are you doing?" Annabeth asked curiously. Lucian didn't say anything, but pulled out 2 golden daggers inside their sheath. He tossed them to her. "Here for you." "What are these for?" Annabeth asked as she took out the daggers from their sheath. She stood up from her bed and started weaving them around like a natural. She looked at Lucian with a deep sense of curiosity and waited for him to answer after teasing them out. "Well, aren't you a natural, as expected of the daughter of the goddess of warfare?" Wow, that was a lot of in one sentence. "Anyways, those daggers are one I personally made. They're the very first pair of enchanted daggers I created, and now I'm handing it off to you. They are made from celestial bronze, and they are highly effective against monsters. Now for what they're enchanted with." Lucian started to then explain what their enchantments were, making Annabeth look at the daggers in surprise. "And you're saying you made this? That's unbelievable," she said in wonder. Lucian just nodded and looked proud of himself. "How were you able to enchant it?" she asked, looking over the dagger in different positions and directions. "My mother was a witch. She taught me everything she knew," Lucian said with a small smile. Annabeth, hearing him, already got the hint and looked at Lucian in surprise once again, but 9T was different from last time. There was a hint of pity. "I'm sorry for your loss," she said solemnly, which Lucian just shook his head. "Now don't worry about it. I'm sure my dad is watching over her." A look of realization hit Annabeth as she nodded her head. She then looked at the dagger and at Lucian with a questioning look. "All right, I'm going to train you to survive against monsters, and in different dangerous situations, although I'm going to be learning with you as well in some cases." Annabeth looked determined, but the hint of fear couldn't be hidden from her eyes. "I know you're scared, but sometimes you got to face your fears even when you don't want to. As you know what they say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger." Lucian stored their belongings in his shadow. He turned towards Annabeth as he said, "But before that, you're going to be fighting against my shadows, so you can get you some fighting experience, even if they are minor." Annabeth looked relieved when Lucian said that the last thing she ever wanted to do was to fight, but she knew she had to do it in order to grow stronger. So she grabbed the sheath of the daggers and put them at the side of her hips and slapped the side of both her cheeks, getting ready for battle. Lucian took a hold of Annabeth's shoulder and sank into a shadow as they both traveled out of the hotel room. They appeared in a park, the park where Lucian previously fought the boar. Annabeth was slightly distorted from her first experience of shadow travel, so it took a while for her to get it together. When she did, Lucian summoned a Lamia and explained everything about it. Annabeth, hearing everything about it, paid close attention. She naturally got into a fighting position as if she had been trained even though she hadn't. For Annabeth, everything was based on her instinct. And with a war cry, she ran towards Lamia with her daggers ready. 1 SEC later, Annabeth was seen on the floor looking at the sky above, wondering if she should just run away from Lucian as well and escape it all. One tail flick was all it took for her to end up on the floor. 1 month later, Annabeth was seen holding 2 daggers while looking at the group of 3 impauzas in front of her. Annabeth remembered what Lucian had taught her about them. They were shape-shifting female demons with 1 brass leg and 1 donkey leg. They were known for seducing travelers. "Look at that, sisters. A little snack for the road has appeared before us." I would have preferred if it was boy, though. Enticing them is always fun. Don't be picky now. It's not every day one of them offers themselves to us. Annabeth didn't say anything when she heard them mocking them. She just ran towards them with her daggers. One of them ran toward her, extending their sharp claws with a feral smile, showing her sharp teeth, while the other 2 followed closely behind. The first one swung her claws towards Annabeth, but she leaned back to dodge, while swinging her dagger towards the extended hand, cutting it off from its wrist, causing the impausa to scream in pain. While screaming, she takes a step back, leaving her 2 sisters to go into a flying kick towards Annabeth. Annabeth ducked and rolled underneath them. She spun around and threw her 2 daggers right on their backs when they landed, causing them to shriek in pain and turn to dust. And lo, the remaining impausa called out and ran towards Annabeth when she noticed she didn't have her weapons. She opened her mouth, showing her vampire fangs, aimed for her neck to kill her and make her pay for what she did to her sisters. As she was about to sink her fangs onto Annabeth, she suddenly felt something sharp and cold penetrate her throat. How? Was all she managed to say before turning into dust. Annabeth flicked her dagger, shaking off the dust, and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, they reappeared right on time. "Arise," Lucian said, suddenly appearing right next to Annabeth, dispelling his shadow cloak. The three impouses appeared in the form of shadows and bowed their heads before disappearing into his shadow. "No matter how many times I see it, it always freaks me out," Annabeth said, shaking her head. "You're just jealous that your demigod abilities aren't as awesome or as showy as mine are," Lucian acting smug about his powers. "Oh, please, I don't need strong abilities to be powerful like you. All I will ever need is right up here," Annabeth countered while tapping the side of her head with a smirk. "Wait, now that we're talking about abilities, I just realized that you don't summon ghosts or skeletons to fight for you like how I assumed someone of your lineage would. Why is that?" Lucian just put his hands over his head and started walking ahead. "No reason," was all Lucian said as he continued walking. Annabeth jogged next to Lucian and narrowed her eyes in his direction. Lucian just turned his head away, which caused Annabeth to gain a surprised expression before it turned into a teasing one. "No way. Oh, the son of Hades, one of the big three, is afraid of ghosts and skeletons," Annabeth said, provoking Lucian, trying to see how right her words were. Lucian's ears then turned slightly red with his head still turned to the side, which caused Annabeth to start laughing. "I was only guessing and trying to trick you. I didn't know I was actually right. Ha 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 ha," she said in between her laughter. "It's not funny," Lucian grumbled. You're right, sorry," Annabeth said, waving her hand. "So why are you afraid of ghosts and skeletons?" Lucian's ears turned red once again, ashamed to admit this. "It started when I was like 4 years old, so 3 years ago. I wanted to try and see if I could summon skeletons or ghosts and such. I was basically testing out my abilities. When I tried to summon a skeleton, instead of holding onto the ground to lift itself up, the closest thing it grabbed was my leg. It started pulling on it, trying to lift itself, but all it was doing was dragging me down. If it wasn't for my mom being next to me and stopping it on time." Lucian didn't continue and just shuddered at the memory. It was like it was trying to drag me down to its resting place, telling me that that's where I belong, that I shouldn't be in the land of the living and turn into a skeleton alongside it. That same reasons is why I can't stand ghosts. "I'm sorry for laughing," Annabeth said, feeling bad for laughing at him, especially since he helped her when she was going through a phobia of spiders. Lucian just sighed and patted her head and brought her closer into a side hug. "It's all right. It just means since we know each other's fear, we grown closer." Lucian turned to Annabeth and smiled, right? Annabeth, seeing his smile, blushed slightly before smiling as well. "Right." As they started walking, enjoying the silence between them, they suddenly heard an explosion in the far distance. Lucian and Annabeth looked at each before nodding their heads and running towards they heard the explosion. While running, Lucian summoned his scythe, just in case, while Annabeth had a hand on her daggers. When they arrived, they saw 2 older kids rolling on the ground in pain. One of the kids was a boy with short sandy blonde hair, while the other one was a girl who had short black hair wearing a punk rock type of outfit. When Lucian saw them, he instantly knew who they were. They were Luke and Talia, the son of Hermes and the daughter of Zeus. Talia Grace. Luke Castellan. Annabeth stood by Talia, while Lucian stood by Luke. They both extended their hands to them to help them up. "It looks like you guys can use some help getting up." Luke and Talia both looked up from the ground, still slightly distorted from the explosion, and took our hands as we helped them up. "Thanks," Luke said, looking at me, while Talia did the same with Annabeth. Luke stood close to Talia as he looked at us with a bit of apprehension, especially looking at our weapons. Meanwhile, Annabeth looked somewhat frightened while looking at Talia's shield, which had the face of a gorgon right on the center. "Can you put your shield away? You're scaring her?" Lucian asked while shaking his head. "Not before you put away your weapon," Talia said with narrowed eyes. "Fine," Lucian said, turning his scythe into a ring. "They're happy?" Lucian asked with a raised brow. Talia nodded her head before turning her shield into a wristband. Lucian then grinned as he said, "Why don't we first start off with an introduction?" Ever since Annabeth has started training with Lucian, she has gained a bit more confidence in herself. So she was the first one to step up and introduce her. I'm Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena. Nice to meet you all, Annabeth said, proud of her heritage. So we're mentioning that as well, huh? Luke said with a weary smile and a sigh. Well, I'm Luke Castellan, son of Hermes, Luke said in a somewhat bitter tone before nodding his head at Lucian and Annabeth as a greeting. Talia and Lucian looked at each other, waiting for the other to introduce themselves first. But they didn't, and waited for the other one to do it. You go first, Talia said, insisting. No, how could I? Ladies first after all, Lucian said with a smile. They both narrowed their eyes at each other, waiting for each other to start speaking first. But all it ended up doing was annoying Annabeth. Why don't Luke and I introduce you guys since you guys want to act out? Both Lucian and Talia ended up nodding their head at the same time. Fine, I'm okay with that, they said in sync, causing both Luke and Annabeth to sigh at their friend's antics. Luke started by motioning to Talia and said, Talia Grace, daughter of Zeus, while Annabeth motioned to Lucian Blackheart, son of Hades, which causes both Talia's and Luke's eyes to widen in shock, when suddenly the sky started turning dark and started thundering as if it was angered. Meanwhile, the earth responded in kind. It started to shake and wake as if responding to the sky. Wind started to pick up traction, causing all of their hair and clothes to ruffle. And the shaking of the ground got so large that it caused all of them to be thrown to the ground, landing on their butts. Hades! They heard the sky rumble. The ground split open as they heard a shout responding in kind from in between the cracks. Zeus! Zeus pick! Lucian hearing this sigh. Everyone else started shaking in fear. You have broken the oath we have set down, the sky rumbled. Don't act innocent, brother. That brat of yours is clearly older than mine. You have broken the oath first, the voice from underneath the ground roared. The sky once again rumbled in discontent, but didn't say anything. Don't you dare do anything to my child Zeus. You already have taken Maria from me. I won't have you take my son as well. And if anything happens to my boy cause of you, I will hunt that brat of yours to the edge of the universe. Lucian, hearing all this, just lowered his head and put his arms resting on his knees so the others would realize he was smiling with a bit of tears in his eyes. Being an orphan for so long, Lucian forgot what it's like to have a family that cares for him. So hearing his father go so far just to defend and calling him his son and boy really got Lucian emotional. A tear fell unwillingly from his eyes. Lucian quietly wiped his tears as the sky rumbled once again. Are you threatening me, the king, for disobeying the same oath you swore to? Fine, brother, if that's how you want to play, let's do it. I won't personally kill that brat of yours, but I can't say the same for the monsters that pick up on his scent. The ground shook so hard at those words, lava started surfacing. Very well, brother. Oops, it looks like some underworld monsters has escaped and has picked up your daughter's scent. Whatever am I going to do? I hope they don't end up killing her. The sound of thunder reverberated, and the sound of thunder hitting the ground was heard almost everywhere. That mistake of yours has until he reaches the camp to live, and you will do the same for mine. Do we have ourselves a deal? Zeus roared, trying to at least give his daughter a way to survive this ordeal they found themselves in. Very well, brother. Until they crossed the border of the camp. Hades roared back, as this was the only way for Lucian to survive Zeus' wrath. He has seen how Lucian fights, so he's sure his son would be able to survive. The clouds in the sky scoffed before they started turning back to white and dispersing, while the ground rumbled and the lava started flowing back into the cracks before they closed themselves off. There was a long silence between all of them as the other three started shaking in fear that even Annabeth had tears following down her eyes. They all slowly stood up, but they were too stunned to speak. So, I'm Lucian. Nice to meet you, Lucian said as he stretched his hands towards Talia to shake her hand, but Talia was too afraid to move. Lucian just sighed and plopped himself back onto the ground and sat cross-legged. He summoned his bag before searching through it and found a piece of candy he picked up when Annabeth wanted to try some. He summoned a ball of fire and made it float in front of him, which brought the attention of the other three on him, wondering how he could be so calm and composed and what he was doing. He threw the piece of candy into the flames and put his hands together. "Hey, teacher, it looks like I won our little bet. When can I start expecting lessons from you?" Lucian said in a happy, singing tone. The voice of Hecate roared in his head. "Are you serious, you brat? After everything that just went down, the first thing you do is pray to me to just say, 'I told you so.'" Lucian just continued smiling as he nodded his head. "Yup," he answered in the same tone. "So you saw what happened?" Lucian said. "Every god in Olympus saw what happened. I had to personally be close by to control the mist, so their tantrum would be covered up from the mortal world." "I see," Lucian said, nodded his head. "Well, anyways, talk to you later. I have some people looking at me weirdly at the moment." Lucian undid his fireball and sat up. "So how are you guys feeling?" Lucian said as they looked at him with their mouths open. "What were you just doing?" Luke asked, still shocked. "Oh, nothing serious. I was just claiming a bet that I won," Lucian said, waving his hands like what he just did wasn't anything important. Before they could ask anything else, Lucian sighed and approached Annabeth. He grabbed her face and started wiping her tears with his thumb. "Don't cry. You look ugly when you cry," Lucian said, looking at her teasingly. But, Annabeth stuttered, trying to say something between her tears. Lucian just scoffed at her. "Oh, please, you seen how strong I am? Do you truly believe I would be killed? Your underestimation of me wounds my little black heart." "Get it," Lucian said with a teasing smirk, trying to cheer her up. Which kind of worked as she started laughing through her tears. "Just what is going on?" Talia yelled, still looking frightened and scared. Lucian just sighed when he heard Talia's question. "So, basically there's a pact, or oath, whatever you want to call it, between the three big gods of Olympus, Zeus, Poseidon, and my dad Hades. It was about not fathering any more children, which as you can clearly see didn't work out since we're here." "I see," Luke said as he put on a pondering expression. "That's why they each want to kill you, since your existence is a sign that they both broke the oath." Lucian nodded his head. "It's better if we stick together. Although we would attract more monsters together, we have a better chance of surviving if we fight together." Luke and Annabeth nodded their head, while Talia just narrowed her eyes. "Why should we do that? We are only in this mess because of you. If your father hadn't threatened mine, this wouldn't have happened." Lucian looked at her like she was the biggest idiot in the world. Annabeth went and reached for her daggers and looked at Talia with a warning look, while Luke reached for his dagger, which he recently received as a parting gift. "Are you retarded?" Lucian asked in a cold voice, taking Annabeth by surprise, as she had never heard Lucian speak in that tone of voice before. Even Luke and Talia were taken by surprise. Talia looked offended and looked at Lucian angrily. "What did you just call me, you little punk?" Lucian stood up from the ground and started dusting himself off. "We are in this mess in the first place because of your father. He broke the oath first. He couldn't keep in his pants and had you. So when my dad called him out for it, he decided to be petty and is now trying to kill me. And so since he's trying to kill me, my dad is trying to kill you as a counter. So don't try to blame this on me. If you want to put the blame on someone, blame it on your father." Lucian said, standing face to face with Talia. She clenched fist and gritted her teeth, but before she could do anything, Luke and Annabeth stood in between the both of us and tried to diffuse the situation. "He's right, you know. It's not right to blame him. The one to blame are the gods. He's a victim much like you, and the rest of us are," Luke said to Talia, trying to calm her down. "What did you call me?" Lucian said, narrowing his eyes at Luke. Luke turned towards Lucian and nodded his head. "I said you're a victim, just like the rest of us. Don't you see how the gods are only playing with our lives like they're disposable? Don't call me that. I hate it. Don't make it sound like we are helpless and are being taken advantage of, since we are not. Maybe for you, yes, since you're weak, but don't put me in the same category as you. I'm nobody's victim except my own. The only reason I said that it's best to stick together is because you guys need help, and I was trying to be that help. Without it, you guys won't make it far," Lucian said, stepping away from Annabeth, which caused her to sigh at how Lucian has been acting recently, although she finds it that it's the right thing to do. Talia didn't say anything and ran towards Lucian with her fist cocked back ready to punch him, but Lucian ducks under it and punches her in the liver, causing her to drop to the ground in pain. "Talia," Luke yelled and withdrew his dagger and ran towards Lucian, ready to attack him and protect Talia. Luke swung his dagger, but he leaned back, making it miss. Lucian stepped on Luke's foot to hold him in place, which made Luke swing his dagger much faster, making Lucian start to concentrate. He started moving his body, dodging the dagger, without moving his foot, making the dagger miss. Lucian punched Luke in the stomach, dodge, and punch him again on the rib, making him grimace in pain. Lucian let go of his foot and dodged the dagger that came overhead. Lucian moved his body and positioned himself right underneath Luke's outstretched arm as he did an overhead slash, taking a hold of it. Lucian used Luke's momentum against him and threw him over his shoulder. But Luke recovered mid-air and landed with both feet on the ground. He twisted himself back to face Lucian and stretched out his dagger, swinging it, trying to cut him. When Lucian saw the dagger coming, he leaned back once again, but Luke tried to take advantage of that and try to reach him. Lucian blocked Luke's wrist with his forearm and grabbed his outstretched arm with his other hand, pulling him off balance. Lucian stuck out his foot, making Luke trip and fall face first into the ground. Lucian quickly stepped on Luke's hand, making him scream in pain, and released the dagger, which Lucian quickly took a hold of. He twisted Luke's arm behind his back and pressed his knee on top of it while pressing Luke's dagger by his throat. You are only the victim if you call yourself the victim. I call myself a survivor and fighter living in this world full of gods and monsters. If you want to blame them for your suffering, then do it. I couldn't care less, but don't bring me down to your level. Do I make myself clear? Luke reluctantly nodded his head with gritted teeth, making Lucian nod his head in return. He released Luke and gave him his dagger back. Annabeth, who was watching everything, looked at Lucian in admiration. He didn't use any of his abilities in that fight. Just his fighting skills, amazing, she whispered. Talia, who was standing up while holding his side, looked at Annabeth in surprise. That's right, he's the son of Hades. He didn't summon anything to defeat Luke, just his martial arts. Just how strong is he? Talia then smiled to herself slightly. You are only the victim if you call yourself the victim. I guess he's right about that. Talia whispered to herself. She sighed and walked up to Lucian and bowed her head slightly while closing her eyes. I'm sorry for blaming you, she said sincerely, which took both Lucian and Luke by surprise. I was looking for someone to blame for all this. I know it wasn't right. I was scared and took out my anger on you, which wasn't right, and I'm sorry for it. Lucian let out a sigh as he nodded his head. I can see why you would be scared, so I forgive you, and so I'm sorry for calling you retarded. Talia let out a sigh of relief and smiled, which caused Annabeth, Luke, and Lucian to smile as well. Lucian then nodded his head and stretched out his hand to Talia with a cheeky grin. Let's introduce ourselves and start over. I'm Lucian Blackheart, the son of Hades. It's nice to meet you. Talia chuckled and shook his hand. Talia Grace, daughter of Zeus, it's nice to meet you as well. Seeing them shake hands and make amends, Luke sighed, seeing that, which caused him to wince and hold his rib in pain. Lucian, seeing this, willed his shadow and summoned his backpack, which took both Luke and Talia by surprise. He searched through his bag and found 2 potions before throwing them at both of them. For you guys. They both caught it and looked at it with confusion, to which Annabeth took among herself to explain. It's a healing potion, which Lucian made by himself, Annabeth said proudly as if it was her own. It works wonders, and I saw the way he makes them. It's pretty good too. Luke and Talia looked at each before shrugging their shoulders and uncapping the bottle, which they proceeded to carefully take a sip of before downing it completely. They looked at Lucian weirdly after drinking it. Is that Kool-Aid? To which Lucian nodded proudly at that. Let me tell you, I would never make someone drink something I give them knowing it tastes disgusting, Lucian said as an inside joke to himself. Luke and Talia just looked at Lucian, once again weirdly thinking that the little kid that just beat them up fed them Kool-Aid, thinking it was a healing potion. They didn't know what to say, when suddenly they felt their wounds start to heal. But as it heals, they start to feel a slight sensation of being tired. It's a side effect since it's using your own energy to fasten your healing process. Lucian explained, making them look at him and wonder. Just how many more secrets is he hiding? They both thought at the same time. Where do we go from here? Annabeth asked, looking at everyone. Where we always go, north and see where the wind takes us, Lucian said, to which Annabeth just kicked him on the shin, making Lucian start hopping on one leg. Ouch, what was that for? Lucian asked, holding his shin. For being stupid. What do you mean where the wind takes us? The winds are currently against you, so if they'll take you anywhere is death. It was such a figure of speech, you didn't have to hit me. Lucian said, flicking her head. Ouch, Annabeth said while holding her forehead, which she followed up by punching Lucian in the arm, which prompted him to step on her foot. Annabeth growled at Lucian, ready to try and bite him, but Luke just shook his head. He's right, it'll most logical choice is to go north. What? Annabeth asked, looking between Luke and Talia. I know someone that could help us get there. Luke said with a reluctant sigh. He must be pretty worried about Talia, if we're already making way toward his mom's house, Lucian thought to himself. But before they could get a move on, they heard a loud, shrieking sound coming from above. They all looked up and saw a herd of griffin coming towards their direction, causing Lucian to sigh. Great, we haven't even left, and we're already being attacked. That can't be good. Lucian turned his ring into a chain scythe and started spinning it, preparing for a fight. Talia takes out her shield and spear, while Luke and Annabeth take their daggers. The first griffin stretched out its long talons and aimed them straight down towards Lucian. Lucian didn't flinch and sent his spinning blade forward. The griffin tried to dodge, but Lucian pulled the chain to the side, causing the blade to turn and hit the griffin right on the stomach, causing it to fall right out of the sky. The griffins all started swooping down, trying to kill the group of demigods. As one gained towards Annabeth with its beak ready to attack her, she blocked it with the side of her dagger before lodging the other right on its eyes, hitting their brain. Talia blocked her griffin opponent with her shield, intimidating it. She charged her spear with electricity before stabbing it right through its checks, killing it and turning it into dust. While Luke used his superior speed to dodge the beak and slash his dagger underneath the griffin's throat. Arise, Lucian said, making the 4 griffin they killed turn into shadow soldiers and rise alongside his own army in a shadow. Lucian had a total of 227 shadow soldiers, including the 4 griffins, minus the 156 spiders he killed due to not trying to trigger Annabeth phobia, making it a total of 71. The 5 Laestrygonians each jumped, grabbing a griffin from the sky, causing them start wrestling each other. The griffin would to rip them apart with beaks and claws, but they reconstructed themselves and held to their feather neck before joining their arms and squeezed their neck, causing the griffins to start screeching and thrashing loudly. After a while, the sound of their necks popping was heard as they quickly turned to dust. Arise! Lucian shouted once again, gaining another 5 griffins. Talia and Luke looked at Lucian in shock that he had to scream at them. Don't pay attention to me. Pay attention to what's in front of you. They quickly snapped out of it and saw 10 Impauzi in front of them, 5 in for the 2 of them. They were using their ability to manipulate the mist. They turned the mist into ropes, and it wrapped around griffins from every direction, holding it in place. Luke had easy access to its head, killing it in one shot, while Talia just impaled it with her spear. Annabeth, already used to Lucian's abilities, shot her dagger forward, hitting the griffin on its torso, but not killing it, only making it screech in anger and pain. The griffin swung its lion paw that had its claws extended towards Annabeth. She rolled to the side and shot her other dagger towards its head, impaling the side of its head, killing it in 2 shots. Arise, Lucian said once again, gaining another 3 griffins, making it a total of 12 griffins. They all let out a sigh of relief when it was over as Lucian called his shadows back to where they belong. Well, let's get moving. We can't wait here all day and just get attacked again, Lucian said as he turned around and walked forward. Wait, you're not going to explain what just happened? Talia asked. And are we not going to use the griffins as a mode of transport? Annabeth asked. Lucian groaned. I'll explain on the way, and I can't use them since that means we'll be flying through the sky, which is Zeus' domain. It wouldn't be good to fly in his territory. The sky started rumbling in discontent when Lucian mentioned Zeus' name, probably mad at the fact that he ruined one of his plans. Talia silently let out a sigh of relief and made sure now one was looking, which they weren't. Annabeth nodded her head at the explain. That makes sense, but why don't use the giants? That, my little friend, is because I didn't think about it, Lucian said, as a matter of fact. Annabeth just rolled her eyes and waited for Lucian to summon them, so they could continue their journey. Lucian, Annabeth, Luke, and Talia were seen riding on top of their respective shadow griffin each. But instead of flying like they are supposed to, they are running on the ground. Annabeth looked at Lucian like he was the biggest idiot in the world. Did you really forget griffins walk and run on the ground as well? Okay, in my defense, I have never seen a real-life griffin, and I just saw all of them in the sky for the first time in my life. So forgive for not immediately thinking they belong on the ground, okay? You are so hopeless, Annabeth said with a sigh while shaking her head. Meanwhile, Talia and Luke look at Lucian in shock and amazing. How the hell is it fair that you have such an amazing ability? I'm the daughter of Zeus for crying out loud, and my abilities aren't that strong. Lucian just looked back at Talia and gave her an arrogant smirk while shrugging his shoulder. Sounds like a skill issue to me. Sucks to suck. A tick mark appeared on Talia as she guided her griffin to get closer to him. Come here, you little shit. Lucian started to laugh maniacally, mwahaha, while running around Luke and Annabeth in circles. Luke and Annabeth started chuckling and shaking their heads at their antics. One wouldn't believe they were at each other's throat just a few minutes earlier. Lucian turns to Talia and answers her previous question. If I have to take, I guess, why our abilities vastly different, then it's because your creativity is lacking. Talia looked at Lucian in confusion, while Luke and Annabeth paid close attention. If I have to take a guess, then you only use your demigod abilities in a straightforward manner. Tell me if I'm wrong, but you mostly charge your spear with electricity and then stab it forward to either make it easier for penetration or to shoot electricity at someone. Lucian looks at Talia and waits to see if he would correct him. When I'm angry, a small lightning storm generates on top of me, Talia said, a bit embarrassed while trying to appear more powerful. And that's only when you're angry, right? And if I have to make another guess, you just send electricity down on your opponents and hope it's enough to kill them, right? Talia slowly nodded her head. So like I said, you aren't creative enough with your powers. Holy Underworld, have you ever thought of wrapping yourself in your electricity, making yourself as fast as lightning? How about the little storm? Why is it only when you're angry? Have you tried to summon it by yourself? Is it only thunderstorms, or is it more related to your father's abilities to control the weather? And if it's the latter, why would you only stick to thunderstorms? There are multiple types of weather out there that are equally as powerful. For example, a drought is the result of dry weather. Could you use it to dry the moisture of people/monsters and leave them dehydrated until they die of thirst? How about a blizzard? You could generate cold weather and give someone hypothermia and make it so they freeze to death. Literally, the possibilities are endless. You are just not being creative enough. Lucian finishes his rant and catches his breath. After a while, he notices that nobody was saying a thing and were just looking at him with their mouths hanging wide open. Lucian's ears started turning slightly red when he realized, sorry, I didn't mean to go on a rant. It's just that Talia has a lot of potential to be one of the most powerful demigods out there, but isn't being smart about it. However, before anyone had the chance to say anything, they heard the sound of multiple metal sounds clicking against the ground in front of them, which was followed by loud, multiple barks behind them. When Lucian sighed as he realized what was happening, he heard the sound of multiple wings flapping at each side, causing his lips to start twitching slightly. Okay, quick. Do we make a fast run for it and just try to dodge everything, or do we get off and fight the way of monsters coming our direction? Lucian asked quickly. It's best if we fight them head-on instead of just running away. If we have to fight while on the griffins, our combat abilities would be lowered since we don't have any experience doing cavalry battles. Luke responded immediately. Talia and Annabeth nodded their head in agreement. They all dismounted the griffins and stood back to back against each other. Annabeth took out both her daggers from her side. Talia turned her canister into a spear and said, Aegis, turning her bracelet into a shield, while Luke just took out his dagger with a fist raised. I'll summon my other shadows to help, but be careful since if they get too injured all at the same time, I won't be able to maintain them for battle and help you guys out, Lucian quickly explained, before turning his ring into a bow. They all nodded their heads and waited for the monsters to come and surround in the middle of an open grass field. Lucian summoned all the shadows he owned and had them stand in a circle protecting them. Lucian currently had 1 raven, 5 Laestrygonians giant, 20 Stymphalian birds, 30 lamias, 1 large boar, 156 spiders, 10 impausi, and 12 griffins, which Lucian summoned except the spiders, as they would have just done more harm than good. In front of Lucian and the rest, a group of Caucasus bull game charging up to them. They were bronze metal bulls with the ability to breathe fire, which was plain obvious due to the smoke coming out of their nostrils. From back the way Lucian and the others came from, hellhound were making their ways running towards them. And from the sky, harpies were slowly approaching them with large, screeching noises. Lucian thought of different ways this could go and of different possibilities in the span of a few seconds. He turned his bow into a sword and passed it on to Luke. Hearing quickly take this, I noticed how uncomfortable you were with a dagger earlier. Thanks, but what about you? Luke asked while putting away his dagger and taking it. Lucian just smirked as a shadow started moving like it was alive, growing tendrils. Don't worry, like I previously showed you, I don't need a weapon to be classified powerful. And soon they were quickly surrounded from all sides with no way to escape but to fight. Lucian shot his tendrils of shadow into the sky, grabbing around 6 harpies from the air and willing the tendrils to slam them down on the ground. With an unwilling screech, they bounced from the ground with a large thud and quickly turned to dust, causing them to later reform in Tartarus. Lucian procced to then summoned earth spikes from the ground and shot them in the air, taking down 8 more harpies. Meanwhile, Luke, who now had a sword in his hands, ran towards the massive hellhounds that were the size of a bear. One of them jumped at him, ready to tear one of his limb off with its teeth, but Luke simply sidestepped while swinging his sword to the side, decapitating it, turning it into dust and ashes. Unexpectedly, a hellhound suddenly appeared behind him as it used shadow travel to appear behind him. "Behind you, Luke," Lucian called out, sensing the use of shadow travel. Luke didn't stop to think about it before spinning on his heels and slashing the hellhound across its chest, turning it into dust as well. Normally, if one isn't from the Underworld or from something of similar nature related to it, then it would have been impossible to wield a Stygian steel weapon. But since it is blood-bounded weapon and Lucian gave permission for Luke to wield it, he's able to use it, but isn't able to absorb the essence of the monsters he kills into the sword. Luke ducked his head when he saw his shadow move slightly and a hellhound suddenly appear over him as it jumped from his shadow. Luke thrusted his sword upwards, skewering the hellhound's chest. When it turned into dust, more hellhound jumped from each direction, surrounding him, trying to maim him. Luke tried spinning with the blade, trying to get each of them, but only ended up cutting and killing 3 of them before the last one swung its claw across his back, making him grunt in pain. He didn't turn around and just thrusted his sword backwards, impaling it in the head. And while that was happening, Lucian's shadows were all over the place. The 5 Laestrygonians giants alongside the impausi were ahead, taking down any hellhounds they could, but some still managed to escape them using shadow travel and go towards Luke's direction. Meanwhile, the 20 Stymphalian birds were in the air, helping Lucian take down the harpies from the sky. Some used their friends as decoys in front of them and swooped down towards Lucian, managing to scratch him on his arms and legs. And while that was going on, Annabeth and Talia were busy fighting the fire-breathing bulls. Talia ended up using her shield to block the bull's charge, but ended up being pushed back due to its force. And as it opened its mouth to use its inborn flamethrower, she thrusted her electricity-charged spear inside it, destroying their core. The Lamias would then wrap their tails around Talia and pull her away from the explosions. Some of the Lamias would wrap them themselves around the bulls and pry their mouth open, which gave Annabeth the chance to throw her daggers inside, also destroying the cores. One of the bulls went charging around the field, scorching some of the grass, while also breathing fire, destroying some of the Lamia shadows. It then headed straight for Talia. Due to its still breathing fire, Talia had to protect herself with her shield. The bull took that opportunity to ram its head, sending Talia flying crashing into ground with a grimace. "Talia, switch with me," Lucian yelled out. Although confused and slightly frustrated, she obliged. Talia quickly got up, and they both ran towards each and swapped opponents. It was now Talia fighting the Harpies while Lucian went toward the bulls. The Harpies were less hostile and weary of Talia due to her status as Zeus' daughter and Aegis' shield intimidating them. But Talia didn't care for their feelings at the moment. She pointed her spear into the air and released a volt of electricity in which she started using it as a whip, twirling it around, vaporizing any harpies it made contact with. As for Lucian, as soon as he came close enough to the bulls, he spread his arms slightly and made a grasping motion. He proceeded to then slowly bring his two fists together, causing two bulls that were charging at him and Annabeth to change directions and start tilting their horn towards each other. The bulls tried to move and get away from each other and whatever was controlling them, but they just ended crashing into one another, causing their horns to pierce the head of other. They quickly powered down, causing them to crash into the ground with sparks coming off them. Lucian smirked, seeing that. He previously failed to realize that the bronze bull were made from celestial bronze, a very rare metal he has the ability to control. When suddenly a dagger flew right past the side of his head, causing his eyes to widen, before hearing something being impaled, followed by a loud screech right behind him. He turned around and saw a harpy turn to dust. He turned back towards Annabeth, who was smirking in his direction. "Now you owe me one." Lucian didn't say anything and just made an uppercut motion with his fist. Annabeth was at first confused before she heard sound of an impact. She quickly turned around and looked behind her. She saw a pillar coming from the ground, hitting a bull that was too close for confront under its head, sending it flying back, making it land on its back. Lucian then made a swiping up motion, and from the center of the bull's stomach a spear made of multiple jewels and gold pierced through right underneath it, destroying its core. Lucian returned her smirk with one of his own. "And now we're even." Seeing that they killed all the bulls, Lucian turned towards Annabeth. "Prepare to catch me." "What? Arise!" Lucian yelled. He felt his already dwindling amount of magic to suddenly plummet, causing him to fall face first with sweat running down from his forehead. Annabeth quickly caught Lucian with a panicked expression and put his arm over her shoulder, lifting him up, making her lean on her. "What just happened?" Annabeth asked, never seen Lucian look so exhausted before. Lucian started chuckling. "I just decided to turn the tide of the battle in our favor." In front of them, multiple shadow soldiers started rising from the ashes they left behind and started helping the other shadow soldier bring down the remaining monsters. Little by little, Lucian's forces started overpowering their opponents. Luke and Talia stopped what they were doing since they didn't have to fight anymore, and watched in shock as Lucian's shadows completely eliminated the left-over harpies and hellhound, leaving the battlefield with only Lucian's shadows and the ashes and dust of what remained of the monsters. Lucian, Annabeth, Talia, and Luke were seen sitting around a campfire with an exhausted look over their faces. With bandages wrapped around some parts of their bodies, they have already drunk all the healing potions available, but it wasn't enough. Even if they did have more, they would have been too tired for it to have been beneficial. "Sorry," Lucian said while looking at Luke's bandaged hand with a hint of guilt in his eyes. Luke just shook his head. "Don't worry about it. It's thanks to it that I was able to fight and only leave with a few claw marks." "You sure are forgetful, huh?" Annabeth said, while laying on her back looking at the stars. "It's not my fault, I'm so smart." "Okay," Lucian retorted. "What? Isn't it supposed to me that you're dumb since you're so forgetful?" Talia asked confusedly while feeding Luke a piece of meat since he couldn't use his hands at the moment. Lucian looks at Talia with a smug expression. "That's where you're wrong. I have so many ideas and smart thoughts that useless information escapes my head and doesn't have storage for it. Yeah, like that only people related to the Underworld are allowed to wield Stygian steel weapons. Wow, such useless knowledge." Annabeth scoffed with a playful expression. "It's really not that bad, guys. All it did was burn my hands. One thing I notice is that we demigods heal faster, so it should be gone by morning at the earliest, or in 2 days at most," Luke said in between bites, looking at his hands. Annabeth turns and looks at Lucian. "So how many more shadowy thingies did you get overall?" 120 harpies and 140 hellhounds. And although the bulls can't become my shadows, they still left me a little gift. I was able to use what remained of their bodies and turn it into celestial bronze ingots, which I should be able to use to make Luke a temporary sword. Thanks, man, Luke said, looking at Lucian gratefully. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when it's done. Luke just smiled and nodded his head. Talia then looked over everyone. So what are we going to do for the night watch? We need to figure out the order. There's actually no need. I'll just leave some of my shadow birds to stay and watch our surroundings, Lucian willing Bartholomew to come out from his shadow. It flew around for a bit before perching itself on his shoulder. Won't they simply disappear if you fall asleep or something and leave us defenseless? Talia asked with a questioning look, as if deciding whether it's a good idea to leave her back open to a bird. Already tried it, don't worry, Lucian said, reassuring her, which she responded with a nod. Lucian summoned most of his air-related shadows and had them stay out and keep watch. Lucian summoned his bag and used it as a pillow and pulled out a sweater and used it as a blanket. Unluckily for them, it was the winter, so they were cold. Lucian laid his head on his bag and closed his eyes and fell asleep. 1 month later, we're close by, just a few feet away, Luke shouted as his lips were pale blue and his teeth were chattering while he was shivering due to the giant snowstorm and blizzard that descended upon them. Don't you dare close your eyes, Annabeth, Lucian shouted with gritted teeth, while shivering as well, as he saw her slowly closing her eyes on top of her griffin. Lucian clicked his tongue and willed his griffin to approach hers. He jumped from his ride and landed behind Annabeth, where he proceeded to wrap his arms around her, sharing his body heat. If this was a regular blizzard, I would have just used my magic to warm us all up, but it's clearly not. I'll get him back for this. Lucian thought of doing anything possible, even trying to make the griffins run faster, which wasn't a very good idea, as he felt like his skin was about to peel off if it went any faster. After a few minutes, they all arrived at the ridge. They looked down to the other side, and there was a white colonial-style house, in other words, May Castellan's house, Luke's home. Luke gritted his teeth. He doesn't know if it's because of the cold weather or his emotions and feelings upon seeing his home, the place he ran away from. We're here, come on, Luke shouted and made his griffin go forward, making the others follow close behind. A brilliant golden flash illuminated through the woods, causing everyone to wince, which was followed by the booming voice of a man. Luke, you shouldn't have come home. Hermes, you think if I had a choice, I would have decided to come here. This is the only place where I knew you at least noticed that I came by, and the only place where my friends can stay for a bit. Luke didn't say anything else, and just continued riding the griffin to the front door of the white colonial house. He got off griffin, which was followed by everyone else. Lucian went and carried Annabeth in a princess carry close behind Luke, while Talia looked at Luke worriedly, since he hasn't been acting the same since they started getting closer to this place. Luke went towards the front door and started knocking after a bit of hesitation. An old woman who was as thin as a scarecrow, her gray-white sticking out like tufts all over her head, opened the door. May Castellan. May gasped in surprise when she saw Luke. Luke, my baby, you must be freezing cold in this weather. Quickly come in and invite your friends inside. I told you playing in the cold isn't good for your health. Luckily, I have a fireplace set up. Luke didn't respond and just looked down on the ground as he was unable to look his mother in the eyes. Annabeth was shivering, laying her head on Lucian's lap with a blanket over her. Lucian was running his finger through her hair while simultaneously using his magic, which he was now able to use to warm her up even further. Meanwhile, Luke and Hermes were seen sitting down on a couch slightly away from everyone, but not that far as Lucian, who was close by, was able to hear them. So you finally decided to show yourself, huh? Why now? Why not in all those years where I prayed to you to come and take me away? You didn't do anything and just left me with her, Luke said, pointing a finger towards his mother, still unable to even look at her. Hermes' face hardened slightly. Don't disrespect her. She's still your mother. She did the best that she could. As for me, I could not interfere with your path. The children of the gods must find their own path, their own ways of doing things. Yeah, okay, so it was for my own good that I grew up in the streets, fending for myself, fighting monsters, fighting to just live another day. Luke clenched his fist with every word that came out of his mouth. You are my son. I knew you were talented. I knew that you would be fine on your own. When I was just a baby, I'm not a god. For once, you could have just said something. You could have helped when Luke stopped himself, noticing that his friends were staring at him. He lowered his voice to the point that only Hermes was able to hear. You could have helped me when she was having one of her fits, shaking me, saying crazy things about my fate. When I used to hide in the closet so she wouldn't find me with those glowing eyes, did you even care that I was scared? Luke's voice started shaking the more he spoke. Did you even know when it was that I ran away? Luke turned his head as he couldn't even look at his father, and saw Talia waving at him to look. She tilted the cup in mouth. She gave me hot water, saying it's hot chocolate. What the fuck? Luke, Hermes called out. I care about you very much, but gods must interfere directly in mortal affairs. It's one of the most ancient laws, especially when your destiny. Hermes' voice trails off, and his face hardens once again as if he remembered something he wishes to forget. What? Luke's asked. What about my destiny? You really shouldn't have come here, Hermes mutters, but before he could say anything, Luke gets a confused look on his face. Wait, why did I want to come here? Why did I immediately think of this place and make my decision to come here when I have been avoiding this place? Luke muttered to himself. What? Hermes asked, narrowing his eyes. What are you talking about? Upon hearing his father, Luke's face grimaced in annoyance. Don't act like a caring father now. After all these years of neglect, my few months have been hectic. I'll probably remember in a while, but that doesn't give you the right to come in and start caring about me. Hearing this, Hermes just sighed. It must have been a stressful journey. You might have been feeling homesick, Hermes said, trying to justify Luke's strange behavior, but all it ended up doing was angering Luke further. This is the last place Luke would consider a home. Before Luke could say anything else, Hermes continued where he left off. You coming here only upsets both of you. You really should have come, but it also helps me realize that you are too old to be on the run without help. I'll speak to with Chiron at Camp Half-Blood and ask him to send a satyr to collect all of you. Forget about that for now. Just tell me what you were going to say about my destiny. Hermes' shoes and hat then started to flutter slightly, as if agitated and trying to memorize all of Luke's features. My son, Hermes softly called out, I am the god of travelers and roads. If I know anything, it's that you must walk your own path, even if it tears my heart. You don't love me, Luke stated as if it was a fact. I promise, Luke. I do love you. I love you dearly. Go to camp. Get there safely. I will see that you get a quest soon. Perhaps you can defeat the Hydra or steal an apple of Hesperides. You will get to be a great and brave hero before. Before what? Luke said, his expression turning angrier by the second. What did my mom see that made her like this? What's going to happen to me? You said that you love me, right? Then prove it. Tell me. Hermes sighed as his expression tightened. I can't. Then you don't care. Luke yelled, startling May. Luke! Luke! Is it you? Quick, come home. I'm worried about you. It's dangerous outside. Have you returned? She rambled on. Luke turned to hide his face from his mother, so her fit wouldn't be triggered. Tears started filling his eyes. I'm fine without any of you. I already have a new family. Talia, Lucian, Annabeth. Let's go, we're leaving. Wait, you can't leave yet. Luke was surprised when he heard his father yelling and reached out his hand, grabbing him. He expected his mother to be the one saying this, not his father. You can't go, you'll die. All of you will. Talia, Luke, Lucian, and Annabeth, who was feeling better and staying close to Lucian, all looked at Hermes in surprise. What are you talking about? And didn't you say that you couldn't intervene in mortal affairs? Why are you stopping us now? Aren't you contradicting yourself? Luke yelled and pulled his arms away from Hermes, not wanting to be touched by him. Hermes was now looking worried. What I can't intervene with is your path and fate, as that is only yours to take, but this is different. This isn't only a mortal affair, it's a godly one as well. Hermes then looked at Talia and Lucian. My father and uncle are each trying to kill you at any chance they get. If you leave like this, you would all die suffering from their wrath. Hermes then looked Luke in the eyes as he said, You previously said to prove it to you that I love you, right? So here's my proof. Hermes summoned his divine weapon, his caduceus, and spread out his arms. I'm alone allowed to give you a temporary one, but I Hermes, god of travelers and roads, give you all my blessing to reach your destination safely together. Although the journey ahead won't be easy and you will experience a lot of challenges, you will always find the right path that leads you where you need to go. They all felt Hermes' divine power sweep over them, but they didn't feel much different. There, I have given you my blessings. Now you would have a much better chance of survival. Hermes turned towards Lucian and Talia, and with a sigh said, "Don't worry. I don't blame you two for what's going on. You two were just born at a time that you shouldn't, which isn't fair for either of you. I've done all I could." And with that, Luke walked out without saying anything to his father, while the others started following close behind. Lucian looked back towards Hermes, and May closed the door behind him. May suddenly held on to Hermes as his eyes glowed a green color. The fates beloved is in our presence. Destinies which were coming have changed paths. Oaths are broken, and a challenge is issued that changes everything. Hermes' eyes widened in shock and horror as he looked at May, whose eyes returned to normal, started crying out of nowhere. "My baby Luke is gone. Where's he? He needed mommy. I bake you some cookies, honey. Can we go back inside? I'm cold again," Annabeth said while hugging herself and slowly making her way towards Lucian. "All right, here you guys go," Lucian said as he ended up taking out sweaters for each of them. Talia looked at the leather jacket Lucian handed her and said, "No offense, but the last thing I need right now is to wear something made out of cold leather and take off this coat that's barely functional." Lucian rolled his eyes at that. While inside, I was able to finally use my magic since I wasn't in that magic dampening snowstorm. And so while Annabeth was defrosting, I used that chance to enchant the sweater/jacket we mostly wear with an enchantment that provide warmth. They all quickly took off what they were wearing and put on their respective sweaters, making them release a satisfied moan. "Oh, Lucian, you are a lifesaver," Talia said, enjoying the warmth. Annabeth, although already warm, started inching herself closer to Lucian while blushing to herself. Everyone mostly thought that it's due to the lingering effects of the cold, but if Annabeth saw her own face, she would know that it was for a different reason. "So what do we do now? Where do we go? Do we just wait?" Talia asked with her hands inside her pockets. Luke, although wanting to refuse his father's help, looked at everyone around and sighed. "We'll wait for the satyr to arrive. With his help, we'll reach Camp Half-Blood faster, which I assume is the camp your dads were talking about. And end this quickly." There was an awkward silence between them before Lucian decided to end it by looking at Luke with a teasing expression, which he caught on and looked at Lucian in confusion. "What?" Lucian put a hand on his throat and coughed to prepare his throat. He used a bit of magic and mimicked Luke's voice perfectly. "I'm fine without any of you. I already have a new family." Lucian's voice then returned to normal and looked at Luke with his teasing expression still on. "So you consider us family? I'll Luke, you big old softy." Luke then got embarrassed and turned his head away. "After everything we've been through, I would be surprised if you didn't think we grew closer," he mumbled. Annabeth smiled at that and leaned her head against Lucian's arm. "Even after everything we have experienced and coming close to death almost daily, I'm sure that running away is and will be the smartest decision I made." Talia just blushed and playfully punched Luke in the arm. "Who knew that's what you really felt, huh?" There was a beautiful silence between before Lucian decided that he had enough of the mushy-feeling vibe they were all radiating. Lucian pointed his index finger toward his mouth and made an exaggerated gagging sound, which everyone could tell he was being playful. "EW, that was weird, and the son of Hades, I'm supposed to be all gloomy and shit. What was with that weird vibe?" Everyone just started chuckling, which Luke was grateful for. After everything that just happened with his father, a laugh between the people who he considers family is the thing he really needed. A few hours later, Lucian and everyone else were seen sitting a few feet away from May's house. Lucian made his shadows go and searched for logs which they used as seats and waited in the cold in front of the campfire for their guide to appear. "You guys didn't have to do this, Luke said with a sigh. "I would have been just fine sucking it up and going back inside and dealing with what needed to be dealt. You guys don't have to deal with this cold for me." All three of them then started shaking their heads in disagreement. "We saw how uncomfortable and uneasy you were when you were inside. A little cold is nothing compared to what you would have felt if we went back inside," Talia said with a smile. Annabeth and Lucian nodded their heads. Annabeth then just shrugged her shoulders. Plus, with Lucian's enchantments, it's not too bad. Just like how you consider us family, we consider you family as well. If something makes you uncomfortable, there's no way we would force you to go. Everyone turned towards Lucian and waited for him to say something, but he just looked at them with a raised brow. What? Oh, you wanted to say something? Well, I could survive just about anywhere. The cold never bothered me anyways, so you good, bro. Luke just smiled at that. Between guy friends, they don't need to say much to express how they feel. Luke immediately understood what Lucian wanted to convey and smiled. While the girls weren't the same, Annabeth nudged Lucian on the ribs and gave him an seriously. That's all. Look, meanwhile Talia just rolled her eyes. However, before they could say anything or make new conversations, a few feet away from the woods they heard the sound of what appeared to be a goat coming down a mountain, its hooves making contact against the rocks as it came down. A satyr came down from the ridge to the side and stood in front of them nervously. Bah, and nice to meet you everyone, my name is Grover Underwood. As I'm assigned as your protector, I'm supposed to help you get to Camp Half-Blood safely. Bah, Grover introduced himself nervously. Grover Underwood. /in. Y'all put the pictures, any Grover pic I put just gets shadow banned, so enjoy yourself. Everyone then started to introduce themselves, starting from youngest to oldest, Annabeth, Lucian, Talia, and Luke. Lucian looked around trying to see if they sent anyone else. But when he saw that he didn't, he turned towards Grover and asked, "Hey, do you mind if I ask you a question? And just know I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but isn't there nobody else?" Grover's expression turned slightly sad, but before Grover can misunderstand the situation, Lucian continues. "Can you let me explain why I asked that?" Grover, although slightly downcast at Lucian's reaction to seeing him, he nodded his head. "Looking at you, I can guess that in your race you would be considered very young, right?" Grover nodded his head. "So they sent someone so young to bring back 2 demigods of the big 3, which would attract a lot of monsters. Which is why I asked if they sent sound else. Sending some so young for such a dangerous mission is just stupid. Whoever sent you must hate you for some reason." "Bah, it can't be that bad, right?" Grover asked, feeling even more nervous than before he started. Everyone just started looking at Grover with pity, which just made Grover more nervous. "Right?" Lucian sighed when he saw Grover started getting really nervous. He just kept making goat noises while looking around anxiously. "Look, you don't have to fight, you just have to be our guide. We'll fight and protect you. While you take us to Camp Half-Blood, how does that sound?" Lucian said, trying to calm him down, feeling a little guilty for bringing it up. Grover took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "Bah, although I'm scared and nervous for our journey ahead. I was assigned to be your protector. So, if I'm going, bah, I'm going to get my searcher's license. I don't mind tussling with a few monsters." Grover started shadow boxing to try and calm his nerves. After taking another deep breath, he turned towards the other and asked, "So are you all ready?" Trying to sound reassuring. "In a minute," Luke said before kicking some snow towards the campfire and turning towards Lucian expectantly. Lucian rolled his eyes and with a sigh summoned a griffin for everyone, which completely frightened Grover. He walked back in shock and fear, tripping over his hooves, falling, but first into the snow. "I'm not explaining, I always explain, it gets tiring," Lucian said, getting on his griffin and waited. Annabeth playfully rolled her eyes. "Fine, I guess it's my job to educate the ignorant," which just earned her a snowball to the face. She cleaned her face and looked towards Lucian, who was just whistling, looking around. But she managed to catch a shadow tendril going back to a shadow, causing her eyebrow to twitch. Annabeth just glared at Lucian, promising vengeance, before turning towards Grover and explained what happened. "I see." Grover sighed in relief. Everyone soon got on and waited for Grover to get on. Lucian leaned his arms on his griffin's head. "What are you waiting for, Goatman? You have a group of demigod kids to lead, don't you?" Grover slapped both of his cheeks before nodding his head and jumping onto the griffin next to him. And with that, they started their journey towards Camp Half-Blood. "Hey, Lucian, can you pass me the book, please? I'm bored," Annabeth asked as they traversed through the snowy winter forest. Lucian willed a tendril to manifest itself from his shadow with the large book his mother gave him. "Here," Lucian passed her the book with his shadow. Annabeth got very excited and positioned the book on top of the griffin, where she proceeded to fully immerse into it. "Now that I think about it, Annabeth always asked for that book when he'd go on a long journey with almost no stops. What's so interesting about it? Talia asked, watching how happy Annabeth looks flipping the pages. Before Lucian could say anything, Annabeth looked up towards Talia, explaining it to her. Lucian's mother was amazing. She basically made him a guide towards everything there is to know about Greek mythology, and then some. There's knowledge about ancient spells, artifacts, what appears to be a bestiary, and more. These are all so fascinating that I can't help but be immersed in it. Lucian smiles to himself, hearing his mother get complimented, but before he could say anything else, a large tail, made completely out, would slap Lucian right on his torso, sending him flying off his griffin and crashing against a tree, snapping it in half due to the force. Lucian! They all yelled in shock. They all turned towards the cause, which caused their eyes to widen in shock. A part of the tree next to them slithered towards them. Ruer. Vines and roots started coming out of the ground and around its snake-like body. It sent its roots to try and penetrate them, but the griffins simply jumped out of the way on time. Meanwhile, Lucian slowly got up from the ground with a moan. He coughed for a bit, spilling out some blood, staining the white, snow-covered ground. He wiped his lips while muttering to himself, "What the hell is up with these creatures and smashing my back against something? Just what is that thing?" Luke yelled before pulling out a purely celestial bronze sword for his side. Annabeth started flipped through the pages of chapter 6 of the book rapidly. Here it is. A root goes and tries to take a hold of her, but the griffin slashes its talon, ripping them apart. It's a hydra vine. Annabeth yelled, making her griffin move around. The hydra vines were born from the tears of the Gorgon sisters, Stheno and Oele, after the tragic demise of their sister Medusa against the hero Perseus. Distraught and vengeful, the Gorgons wept bitter tears that mingled with the blood of Medusa, giving rise to the hydra vines. These serpentine plant creatures embodied the enduring sorrow and wrath of the Gorgons. Picture. Annabeth read the passage out loud, while Luke slashed a vine that tried to constrict him and the griffin. Talia pulled out her spear and shield, which for some reason ended up enraging it as it became more aggressive with its attack. Thorns started to now appear in vines, which it started using as a whip. One of those whips almost got Grover, but Talia managed to get in front of him and protect it with her shield, which enraged it further. Lucian stood up and summoned his scythe before Shadow, blinking towards it. Lucian tried to cut his body with his scythe, but the hydra vine blocked it with the end of its tail, which was cut off. It then grew back in a few seconds. Normally, Lucian would have ended up summoning his shadows to take care of it, but that bastard made it personal when it threw him towards the trees. Luke and Talia then appeared, each slashing and thrusting their weapons into the serpentine plant. Talia would charge her spear with electricity and thrust it inside the root serpent, causing it a large portion of damage, but it would just heal up. But every time Lucian would cut a part of the serpent, it would take a larger amount of time to regenerate, which Lucian noticed. As the serpent, which was as 15 foot tall, 4.5 m, sent out and controlled the roots to try and get them, Lucian used them as a foothold and got as close as possible. Lucian spun his scythe around, cutting everything the snake threw at him like a harvest. Luke went around slashing and cutting all the vines that went towards Grover. Meanwhile, Annabeth protected the book with her body and used a dagger to cut some vines that started wrapping itself on her griffin. As Lucian was running up the roots of the serpent, it managed to scratch Lucian with its thorn on his legs. But Lucian didn't pay it any mind. He waved his scythe, cutting the roots he was just on and jumping toward the next. The roots he cut then started shriveling up before turning to dust. Talia charged her spear with electricity again. She started following Lucian's example and started climbing the roots. She started smirking to herself and tried out something she has been trying to do for a while now. She wrapped herself with her own electricity and sped her way through all the roots, blocking her from its body. When she arrived before its body, Talia thrusted her, impaling the snake's upper body, causing it to roar in pain. Lucian then appeared from the sky, swung his scythe down, impaling the top of its head with his scythe blade and using all of his momentum and body weight to drag it to the ground with him. and with a thud the root's serpent's head bounced off the ground before its entire body started shriveling up, turning dry before turning into dust. With it defeated Lucian, and the others let out a sigh of relief. Lucian then smirked as he then said, "Arise," causing a shadow of a snake made out dark shadowy roots and vine to appear from the dust it left behind and sink into a shadow. Grover, seeing the processes for the first time, looked at Lucian in shock, while Talia, Luke, and Annabeth shook their heads, realizing that with each battle Lucian grows stronger. Talia and Lucian then looked at each other and smirked before they went to high-five each other for their teamwork, but as Lucian took a step forward, his leg completely gave out, which caused him to fall face towards the snow. "Lucian, what's wrong?" Talia shouted and went to help him up. The others quickly got off their griffins and came running towards him. Talia grabbed his hand and put it over her shoulder. She tried to get him to stand, but his legs would just not cooperate. Lucian sighed when it happened. "It looks like the thorns were poisonous, but it's not the bad kind, only the paralyzing kind. Are you going to be okay?" They all looked at him with worry. "I'm fine." Lucian willed his griffin to come to his side, and with Talia's help he sat down on its back. "Hold on," Grover said with a serious expression, got off his griffin, and got close towards Lucian's leg where he started examining it. "It's only a minor case of paralyzed with a few common herbs from around here, and he should be okay, really," Grover said. "Wait here for a few minutes. Although the snow is masking a bit of the smell, I can still smell it." Grover got on top of the griffin before he started riding it around back and forth, stopping for a bit before sniffing the air, picking up a small herb, and bringing it all towards Lucian. "Here you go," Grover said, handing him a couple of flowers. Lucian took them with a teasing smile. "Thanks for the get-well gift. I'll be sure to put it in a vase and water it." "Just eat it," they yelled with a smile, while Grover looked at them in confusion. Lucian grumbled before eating it all. "I can't believe you all peer-pressured me towards eating grass." "So can you stand?" Luke asked with a raised brow. "It's not going to work immediately, Luke," Annabeth said with a slight sneer, while shaking her head in disappointment. "Actually, it is," Grover said, which caused Lucian, Talia, to chuckle. Luke looked at Annabeth smugly, causing her roll her eyes. "You're older than me. Grow up." Lucian then tried to stand up, and when he did, his legs worked completely fine. They all patted Grover on the back. "Good job, Protector." "Bah!" Grover bellowed. Due to his embarrassment, he rubbed the back of his head and blushed. After making sure everything is all right, they got on their griffins again and rode off through the forest. As soon as the griffins started picking up their speed and pace, they dissolved in a shadowy smoke, sending everyone towards the snowy ground rolling. "Hey, Lucian, what's the big idea?" Annabeth started yelling, as she stood up but stopped before she could finish her sentences when she turned towards Lucian. Her eyes widened in horror. "Lucian!" Annabeth yelled and started running towards his direction. The others looked back and started running towards him with shock and horror in their eyes as well. "Lucian!" Lucian was on the ground, breathing heavily as he slowly was dissolving into pitch-black smoke, fading in and out of existence. Annabeth slid towards him and knelt before him. "Lucian! Lucian!" She cried out with tears running down her face. She tried to take a hold of him, shake him awake, but her hands just passed right through him. Luke and Talia started slowly panicking as well. Talia turned towards Grover and put a hand on his shoulder, unconsciously tightening her grip. "You have been around other demigods before, right? Since you're part of that camp, surely you must know what's going on." Grover winces in pain, causing Luke to put a hand on Talia's shoulder to calm her down. "Stop it, you're hurting him." Talia quickly realized what she was doing and let go while apologize. "Sorry, my emotions got the better of me." "No, I completely understand your friend's in danger. I would feel the same way if I was in your shoes. Boss for what's going on I have, but I can make some guesses of what I do know and see. He's burdening himself with something. His demigod abilities are in too much strain that they're collapsing on itself, and Baha, I think." Luke and Talia looked at each and could already make some inferences of what's happening. Annabeth, Talia called out to her, but Annabeth was too busy worrying about Lucian, trying to see what's wrong with him. "Annabeth!" Luke yelled, causing her to flinch. In the book, every time we battle, Lucian stops and writes down something like he's counting and adding things up. What is it? What? Annabeth asked, wondering why they would be worried about that at a time like this. Just answer the question, it's important, Talia said in a serious tone. Hearing her, Annabeth gulped and nodded her head. It's how many shadow soldiers he has. He likes to keep count of his ever-growing army, as he calls it. How many does he have currently? You're the one that has the book, right? How many does he have? Quickly, I don't think he has much time. I don't know. Let me check. Annabeth grabbed the book she tossed to the side and started flipping the book to the last page. Annabeth then started to count what he was written down. Here, it says he has 1 raven, 5 Laestrygonian giants, 20 Stymphalian birds, 30 lamias, 1 oversized boar. She then flinched at the next part, but continued. 156 spiders, 19 impausa, 20 griffins, 140 harpies, and 154 hellhounds. Plus the one he just required a few minutes ago, Grover added. Annabeth quickly did the calculations. He currently has 547 shadow soldiers. By the gods, they all shouted. Even Grover shouted in surprise. No wonder he's like this. That's too much. He's only 7 years old. He's too young to be carrying all of that in his shadows. I'm amazed he hasn't broken down any sooner, Luke said in amazement and in worry. He has to release some of them. It's just too much for the current him. Talia, as she knelt down towards the heavily breathing Lucian. Lucian, listen carefully. You have too big of a burden. Release some of them. If you don't, you could die. She said next to him. She tried to touch him, but her hand passed right through him, leaving a smoky black trail. Please, Lucian, release some of them. I don't want you to die, Annabeth cried. After a few seconds, shadowy silhouettes of different shapes started leaving underneath him. H, Annabeth yelled as she saw a horde of spiders walk from underneath him. She went and hid behind Talia while shaking like a leaf. They slowly started turning into black, shadowy smoke and disappeared from everyone's view. After a couple seconds, they saw that Lucian was still transparent and started to get worried and lose hope. His heavy breathing then started to calm down, and he started to gain more clarity. I almost died again. I felt it, and it would have been permanently too. I felt myself disappearing. It looks like I'm still a tad bit immature about my reincarnation. I thought I was the main character now, that I was reincarnated, but because of my stubbornness and complex, it came to this. Who did I think I was? Jinwoo? Even Jinwoo had to start slow when he first started as the Shadow Monarch. He could only save around 20 Shadow Soldier. I'm lucky my limit is higher than that, but it wasn't enough reason for me to be arrogant about it and think all I needed to do is get more shadows to be strong. I still don't have a lot of mastery over my abilities to control my shadow, which lead to me suffering the effects of it, but once I do, then it'll be a different story, he thought to himself. The others noticed that it was getting pretty late and the sun was setting, so they decided to set up camp there, and then, as time passed, Lucian started becoming more and more solid, in which he was wide awake. He kept thinking about his blunder. I kept thinking that just because I'm the son of a god, I would be invincible. Lucian then held onto his necklace while looking at the night sky, which was covered by the snowy trees. He closed his eyes and tightened his grip. Mom, would you be disappointed in me? With a final sigh, he decided that it was better for him to sleep since it was so late, and with that he closed his eyes and fell asleep without any trouble. The next day, Lucian was walking a few feet behind everyone, still looking a little faded and using his scythe as a walking stick. Annabeth, who also stood behind, walked right next to him and kept looking at him with worry, afraid that he would simply disappear if she looked away. This caused Lucian to sigh. I'm fine. You have to stop worrying about me. Sure, I look like a ghost, and I'm walking with the help of something like an old man with back problems, but I'm mostly fine, just exhausted. Annabeth just glared at Lucian. You're anything but fine. Why didn't you say anything if you were feeling burdened by your abilities? Because I didn't feel it. For you to understand what happened, you need to understand how my powers really work, which I didn't know until recently, and just found out thanks to what just happened. You see, in order to make a shadow soldier, a bit of my shadow is used in return. The part of my shadow that was needed to make the Hydra vines just wasn't there, so when I called it forward, it started to basically use my body instead, if that makes sense. As for why I didn't feel it, It was mostly because of the Hydra vine's poison. It made me feel numb, so I couldn't feel it. And so, when I was cured of it, it all came weighing down on me without me being able to say anything. I'm fine now. I didn't even realize how freeing it feels to not have all of that on me. Hearing this, Annabeth looked at Lucian and asked, "So how many do you have then, since you had to release some of them?" "Let's see, I have 1 ravens, 5 giants, 10 stymphalian birds, 15 lamias, 1 large boar, 10 spiders, 12 impausa, kept the 20 griffins, 30 harpies, 30 hellhounds, and the hydra vines, making it a total of 135, which is still a very decent amount, so I'm not angry about it. I feel like I can store more, maybe up 150. That's the max it could take for now, that is. I'm leaving the rest empty in case we encounter something worthwhile." "Wait, so how in the world did you manage to store 500 if you could only take 150? Annabeth asked, confused. "That's my fault. Having my literal existence almost erased didn't happen without any consequences. It lowered the amount of shadow soldiers I can save. I think I can summon more than that, but I can't store them for later use," Lucian explained. Grover then turned towards everyone. "Guys, I hear a river stream a few feet ahead of us. It's getting late. It's better if we settle down and rest for tomorrow's journey." Hearing him, the others nodded and followed close behind. When they arrive and start setting everything up, Grover started giving them survival advice on the wilderness. He started showing them what fruits and berries were safe to eat, which ones were poisonous, the same with mushrooms. And while the others were busy setting up camp, Lucian was by the river with his spear in hand, trying to catch some fish. As he saw a fish swim by, he was about to throw the spear, but before he could, something erupted from the water. Every stopped what they were doing as Annabeth pulled out both her daggers. Luke drew out his sword, and Talia her spear and shield. "Whoa, WOH, don't do that, you'll end up killing me," a river nymph said, appearing from the flowing river. "Are you crazy? Who hunts fish with a Stygian steel weapon?" the nymph. Lucian got slightly embarrassed. "How was I supposed to know you were in there?" "I guess that's fair, but it still doesn't make it right," the nymph said, nodding her head slightly. "So what then? If you don't want me to fish with my weapon, can you, I don't know, with a river to throw us some fish or something?" "Why would I do that?" she said, looking at Lucian weirdly. Lucian just smiled at her. "'Cause if you don't, I'll stick this where the sun doesn't reach." A horrified look appeared on her before Talia appeared and smacked the pole of spear on Lucian's head. "Stop scaring you idiot." "Ouch," Lucian said, rubbing the back of his head. "Fine, then you go and fish us some fish," Lucian grumbled and went toward the others, limping, using his spear. "Well, you're such a ladies' man," Luke said, snickering. "All right, golden boy, go up there and uses your infinite amount of charisma and try to get us some food," Lucian said while giving Luke a challenging look. "Fine, just watch and learn," Luke said as he fixed his hair and clothes and calmly walked towards the nymph with a confident look. As Luke went up towards the nymph, he started talking, trying to riz her up with a smile. But the nymph looked at him disgusted. She ended up waving her hand, causing the water to rise up and hit him right on his face, causing him to be soaking wet. "Ha ha!" Lucian laughed, rolling on the ground while pointing at him. Annabeth just had a hand over her mouth and turned her head to side to stop herself from laughing. Talia, who was next to Luke, was bent over laughing, using her spear as support. After wiping her tears, she shook her head and apologized for Luke's behavior before grabbing the back of his shirt, pulling him towards everyone and the fire they already started. "Ha ha! I watched and learned, all right. I learned what not to do in the future," Lucian said to Luke, who was huddled by campfire. "Do you guys really want fish that badly? If you guys want, I could talk to her and get you guys some." "Not really, but it would be nice to have to eat. Are you sure you can get her to agree?" Golden boy here boomed it. "After all," Lucian asked with a raised brow. "Water nymphs are delicate creatures. I know what to do in this case," Grover said before walking towards the nymph. "You think he can actually do it?" Annabeth asked. "Doubt it," Luke said, shivering. "She's an evil witch," which just caused Lucian to laugh at Luke once again, causing Luke to grumble before looking towards Grover. They saw how Grover walked towards her and started speaking to her. After a while, the nymph started giggling behind her hand before nodding her head. Grover nodded his head as well and stepped back before started hopping on one hoof and then the other. "He's dancing?" Talia asked, tilting her head in confusion. "Look, it seems to be working." Annabeth said in surprise, motioning towards the water nymph that was clapping her hands with a happy expression. When Grover bowed as if he finished a performance, the nymph started to applaud him. She seemed pleased with his before diving back into the water. After a few seconds, a splash of water landed next to Grover. When the water retreated, a couple of fishes were flopping on the ground next to him. Everyone looked at Grover in shock before Lucian turned towards Luke with a teasing expression. You should learn a thing or two from him. Luke just scoffed and rolled his eyes before Grover appeared in front of them, carrying the fishes. What did you do? How did you get her to agree? Annabeth asked, looking at all the fish on Grover's hand. Nothing really, I just danced a sacred dance of the wild. It's supposed to be a blessing towards other people saying, may Pan look over you. A lot of water nymphs are getting sick because of the pollution humans create. So the dance was a way to make her feel better. Man, Grover, you are awesome, my guy, Lucian said with a smirk. Bah! Grover got embarrassed at that before passing the fist to everyone for them to cook. You don't want one? We got them because of you. You should take some, Talia asked when she noticed he didn't have any. Grover shook his head. No thanks. We satyrs don't eat that stuff. We mostly eat berries and the likes. I see, Talia said before they all started cooking their fish and eating their dinner. After a few minutes of them talking to themselves, it got completely dark out, causing everyone to decide to go and fall asleep. A week later, Lucian ducked his head and swung his sword, making his and Luke's sword clash against each other, causing sparks to fly. Luke kicked Lucian in the stomach, sending him back, and was about to follow up with another slash of his sword, but couldn't as Lucian used the kick's momentum to roll backwards and create some space between them. Lucian went and slashed his sword forward, which Luke deflected it. Luke then tried to strike Lucian on his left side, which he parried, and the two continued to each move, trying to see who could scratch the other one first. The sound of metal hitting each other reverberated around the area as they both tried to take advantage of any mistake the other one makes. Luke sent an overhead strike, which Lucian stepped to the side. Lucian hit Luke in the stomach with the hilt of his sword, making Luke grunt slightly before taking a few steps back. Lucian went and ran towards Luke, clashing their weapons once again. Lucian pushed Luke's sword down with his own blade before he proceeded to grind his blade against Luke's, creating more sparks and deliver a cut right on Luke's cheek. Both Lucian and Luke winced in pain slightly before moving back. Luke wiped his cheek while Lucian looked down at his thigh with a smirk. They both managed to injure the other at the same time. That's enough, you two. You guys have been at it for a while now. Talia, sitting on the edge of a rooftop with Annabeth next to her, looking down at the ground. Annabeth looked at Lucian with narrowed eyes. You have literally just finished recovering a few hours ago. Do you think it's safe to immediately go on a rooftop and start sword training with Luke? Lucian releases his sword in hand, causing it to shatter, since it was just made using his tracing magic on Luke's sword that he promised him to make a couple months back. He turned towards Annabeth and with a smirk said, Come on, we just made it out of Connecticut and finally arrived in New York. If I didn't immediately go towards the rooftops of a building and start a sword fight, then this trip would have been wasted. Talia just shook her head. You guys are just wasting our time. You wouldn't understand, Talia. It's a boy's romance to be fighting on a rooftop with swords and everything, Luke retorted. You're right, I don't understand. Can we leave now? Luke and Lucian looked at each other before shrugging their shoulders, not caring either way. Yeah, sure. Sure, we're done anyways, Lucian added as he walked towards the edge where the fire escape was placed. They all jumped down to it and started to climb down the fire escape. When they all made it back on the ground, they looked towards Grover, who was now more relaxed around them. Where to now, Grover? Annabeth asked. We go north towards and pass through the Bronx, which would then continue and reach Long Island, where Camp Half-Blood is being held, Grover said after pointing a finger on his mouth and pointing it up in the air before pointing them towards the north. They nodded before they started following Grover. But they didn't just go north. Since they are in a city, they decided to explore and buy necessary items that they would need for their trip. Whenever it would come down to paying, Lucian would look at them arrogantly. Come along now, peasants, I don't have a lot of time to give. After all, you know what they say. Time is money, something you guys don't have. Lucian waved his wad of cash to fan himself. Oh ho ho ho, giving them his best rich man laugh. Sigh. Lucian, you're the only one that can make something as enjoyable as shopping be so annoying, Talia said with bags in her hands. What can I say? I have a gift for these kinds of things, Lucian replied while bringing down his brand new sunglasses from the top of his head that he just bought that were in the shape of dollar signs, putting them on. Grover wasn't saying anything as he was in his own world enjoying his vegetarian-made enchiladas. So this is what ice cream tastes like. I should have bought more. Lucian's expression tightened for a bit before it returned back to what it previous was. Annabeth, darling, with me around, we could have ice cream for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I don't see how it's a good idea to try ice cream in the cold in February. It tastes way better in the summer, Luke said, shaking his head. Wait, if you have all this money, why aren't we ordering a cab or something to take us towards camp? Luke asked. Just as Lucian was about to explain, Talia answered, since we're getting hunted, remember, if we do order a cab, then the driver would just be put in unnecessary danger. Luke nodded his head, I see, although he doesn't really agree with that reason. It's not because of that dummy, Lucian said, shaking his head. Talia looked at Lucian with a raised brow and waited for him to continue to see whether to hit him or not for calling her a dummy. I could just summon my griffin, remember? Which is way faster than a cab. So there's no need to even think about it. And second of all, you wouldn't catch me dead in such a poor people mode of transportation. If I need such a mortal ride, a limousine would be the only correct option. Everyone just rolled their eyes at his reasoning, since they forgot about the griffins since they hadn't seen it in a week due to Lucian recovering. Lucian then stopped. His expression turned serious, which caused everyone to stop as well and look at him in confusion. What's wrong? Annabeth asked. I sense something. It's fast approaching, and just when Lucian was about to summon his weapon, a large screeching sound was soon heard, causing them to cover their ears. H, they all ground, writhing on the floor in pain. Lucian could barely open his eyes due to the pain he was experiencing. Lucian looked behind him where he scented the presence and saw a ghost woman with its mouth wide open screaming. No matter how hard they pressed their ears, the screaming was still heard. Blood started pouring out of their ears. Lucian bit his lip to make himself concentrate. He willed his ring to turn into a scythe. Lucian gritted his teeth with bloodshot eyes due to pain, stood up, and ran towards the female ghost spirit. He swung his scythe, slashing it across her chest, taking her by surprise as she wasn't expecting Lucian to recover. Instead of turning to dust, she glowed a bright green light, disappearing from the mortal world. The others were still groaning on the floor, holding their ears in pain. While Lucian uses his scythe as support, I swear, Dad, when I see you, I'm punching you in the face. Lucian didn't know if he whispered it or loudly yelled, as all he could hear were ringing sounds. It was going to take a while for their ears to recover. Luckily, they were all demigods, so it shouldn't take a long time. It took everyone a few minutes to get their bearings together and not fall head first. They shook their heads, trying to clear the distortion, which worked after a while, and the ringing in their ears stopped. Well, that was an enjoyable experience, Lucian said with a grimace. What even was that? Annabeth asked with a hand on her head, as if was getting a headache. That was Banshee, also known as a wailing spirit. Lucian informed her. That doesn't sound like any Greek monsters I know. That's because it isn't Greek, it's from Irish. Then what the hell was it doing anywhere here? Talia asked irritatedly. How am I supposed to know? It's a dead spirit. My dad is the Lord of the Dead. He could probably control other types of spirits. They don't have to be exactly Greek for him to control. Let's just keep walking and try to get to camp as quickly as possible, Luke suggested with a sigh. I think it's better if we get to a less crowded location. Lucian countered. Luke looked at Lucian with a raised brow. I can sense skeletons and more ghosts coming in our direction. And they will be here any minute now. So what do we do? Should we try and get Awa? Talia didn't even get to finish her sentences before Luke interrupted her. We will fight them all, of course, Luke instantly interjected. Everyone gained a serious expression and started running away towards a discreet location away from every Lucian summoned a griffin and had it protect Grover. He turned towards the others and said, It's better if I fight the ghosts that are coming, and you fight the skeleton warriors. They nodded their heads, and the army of ghosts and skeletons soon appeared. Luke didn't hesitate and immediately withdrew his sword and ran towards the skeletons wearing Greek armor, who were wielding a sword and shield. He tried to cut the first one in his way, but the skeleton just ended up blocking it with its shield. Seeing that, Luke kicked it, throwing it off balance before smashing its skull with the sword. Another skeleton tried to take that opportunity and stab him with the tip of its sword, but due to his superior speed, Luke was able to maneuver out the way. But another skeleton used that opportunity to cut his arm. Luke looked at his bleeding arm in annoyance before he started picking up his speed. He ducked, pushed, kicked, and slashed his way through the skeleton. Some managed to cut him, but due to his speed, he managed to dodge them, so they weren't able to gravely wound him. Mid-battle, Luke thought about what Lucian talked about and the use of using your godly parent's idea for your and being creative with it. Although he didn't want to use anything related to his father, Luke couldn't just run away from it his whole life and deny how helpful they would be, especially when they were always in constant danger due to monsters always finding them. Luke took a few steps back from all the skeletons and closed his eyes as he put his sword away. "Be creative," he whispered to himself. He snapped his eyes open and started running towards the skeletons empty-handed. He became so fast he became a blur. Luke got towards the skeletons, and the first thing he did was steal a sword from the skeleton, disarming it and stabbing in the skull with it. Luke was using his abilities related to the god of speed and thieves, and stealing all the skeletons' weapons and using it against them. The skeletons couldn't do anything when their shield and sword disappeared from their hands and ended up in Luke's hand, where he proceeded to eliminate them. When the skeleton tried to retaliate with their fist, Luke was already ahead of them and smashed their shield against them, breaking their bones. Luke took the shield and turned it sideways, where he proceeded to build momentum with his speed and send the shield flying like a disc, where it would just cut through them. Meanwhile, as soon as Luke made his move, Lucian did the same. He waved and twisted his scythe around while running towards the spirits of the dead. In front of him were Hecate, fiery spirits, /demon of battle and combat. Lucian swung his scythe at one of them, but they ended up blocking it with its dual blade. But Lucian used his shadow and impaled it with a shadow tendril. But before he made another move, another Hecate with an axe came and swung it down on Lucian. Lucian blocked with his scythe. Due to the force and strength of the Hecate, Lucian was placed on one knee in a stalemate. But before he could do anything else, another Hecate with twin daggers came running towards him. When Lucian saw that, he waited for a bit for the spirit with the twin daggers to get close, before rolling out the way and taking a large swing of his scythe, taking them both out at the same time. 3 more Hecate went and engaged into a battle, with Lucian wielding a spear, a sword, battle axe, respectively. The one with the battle axe went into an aggressive offense and started swinging his axe. Lucian had to take a step back and dodge, which caused the demon to miss and strike the ground just a few centimeters away from him, causing cracks in the shape of webs to appear on the ground. Lucian stumbled, which the other Hecate used as an opening. The one with the sword ended cutting Lucian's forearm. Meanwhile, the one with the spear ended up thrusting his spear in his shoulder. "Ark!" Lucian cried out in pain, which ended up angering him. He pulled out the spear from his shoulder and pulled on it while taking a step back, pulling the Hecate forward. Lucian swung his scythe from a downward angle and impaled the Hecate. With a grue glow, it quickly crumbled to dust. The Hecate with the battle axe swung his weapon towards Lucian sideways. Lucian, seeing this, blocked it with the pole of his scythe, which sent him flying and rolling on the ground, making him groan in more pain. As he stood up, Lucian decided to get creative with his powers. He put his scythe inside his shadow, and as he did, the Hecate decided to run towards him with their weapons ready. Lucian willed his shadow to wrap itself on the blade of his scythe. When he felt it was enough, and the Hecate were close approaching, Lucian swung his scythe, releasing a dark, shadowy arc, taking the 2 Hecate by surprise and cutting them both. The arc then dissipated into black smoke after it traveled a few more seconds. Lucian, seeing that it worked, smirked. "Oh yeah, baby, Daddy Lucian is getting excited." Lucian looked at his bleeding shoulder for a bit and then backed the Hecate. "I'm fine, I'll live." He put the blade of his scythe back in shadow, while still looking at all the Hecate that were advancing. "Come to Papa," and swung his scythe in a wide sideways arc, sending a dark, shadowy slash towards them. Some of the Hecate managed to move out the way, but some weren't so lucky and ended up being exorcised. Talia jumped straight into the air and supercharged her spear with electricity. When she landed in the middle of the skeletons, she impaled her spear into the ground, creating a small wave of electricity, which ended up destroying the skeletons around her. Some managed to block it with their shield and went charging towards her with their shield raised and in a formation, as if it was a coordinated attack. Due to their nature and skeletal figure, the Aegis shield Talia wielded didn't intimidate them like it was supposed to and rushed into attack. Talia blocked some of the sword strikes coming her way, but not all of them. Some still managed to invade her defense and strike her, but due to her instincts, she managed to move on time and only get scratched. Talia thrusted her spear in front of her, skewering the skull of 3 skeletons that were back to back. A skeleton tried to cut her from the side, but Talia managed to block it with her shield. Talia charged her spear with electricity again before swinging it and releasing the electricity inside it. Meanwhile, Annabeth used one of the skeleton's shields as a foothold and leaped into the air, where she threw her dagger at their skulls. She landed with a roll and reached for her daggers that reappeared on her side and took off the legs of them. One of them managed to cut her cheek, as past throw them. She would aim for their legs to throw them off and go in for the kill. As she was going to repeat her action, one of them kicked her, throwing her back, making her grunt in pain. Little by little, everyone started dwindling their force, but not without coming unscathed. They all suffered multiple cuts and bruises. Even Grover wasn't the exception. Instead of just constantly watching his friends get hurt without doing anything, he made the griffin he was riding in advance towards everyone and tried to help, even though he was shaking in his hooves. "I am their protector," Grover kept reminding himself as he advanced through the army of skeletons. Lucian, who was breathing slightly heavily, moved back and started using his tracing magic, where he proceeded to summon multiple knives and swords, all made from celestial bronze. Lucian controlled them and aimed them towards the spirits in front of him. Some tried to parry them, but Lucian just manipulated them to go around them and stab them in the back or to their side. Some spirits would have multiple knives and swords inside of them before being killed once again. Lucian grimaced in pain at the wound in his shoulder. "That's what I get for using experienced warriors as a training partner," he thought with a weary expression. Seeing that there were only a few left and that it would be tedious to clean them up, Lucian decided to use his shadows. "Arise," he demanded, causing the shadows of everyone he and his friends to kill come alive and finish them all. Skeletons with bones made out of shadows and Makai with their weapons made out of shadows in hand rose up and turned towards their once comrades, and without hesitation turned on them. It took a while, but when everyone was done, they laid next to each, breathing heavily. Annabeth turned towards Lucian and asked, "Why are you so injured?" "I was fighting Makai. They are experienced warriors. They have skills, so they're harder to fight. Plus, I was using them as a way to test myself." "You're an idiot. I hope you know that." Annabeth looked at him with a deadpan look. Lucian just smirked. "Why, thank you," which caused Annabeth to roll her eyes. Lucian then turned towards the other and shared his idea. "I think it's best if we stay here for the day and recover before going anywhere else. I'll find a hotel or something. I'm already getting tired of just sleeping outside." They all nodded their heads in agreement, but before they went anywhere, Annabeth stood up and went in front of Lucian, sticking out her palm. "What?" Lucian asked in confusion. "Bandages for your shoulder. You're still bleeding. Let me cover it." Lucian nodded and summoned his bag from a shadow and gave it to Annabeth as she started doing her thing. After she was done, Lucian summoned more griffins, and off they took to find a hotel. And as they went, Lucian noticed Luke looked more tired than usual. "What happened to you?" Lucian asked with a raised brow. "Used my father's abilities a lot. I didn't know I would get this tired, though," Luke said, sounding exhausted. Lucian nodded in understanding as they made their way through the city, looking for any hotel in the area. A few days later. Musical notes. Musical note: 99 bottles of beer on the wall. 99 bottles of beer. Take one down and pass it around. 98 bottles of beer on the wall. 98 bottles of beer on the wall. 98 bottles of beer. Take one down and pass it around. 97 bottles of beer on the wall. Musical notes. Musical note. Lucian kept singing while laying on the back of his griffin as it ran through the forest onto their next destination. He had his hand behind his head and one of his legs hanging and swaying to the side. The others look about done with him already, while Grover was swaying and singing along, finding it enjoyable. Musical notes, musical note, 97 bottles of beer on the wall. 97 bottles of beer. Take one down and pass it around. 96 bottles of beer on the wall. 96 bottles of beer on the wall. 96 bottles of beer. Take one down and pass it around. 95 bottles of beer on the wall. Musical notes, musical note. Lucian then stopped as he detected something following them. Due to his constant fighting and training, he realized that most creatures and people have some kind of life signature, which he started to pick on due to being the son of the Lord of the Dead. When he stopped the others to stop as well, they looked at him in confusion as Lucian just got off his griffin and started stretching. "What wrong?" Annabeth asked as they slowly brought their hands to their weapons, but Lucian just waves them off. "Oh, nothing, my back just hurts from laying down and needed to get up." Lucian then disappeared from their view as he shadow blinked and appeared next to a girl on the top of the trees with a dagger next to her throat. "Now, what do we have here? Don't think I can't detect the rest of you. Why have you been following us?" Lucian asked as he pressed the dagger on her throat. The girl just clicked her tongue, displeased at being discovered. But before she could do or say anything else, a young girl with cold and bright eyes, as silvery yellow as the winter, and auburn hair gathered back in a ponytail, carrying a bow and a quiver of arrows on her back, dropped down from one of the trees and looked at Lucian. "Pick. Release her," she demanded as more girls and women dropped down as well. "Permission to shoot him down," Lady Artemis, the woman next to her, asked as she took out an arrow from her quiver and put it by her bow. She was tall, graceful, and gorgeously beautiful. She had brown eyes, copper-colored skin, and the silver circlet braided into the top of her long, dark hair gave her the impression of a Persian princess. "Pick. Wait a minute." "Zoe," Artemis replied, while Lucian just continued pressing his dagger at the girl. "Not before answering my question, cousin." Zoe clicked her tongue. "Don't act close as if you know her," she said as she pulled back on her bow. Artemis put a hand on her shoulder and sighed. "Stop. He's not wrong. We are technically cousins. He has a hint of aura of death on him, the same as Hades." Artemis then narrowed her eyes in Lucian's direction and asked, "Are you not going to do as I say? I'm keeping her as my insurance in case you were sent by your father. After all, he wants me dead." Artemis put a hand over her face and sighed before looking up at Lucian in the eyes with a serious expression. "Although I'm a goddess of the hunt, I'm also the goddess of childbirth, so the care of children is also within my domain. Thus I would never hunt a child down, even if my father orders it." Lucian and Artemis look at each for a bit before he let go of his dagger, which shattered as it was made from his magic. He nodded his head. "Very well." Lucian disappeared into a shadow and returned on top of his griffin. As he disappeared, the girl he was holding at knife point tried kicking him, but he was already gone, causing her to click her tongue. She dropped down from the tree and got on one knee in front of Artemis. "Forgive me, my lady, for such a shameful display." Artemis shook her head. "There's no need. We were bound to be discovered. The children of Hades have been said to wield the power to detect life forces, something that is difficult to hide or cover unless you have a lot of experience." All of Lucian's group looked at him in surprise. "Since when could you do that?" To which he just shrugged his shoulders. "Recently," was all he said. Talia then looked at the hunters with a hint of apprehension as she stepped forward on her griffin. "You didn't answer the previous question. Why were you following us?" Artemis just looked at her and smiled. "We're here to recruit you." "What?" Talia asked in shock and confusion. "At first we were just out practicing and teaching the way of the hunt to some of the new recruits when we detected you guys. And let me be the one to say, you guys are easily findable. Having the daughter of Zeus and the son of Hades in the same group alongside two other demigods. Let's just say the monsters won't have a hard time tracking you down." "Thanks for the boost of confidence," Lucian said, raising a thumbs up. Zoe just looked towards Lucian's direction and narrowed her eyes. "Do not speak to Lady Artemis in such a way. Be mindful of who you're speaking to." "Geez, what crawled up your butt, lady?" Lucian said nonchalantly. Zoe didn't say anything and just drew her bow and shot her arrow in the air, which landed on the right on the griffin next to Lucian's head. Next time I won't miss, she said, narrowing her eyes, but before Artemis could reprimand her, Artemis stretched out hand and caught the arrow an inch away from Zoe's face with widened eyes. She quickly turned her head and looked at Lucian in shock. He was looking at Zoe with a cold look in his eyes and a bow in his hand. "It looks like you dropped something. I hope you don't mind that I return it to its rightful owner," Lucian said coldly. Zoe took out another arrow, while Lucian stretched out his hand to the side and conjured one of his own with his tracing magic. They both then took aim at one another, with both of them pulling on the string of their bows, waiting to see who would fire their arrows first. "Both of you lower your stance right this instant," Artemis said coldly, narrowing her eyes at the both of them. "I'll only do it if she does it first." Lucian said, not backing down. "Then both of you lower your weapons at the same time," Artemis demanded, her voice still spoken coldly. Zoe and Lucian stared at each in the eyes, and both slowly started lowering their weapons without taking their eyes off each other. When they were lowered, Zoe put the arrow back on her quiver, and Lucian unconjured his before turning his bow back into his ring. "Now apologize, both of you." "What?" "But my lady." Zoe turned towards Artemis, who was looking at her, and then at him with her arms crossed. Zoe wanted to complain, but one look from Artemis was all it took for her to give him. She grumbled and turned towards Lucian. "I'm sorry for shooting my arrow at you, even if you deserved it." Artemis then looked at Lucian with a raised brow and gave him a look which reminded him of his mother when she reprimanded him, and waited for an apology for his behavior. Lucian grumbled as well. "I'm sorry for shooting your arrow back at you, even if your personality is the cause of it all." "My lady," Zoe shouted, complaining to her for his words. Artemis just sighed. "Zoe, although you have stopped aging, you are still a grown woman with years and years of experience. Are we seriously having this discussion?" Lucian, hearing this, just snickered. "Granny." A tick mark appeared on her forehead. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. "It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Remember the breathing exercises. You are a mature woman. You can't be getting angry at what some snot-nosed brat says," she whispered to herself. Artemis just shook her head and turned towards Talia. As she did, Lucian looked at Zoe and pulled the skin under his eye and stuck out his tongue at her. Annabeth came behind him and smacked him on the back of the head. "Ouch," he said, rubbing the back of his head, causing Zoe to chuckle to herself. "What was that for?" he whined. Annabeth just gave him a deadpan look with a raised brow and an expression which just spelled out, "Really?" "As I was saying," Artemis said to Talia, "join us and we'll offer you immortality alongside my protection. You won't have to worry about how you'll be able to survive, since we would have your back. You keep saying, what about my friends? You haven't once even acknowledged them. The only one is Lucian, since he made you pay attention to him, but not the others." Artemis nodded her head. "The little girl is also on my radar for potential recruits. She seems intelligent and skilled." "Then what about Luke and Lucian? I'm just supposed to abandon them and go with you?" Artemis just shook her head. "You wouldn't need to stop being friends with them or anything, but it's better if you kept your distance from them. They could take care of themselves." "What?" Talia snarled back. "There's just no way I could abandon them. I refuse your offer." Zoe just scoffed. "Foolish girl, throwing away just a perfect opportunity and gift just for some boys." Talia narrowed her eyes as lightning crackled in her eyes. "What did you just say?" "You heard me. Those boys aren't good company for some as strong as you. They're only using you. Once they have no need for you, they would just throw you away like something disposable. You know nothing of them, so don't assume that you do. They would never do such a thing. We are more than friends. We are family. So if you're talking bad about them, then you're talking bad about me. So if I were you, I watch what I say." The clouds in the sky started turning dark, and with the sound of thunder reverberating through them, responding to Talia's anger. "That's enough, you two," Artemis said, getting in between them. She looked at Talia and asked, "Are you sure you want to refuse this? This is a great opportunity for you." Talia nodded her head without hesitation. Artemis sighed. "Very well, I won't bother with that." Artemis then took out a card with her number on it. "Here in case you change your mind and want to accept my offer." Talia just took the card and stored it without even looking at it. Artemis then looked at Annabeth and asked, "What about you? I can see great intelligence deep within your eyes. You wouldn't ever have to worry about getting old." Annabeth just made her griffin scoot closer to Lucian, stating her answer with just that gesture. Zoe just shook her head. Seriously? How could you any more foolish? I'm getting really sick and tired of you, you know that? Talia said, bringing out her spear. Zoe, drop it. They already made their decisions, Artemis said, taking out a card and giving it to Annabeth. But my lady, they will get hurt. I just can't see them go through such a thing. Zoe, it's better if they learn things on their own. So if they need us, they already have my number. Zoe sighed and nodded her head. Very well, my lady. Artemis then looked at all her girls. All right, ladies, let's get a move on. The girls nodded their heads and jumped back toward the trees. Wait before you go. Can I ask you something? Lucian asked, stopping them in their tracks. Artemis looked at Lucian, who had a serious expression on his face. Seeing that it was serious, she nodded her head. What is it, kid? Lucian bowed his head slightly. Could you give me some pointers on archery? Artemis raised a brow at the question. Aren't you already skilled enough? I thought you did just fine when you shot at my lieutenant. Lucian just nodded his head. If I wanted to stay just fine, I wouldn't have asked, but I want to be more than that. I was self-taught in the art of archery and could still learn a lot. So who better to ask than goddess of archery? Seriously? He was self-taught? He sure didn't look like it when he fired and aimed his bow. But it doesn't look like he's lying. His form wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. Artemis considered where or not to do it. My lady, you can't seriously be considering doing it, right? Zoe asked in shock, looking at her goddess that had a pondering expression. Why wouldn't I, Zoe? But he's a boy. Surely you wouldn't agree to such a thing. Zoe didn't know if she was trying to convince her goddess or trying to convince herself. Artemis let out a long exhale. It is true he is a boy, but he is also a child that wants to improve himself. I just can't ignore that and say no. Zoe just shook her head. You are too kind, my lady, which caused Artemis to smile. What are you doing, Lucian? We have to get to camp as quickly as possible. We have been taking too long. We're already pushing it, Luke asked as he came next to him. Lucian just pointed at the sun, which made them realize that it was getting dark since the sun was setting. When Artemis realized it was getting late, she looked up towards the girls. Sorry, ladies. It looks like it's better if we find a place to set up camp. She turned towards Lucian and his group. Follow us and stay close behind. Always, Grover dreamily, causing Talia, Luke, and Annabeth to look at him weirdly, while Lucian just started laughing. Artemis and Zoe started walking on the ground ahead of everyone, while the other hunters were jumping from tree to trees. Lucian and the others followed close behind on top of their griffins. What was that about? Luke asked about Grover's behavior. Artemis is a goddess of the wilderness and nature, which is close to their god Pan, who is the god of the wild. So they really look up to Artemis, which is why Grover is acting like that, Lucian explained. You sure know your stuff, Artemis said, appearing next to Lucian. Lucian just summoned another griffin for Artemis, which she accepted and got on. Lucian just nodded his head. Ever since I was little and found out I was demigod, I try to learn everything I could about the gods and such. All by yourself? Artemis asked while looking at him questioningly. Nope, I had a fantastic teacher. My mother. I see your mother must have been a fantastic woman, Artemis said with a smile. That she was, Lucian said, laying on his griffin, looking at the sky as it grew darker and darker. I'm not saying that you should, but why haven't you turned him into some type of animal then? Annabeth asked, coming next to her. It's because we consider satyrs more animal than man, Artemis answered, but before she could say anything else, Zoe appeared. My lady, we found a clearing to set up camp, she announced. Go ahead, Artemis said, giving them the orders to get started. When they arrived, some of the hunters took out a tiny box and put it on the ground. It started to grow in size and turned into a small tent. Artemis then looked at her huntresses. Make sure you make some accommodations for them. Artemis pointed at Lucian's group. She then looked at Lucian. Come with me. I'll be teaching you some pointers. Lucian nodded his head and turned toward his friends. I'll be back soon, don't worry, and just rest. Lucian then made his griffin run after the one Artemis is on. Annabeth just kept staring at Lucian's retreating back with narrowed eyes, which Luke picked up on. He nudges Annabeth with his elbow and started teasing her, jealous that he's going off with another woman. Annabeth didn't say anything and just punched Luke in the gut, causing him to fall to the floor, groaning in pain. Annabeth scoffed before laying down the side of her griffin with her arms crossed and face pouting. Talia just stood there next to Luke, shaking her head. You just had to go and say something. A while later, Lucian and Artemis stood on top of a tree, looking at a lone deer a few feet in front of them. In order to be a good archer, one of the main skills you need to have is anticipation. You have to predict where your prey's next move is going to be, Artemis whispered. You have to judge the distance, time, and power. You have to know just how far you are from your target, how long it would take for your arrow to arrive at such a target, and how much power you pull your string. If you use too much, your arrow would pass at the estimated spot before your prey, thus missing the shot. And if you use not enough power, your arrow wouldn't even arrive at its target, she explained. Now, then take aim, she instructed. Lucian nodded. He turned his ring into a bow and conjured a paralysis enchanted arrow. Artemis looked at the arrow, slightly surprised. Is that arrow enchanted? Lucian nodded his head. Made it and enchanted myself. Can you let me see it? She asked, to which Lucian just nodded and handed it to her. She started to inspect it, studying the body of it before she pointed her finger with it. She started rubbing her fingers together and nodded her head. I see it's supposed to paralyze its target. It's well crafted and enchanted very well. Good job, she said, patting the top of his head with a smile and handing him the arrow. Lucian got into position and pulled on his bow with the arrow right in between his fingers. Artemis started to then correct his posture. Spread your legs a bit, stand grounded and firm, broaden your shoulders more, straighten your arms. There's no need to grip the bow that harshly. Take a deep breath and hold it to stop your little movements which could mess up your aim. Keep your head straight and without much movement. Now go. Lucian narrowed his eyes towards the deer. The deer snapped his head towards Lucian and got frightened seeing it with a bow. He quickly ran towards the left and started running. Lucian anticipated that when the deer quickly discovered him, Lucian fired his arrow, but as he did, the deer switched directions and went towards the right, making him miss. Artemis shook his head. You made quite a few mistakes there. You let out your killing intent, something animals are highly more sensitive about than humans. You didn't pay more attention to it. If you did, you would have realized that although it was going to the left, its eyes were looking right. Lucian just sighed before nodding his head and taking in everything she was saying. Come on, we have to at least catch something to bring back, she said as she went ahead of him. Lucian followed close behind. And just like that they spent their time, Lucian with each hunted animal became better and better. Artemis kept having to remind him and fix some of his bad habits and teach him new things. That's enough, Artemis said. We have enough for everyone, and we don't want to destroy the ecosystem of this place. Now, for your most important lesson, always, and I mean always, learn to respect the wilderness, animals, and the hunt. I better not catch you doing anything that could potentially harm it. Do I make myself clear? Yes, ma'am, Lucian said respectfully, which gained a nod for her. Lucian summoned his griffins, which they both rode back, while another one was carrying everything they hunted. They caught a deer, a boar, and some couple of birds. When they returned, they saw the huntresses on one side, while Talia and the others were on the other side, looking quite pissed off at one another. What's going on? Artemis asked. We're just trying to be helpful and offer them a place in our tent, but they're being ungrateful, one of the huntresses said, which Talia then was the one to retaliate. Yeah, but you were only offering it to me and Annabeth. You even said that Luke and Lucian could freeze out in the cold outside for all you care, which I then decided to decline. Just lend them a tent for the time being. We'll be going our separate ways tomorrow. Anyways, there's no need to make it that difficult. But, fine, here you go, one of the huntresses said, giving them a box. We don't even need it, Talia said before turning towards Lucian's. Why did you leave without taking out our camping equipment? I got too excited and forgot, sorry, Lucian said, twiddling his fingers. Just take it, Artemis said, but don't forget you have to return it tomorrow. These are exclusive for my huntresses. I mean, you could keep it, but you would have to join us instead, she said while giving Talia a suggestive look. We'll just borrow it, thank you very much, Talia said, before replicating the hunters and setting up the tents. Lucian turned towards Artemis and asked, Do you mind if I do the cooking? Artemis just looked at Lucian weirdly. There's no need. The tent come with freshly cooked foods and the likes. Talia, Annabeth, Luke, even Grover intervened. I think it's better if Lucian cooks. I agree, so do I. His vegetarian enchiladas are spectacular. You should try them. Artemis looked at Lucian's smug expression and asked, You know how to cook? Aren't you too young? My mother's 101 rule on how to be a good household husband. If you can keep her stomach happy, then your life will be filled with happiness and love, Lucian said with a beaming smile, showing his pearly whites with a thumbs up. The corner of Artemis' lips started twitching. She then looked at Lucian's friends and asked, Is it really that good? To which they all nodded their heads simultaneously. You told me to respect the hunt, remember? What better way is there than to not waste what we hunted downright? Lucian said with a smirk. Artemis responded with one of her own. Very well. Go ahead. Artemis turned towards her hunters. Wait, don't start feasting yet. Lucian here said where he's going to cook for us. Now I know you're just pulling my leg, my lady Artemis. You can't be serious. Zoe said, looking at Artemis in shock and disbelief. Is she serious? One of the huntresses whispered. Are we really going to eat something made by a man? And by a little boy at that? Is it going to be poisonous? How can Lady Artemis even trust this boy? You said the tents are filled with food and the like, right? Lucian asked, to which Artemis nodded her head. Lucian nodded as well, reached into his shadow, and pulled up a long table and put it in front of him before reaching in again and pulled out a large pot with knives and other kitchen utilities. Artemis just covered her mouth to stop her lips from twitching, finding the act of what Lucian was doing quite comical. Do you seriously have all of that inside your shadow? She asked, to which Lucian nodded his head. And so he got to work. Lucian reached into his shadow and took out a white bandana, which he wrapped around his head, gaining a very serious expression. He grabbed the knives and started twirling them around his hands and brushing them against each other before he began. He set up a fire. He cut vegetables, fried them, made a broth, seasoned meat, cooked the meat, throw everything together and more seasonings, since after all everything tastes better with seasonings. As everything was cooking and coming together, a delicious smell filled the air, making some of the girls look at everything in surprise. Maybe he really knows what he's doing. The hunters started whispering to themselves. It doesn't smell too bad. Maybe it'll be eatable. He looks like he knows what he's doing. Forget not bad. It smells really good. After he was done, Lucian then started serving everyone a meat stew with different kinds of meats. He slightly bowed his head when he served Artemis as he said, My offering to you, for you as a thank you for your teachings in the art of archery. Although gods do not need to eat, they could still enjoy the flavors of food. So took offering with a nod, thank you, when he was done serving everyone. Even Grover, who had a plate of his vegetarian enchiladas, Lucian served himself and sat with his friends. Artemis took a sip of the broth. It's actually really good. It's pretty rich and delicious. She started eating everything with a small smile on her face. Her hunters weren't any better. They were stuffing their faces, drinking the broth while eating the different kinds of meat. Even Zoe, when she was done, looked at Lucian for a bit and said, Although you're still a boy, I guess you have some redeeming qualities about yourself. Too bad you don't, Lucian said, enjoying himself eating his own food. I really have to thank Mom and her 3,000+ years of experience in cooking. Zoe was about to get angry, but decided not to spoil her delicious dinner. So she decided to be the mature person she was claiming to be and drop it. Once they were all down, they thanked Lucian for his food. Even though they don't like or can't tolerate boys or men, they still know how to be thankful. So after saying their thanks, they went towards their tents and went to sleep. Lucian and his group decided to do the same as they were mentally tired from their journey. The next day, Talia handed Artemis her tent, and as he did, Artemis asked, Are you still sure you want to say no? It's not too late to accept it, you know? Talia nodded her head. I have never been more sure in my life. Artemis sighed at the answer. Even though she knew the answer, it was still disappointing to hear it. As she was about to leave, Lucian called out to her, Lady Artemis. She looked at Lucian, who was already riding his griffin, waiting for Talia. He bowed his head slightly and expressed his thanks once again. Once again, thank you for your teachings. You have nothing to thank me for. Child, I have done everything I can to help you. Now all that is left is for you to survive my father's wrath." And with that, Artemis jumped towards the tree and started running through the treetops, disappearing from their sights. After a while, Annabeth, Luke, and Talia let out a sigh of relief. Finally, they're gone. While Grover was looking a bit sad at their departure. "You guys really didn't like them, huh?" Lucian asked with a teasing smirk. "I was ignored the entire time," Luke said with a deadpan expression. Annabeth just eyed Lucian as she said, "I was an afterthought for a while." Talia just rubbed her forehead. "They give me a headache with their constant nagging." "At least all that matters is the friends we made along the way," Lucian said, confusing them. "What are you talking about?" Luke looked lost along with everyone else. Lucian didn't answer and just laid down on his griffin before point at a random direction. Onwards, Grover lead the way. Grover nodded his head, and everyone followed. Musical notes, musical note, 95 bottles of beer on the wall, 95 bottles of beer. Take one down and pass it around, 94 bottles of beer on the wall. 94 bottles of beer on the wall, 94 bottles of beer. Take one down and pass it around, 93 bottles of beer on the wall. 93 bottles of beer on the wall, 93 bottles of beer. Take one down and pass it around, 92 bottles of beer on the wall. Musical notes, musical note. Lucian sang, causing all of them to groan as they made their way past the Bronx, getting closer and closer to their destination. Lucian was enjoying his sleep on top of his griffin when he was suddenly shaken awake by Annabeth. He woke up somewhat groggily. "What's up?" "We're lost and have a problem." Lucian sat and looked around and noticed Talia, Luke, and Grover missing, which caused Lucian to inwardly curse himself. "I just had to be sleeping during this time, didn't I? Just spectacular." Before Annabeth could say anything else, they both heard the voice of a man. "Annabeth, please, help me." She snapped her head looking toward the house, and, gaining a serious expression, she didn't say anything and just used the griffin to start running inside. "Dad?" She screamed questioningly as the door closed behind her. Lucian groaned when he saw that happen. "Come on, I thought they were smarter than that. Surely they weren't that foolish." Lucian shook his head and reached for the door as he opened it, and he was inside what appeared to be a cave. Lucky me, a magic door. As he entered and the door closed behind him, whoa, what a trippy feeling. I can feel this entire cave system and where everyone is. How the hell are we underground? I guess that's the power of a magic door. Just as Lucian was about to command for his griffin to go forth, he heard the voice of someone he hadn't expected to hear in a long time. The voice sounded so weak and in despair. The sound of the voice and the words and tone chosen caused Lucian's pupil to shrink and gain a cold expression. "Lucy, my little foss, help me please." Lucian stood still for a bit before the entire cave system started to shake and quake, responding to his cold fury. Dust and little rubble of dirt started falling down while Lucian stood still. "I'll kill him," Lucian managed to whisper out. "How dare he?" Lucian said in a much louder voice. "How dare he make my mother so helpless and weak? Even in her last moments, she didn't sound anything like that. So how dare he disrespect my mother like that?" Lucian willed his ring to turn into a scythe and got off the griffin. Lucian immediately sank into a shadow. He jumped out, leaving a black smoke trail underneath him. Reaching the height of its eye, Lucian grabbed the scythe with both his hands and swung it across its giant eye. "Don't you ever call me Lucy or disrespect my mother like that again," he yelled with an angry expression. "H-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h," the Cyclops screamed while reaching for his eye in pain and agony, with blood splattering out. Lucian, who was still in the air, twirled the scythe around before swinging it in front of him, impaling the Cyclops' head. Lucian then let gravity take its course. As he fell, a large gash and cuts started appearing in the middle of the Cyclops until he reached the floor and the point of the scythe's blade touched the ground. Blood splurged out of the Cyclops, landing on Lucian before it turned into dust. As it happened, Lucian didn't pay attention towards Luke, Talia, and Grover, who were tied up, and Annabeth, who was at the entrance of the room looking at Lucian in shock. When Lucian looked up towards them, they shrank back in fear and guilt as they saw the disappointment in Lucian's eyes towards them. Lucian went and untied them and just went and started walking towards the exit. Arise! Lucian called out behind him. A giant cyclops shadow manifested behind him before it sank into its shadow and moved into Lucian's shadow, making a total of 150 shadows. Lucian, Talia called out, but Lucian just shut her down. Save it. I don't want to hear it, he said as he continued walking, leaving a trail of blood with every step he took. When Lucian stepped out through the magic door, he saw that it was raining heavily with the sound of lightning and thunder resounding through the sky. The rain washed out the blood from his hair and face. He stood there letting his body soak in bad weather, which was most likely Zeus' doings. Even though his body was rid of the Cyclops' blood, it didn't mean his clothes were. Not wanting to be seen with bloody clothes, Lucian decided to try something he was curious about trying before. He closed his eyes and willed his shadow to surround him. He used the shadows to take his clothes off and put on new ones. When he willed his shadows off, he was seen wearing new clothes, which just ended up wet, but it was better than them being bloody. So what should I call it? Shadow equip? Lucian thought to himself, calming down a bit after what occurred with the Cyclops. He thought that since he was with them and things had changed, they wouldn't even bother with the Cyclops. The others then appeared jogging out of the house. Lucian just sighed when he saw them. How did you guys even get captured in the first place? I heard the voice of my little brother, Talia said with a bit of difficulty and a grimace on her face. Everyone turned to look at her in surprise. Even Lucian looked at her in surprise, but for a different reason. He didn't expect her to share it with them. You have a little brother? Luke looked at her in even more surprise. They have known each other for much longer, and this was the first time hearing that. That was all she said, causing their eyes to widen even further. I was too much in shock when I noticed that it was just a Cyclops, and I was tricked. It took that opportunity to capture me, Talia said with her fist clenched. Luke put a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. It's not your fault that you were captured. We were all tricked. Lucian's face suddenly turned pale, paler than usual, which everyone noticed. What? What's wrong? What's going on? They all looked at Lucian with worry. Lucian just summoned a griffin for everyone as he shouted. Just get on quick. There's a giant horde of monsters closing in on us quickly. Their eyes widened in shock and quickly got on as Lucian willed them forward. Why can't we just fight them like we always have? Luke shouted over the rain and thunder. Because this one isn't just a regular monster horde. It's more like a wave of monsters, both on land and in the sky. Lucian made his griffin jump to the side as a lightning bolt landed, right where he was previously. His griffin started jumping side to side as more lightning bolts tried to hit him. What is going on? Talia screamed out, which Lucian just pointed to the sky, pointing towards the lightning clouds, and yelled right back, Storm spirits. Grover, do you have any idea where we're supposed to go? Annabeth yelled over the wind and rain. Grover started looking around frantically, gaining a look of realization. I do, just follow me. And so they did as Grover took the lead, trying to do his best to get everyone to camp.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.